The form landed on my desk face up, and the first useful number printed on it was how many of us were going to die. 3 or 4 out of every 10. That's the chi spirit ritual. You go through it and you come back with a body that can do impossible things, or you don't come back at all. Another handful come back exactly as ordinary as they left, which is its own kind of ending. 1 or 2 out of 10 actually make it. Our homeroom teacher read that out in the same voice he used for exam dates. This semester has brought us to a crossroads in our destinies, he said, and then he put his hands behind his back and let us sit there doing arithmetic on our own lives. 90-something kids in that room. 44 of us signed. I want to be clear that I did the math too. I just didn't like the other side of the equation. My father worked a factory line. My mother worked a factory line. Together they cleared about $4,000 a month, and there were 5 of us, and I had 2 younger brothers who were still at the age where they thought I was interesting. My alternative to a 30% chance of dying was a vocational college, a factory, an ordinary wife. And my parents' exact life played back at half speed with my name on it. Somebody in the row ahead of me said it out loud, quietly, to nobody. Everything is almost predetermined from the moment you're born. Then he turned around with the pen in his hand and asked if I was going to gamble. I'd spent that whole summer vacation hauling bricks on a construction site. My deskmate Liu Changfeng spent his at a wilderness survival course his parents paid for, and he'd been telling me about it for 2 months in the tone of a man who had personally invented fire. I was working mornings at a restaurant, 6 to 11, 20 yuan a day, and the best part of the job was that they let me take the leftover meat home. That's what I was thinking about when I signed. Not glory, meat. I brought the form home with the meat. My father read it standing up in the kitchen and didn't say anything for a long time. Then he lit a cigarette, which he only did when something had gone wrong at work, and I watched his hands through the smoke, and I saw them shaking. Zhang read it twice. Zhang set it down. Good, he said. Well done, son. I believe you can definitely succeed. That night I heard my mother crying through the wall. She was doing it quietly, the way you cry when you think the walls are thicker than they are. Nobody in my family ever brought that night up again. Not once. Not in the years after. Not when everything changed. We just didn't. 40+ forms went in the next morning and the class applauded, and then they split us off from the normal students, and for months they crammed us full of spirit realm biology and physical training and wilderness survival until I stopped being the skinny kid who carried bricks and became a fairly large one. The day I left, my father gave me a stab-proof vest, brand name, real one. At least 10,000 yuan on a household that brings in 4. I held it and I said thank you, and I got on the bus, and I want you to understand exactly what I knew while I was saying thank you. I had sat through 4 months of lectures on what lives in the spirit realm, and I knew that vest was decorative. If something over there decided to open me, that vest was a suggestion. What they'd actually taught us, in the careful language teachers use when they're telling teenagers to plan their own deaths, was that if the situation turned bad enough, the correct move was to do it yourself, quickly, rather than find out how long the alternative lasted. I put the vest on anyway. Obviously I put it on. Liu Changfeng gave me a survival kit, knives, rope, a fire starter, first aid, 1,000 yuan of gear he definitely hadn't asked permission for, then 2 hours on a bus to a base with an army battalion sitting on it, and 3,000 of us from 5 different schools milling around in the yard, and then they put me in a room. 4 square meters, thick cement, no windows, 1 iron door, in the middle, on the floor, an enlightenment ball, and next to it, a single short blade. 1 blade. Their reasoning, which I've since decided was correct and also horrifying, was that if a short blade couldn't solve your problem over there, no weapon in the building was going to. Guns don't work in the spirit realm. 10 days of compressed food. That's the whole loadout for the most important day of your life. I opened the ball and breathed in something that felt like standing at the bottom of a very deep, very cold well, and then I sat on the floor for about an hour feeling extremely stupid. The rift didn't open in front of me, it opened behind me. I got about a quarter of a second of hearing it before it took me, and I want to note for the record that on the way through, something in there cut a clean line across the bottom of my backpack and took half of everything I owned. Perfectly clean, like a blade you never saw. I lay in the weeds afterward doing the only useful thought I had left, which was, that could have been across me instead. Then I stood up and looked at where I'd landed. A city. A dead one. All the way dead. The kind of dead where trees are growing out of the 11th floor and the road is more grass than road. No smoke. No sound. Nothing moving anywhere in a place built for 1 million people. The world had spat me out into it like trash, which, fair. I picked a building and took the 3rd floor because 3rd floors are high enough to be inconvenient and low enough to jump from. The iron door of the apartment was so rusted I couldn't close it without announcing myself to the entire district, so I left it and I went through the rooms to see what I'd rented. There was a skeleton in the bedroom sitting against the wall. I poked the skull with my axe. I'd swapped that useless short blade for a fire axe out of an extinguisher case back home. Red. And I'd spent an evening putting an edge on it, which tells you what kind of student I was, and the skull came off the spine and rolled and stopped facing me, ribs everywhere, broken across the middle, not cut, one arm and both legs just gone, and there were marks on the bone. I knew what they were immediately, and I hated that I knew. We couldn't afford meat often at my house. When we got ribs, my brothers and I took them down to the bone and then kept going. And the marks we left looked exactly like the marks in front of me. Teeth, human ones. Then the second thought arrived, and it was worse than the first. At home, the marks happen because the ribs are cooked. Cooked bone is soft. Nothing had cooked this. I smashed the skeleton apart. We'd been taught that skeletons get up in some places. And I decided that was the sort of thing you handle before it becomes a conversation. Dragged a rotting sofa across the doorway, and sat down in the corner with my back to the wall, which is when the ritual actually started. I'm not going to be able to describe this properly. The closest I can get is that somebody took my brain out, put it in a washing machine, and then remembered halfway through that they'd left my spine in there too. I bit down and held the axe handle with both hands, and I did not scream, mostly because screaming was the one thing in that whole city guaranteed to kill me. I woke up on the floor with my nose and my mouth bleeding, and my very first coherent action as a transcendent being, my first act as one of the 1 or 2 in 10, was to crawl around wiping it up, seal the bloody tissues inside a plastic bag, and knot the bag twice so the smell wouldn't get out. The chi spirit ritual had succeeded. I celebrated by doing cleaning. Then a window opened in front of my eyes and told me who I was now. Name, Chen Wei. Bloodline, human. Strength 1.3. Physique 1.1. Agility 1.1. Spiritual power 2.1. Skills, none. Lee ordinary adult sits at 1.0 in everything. So, a bit stronger than a normal man, a bit tougher. And then that one number sitting at more than twice human, which even I understood was the number that mattered. There was also a line at the bottom I didn't understand at all. Potential points. 0. Cool. Great. Very useful. I willed the panel away, and it went. I willed it back, and it came. And in the same place inside my head where they'd installed the beacon that would take me home, there was now a second thing, floating, patient, like it had been waiting for me to finish being dramatic. A book. A Leek's magic book. Spirit realm blessing. That's the official term. Sometimes the world that just tried to kill you hands you something on the way out. Mine came with a meditation method called Breath of Darkness, and my honest, immediate, unedited reaction to that name was, I'm clearly a sunny young man. Why is the inheritance dark? The pages mostly wouldn't turn. 3 of them would, and they gave me 3 tier 0 cantrips, a gray mist that blinds people, a bone fang the size of a peanut that flies as far as my spiritual power times 25 meters and hits like a rifle, and a fatigue touch that makes an enemy feel like he's been moving bricks all morning. And then, at the very bottom, the book told me what grade it was. Blessings run black iron, silver, gold, sanctuary, legend. Almost everybody who gets one gets black iron. A few get silver. Mine said gold. Breath of Darkness. I'm sorry. My previous thoughts were too hasty. So what if it's dark? I, Chen Wei, love dark attribute. I cough when I cultivate other attributes. I sat down against the wall and did the basic meditation on the first try, which apparently is not how that goes, and the panel added a line, rank, apprentice, level 0, magic power 21. I felt like a kid who'd just been handed an extremely good toy. I wanted to meditate every second I was awake. I wanted to never do anything else. That was around when the street outside filled up. I went flat under the window and looked down, and the road I'd walked up that afternoon had a river in it. Walking corpses. Thousands. A column of them going down the middle of the avenue in the dark, packed shoulder to shoulder, stretching further than I could see in either direction. Here's what they are, and I'd sat through the lecture so I got to have the pleasure of recognizing them. When a world gets pulled into the spirit realm and its people can't handle the energy, this is what the people turn into. They stop being anything. They live for centuries on ambient magic. They breed, their hearing and their sense of smell go up to something you and I have no reference for. And their eyes go all the way down to nothing, and they hate the sun. Some of them get strong with age. Some of them get very strong. And when they hunt, they don't shamble. They sprint, about as fast as a grown man running for his life. I looked at the river of them, and then over at the pile of bone shards I'd made in the bedroom, and I understood where the arms and legs had gone. So that was night 1. I couldn't meditate deeply, because meditating deeply meant going blind and deaf in a room with a rusted door I couldn't shut. I couldn't sleep because I might make a noise. I sat in the corner holding a fire axe, studying a bone fang spell by moonlight, doing the one thing available to me. The book said a normal apprentice needs 1 to 2 weeks per cantrip, 3 seconds from the first rune to release. That's the standard. The book also had a chart in it comparing career paths, and I'd like to share it because it became the running joke of my entire life. At apprentice tier, mages throw a fireball and battle professions hack and slash. At black iron, mages get real spells and battle professions hack and slash more ferociously. Silver, mages resurrect the dead. Battle professions hack and slash more ferociously. Gold, mages teleport. Sanctuary, mages walk between planes. Legend, mages pull down stars. Battle professions, at every single rung, all the way up. Hack and slash, but more ferociously. I decided that day I was going to be a mage. Grandpa mage specifically, which is what the book's tone made me start calling the whole profession in my head and never stopped. Day 2, the goblins showed up. I heard them before I saw them because goblins are incapable of doing anything quietly. Green, waist-high to chest-high, omnivorous, roughly as smart as a 7-year-old and exactly as brave as their head count. 6 of them, naked except the one in front, wearing a necklace of grass and feathers, which apparently is what leadership looks like over there. Stone-tipped spears, banging on walls and laughing at each other and going into buildings and coming out with treasure. And by treasure, I mean one of them had found an iron pot. 2 of them came into mine. I got behind the door and did the only piece of philosophy I had. The honest fear the ruthless fear the reckless fear the suicidal. And right then I could afford to be very suicidal because I could not afford to be found. They shoved the sofa aside. The one in front was wearing the skull from next door on its head like a hat. I took him with the axe before he finished getting through the doorway. The second one got an armful of junk up in time and survived the first swing, which was not in my plan. So I kicked it onto the bed and hit it again, and that one worked. Then I stood there in a stranger's bedroom breathing like I'd run up 15 flights, with my legs going soft under me, because I was 17 and the only killing I had ever done was fish and chickens at the restaurant. A point of light came out of the body and went into me. I looked at the panel. Potential points. 1. There were 4 goblins left outside and they were going to notice eventually. So I did the thing you do, which is stop having feelings and start having a plan. I cut the stone head off a goblin's spear and lashed my short blade to the shaft because an inch longer is an inch stronger, and my axe made me get too close. 2 came up the stairs. I let the first one walk past me and killed the one behind it first, which sounds backwards until you think about it. The whole idea of an ambush is to put the attacker in front and hit from behind. The last 2 came up braced and ready, so I shouted at them, mostly to get myself moving, batted the stone spear aside and put the blade through a shoulder. Then the goblin grabbed my spear and would not let go, just clamped both hands on the shaft and hung on, staring at me. I let go of the spear and went back to the axe, and that ended the disagreement. The 6th one ran. I threw the spear into the back of its leg from about 15 meters, which I would like credit for, and then walked over and finished it. And I want to be honest about why I chased it. Not bravery. If it got back to its tribe and told them where I lived, I was going to be a set of teeth marks on somebody's bone. 6 goblins, 2 potential points, 2 out of 6, and no pattern I could find. Not the big one, not the leader, nothing that explained it. So I sat down and asked the panel what these things were for, and it turned out they weren't for attributes at all. I found it by accident, with the spellbook open, when the panel offered me a line it had never offered before. Should we use potential points to accelerate learning? Yes. Obviously, yes. Yes. Immediately. Learning that Bonefang spell had felt like a primary schooler doing university math. The instant I spent a point, it felt like a college student doing addition. 1 to 2 weeks became 1 afternoon. I stood at the window that evening and cast white. Bonefang for the first time. A fang the size of a peanut left my hand and punched a hole the size of my head through a concrete wall 30 meters away. Range 52 meters. 3 magic per cast, 21 total, so 7 shots, and then I'm a teenager with an axe again. Also, I learned that night that spiritual power doubles as radar. I could sweep a building without walking into it, and that using it that way burns the number itself, which takes days to come back. 2.1 to 1.9 in a few minutes. I stopped doing that immediately. That night, a rat squeaked. 1 rat. In the building across the street. I want you to keep in mind that the corpses were hundreds of meters away at that point, and I could barely hear the thing myself. Every head in that street came up at once. Then the whole horde ran, and it wasn't a mob, it was a fuse burning. A long human-shaped dragon of them pouring across the road and jamming solid in a doorway built for 2 people at a time. A hand came off the stairs and picked the rat off the railing. I lay there on the 15th floor equivalent of a held breath and did not sweat in case they could smell that too. 1 rat. Hundreds of them, and I had left 6 goblin bodies lying in the open all day. Dawn saved me, and dawn is when I learned the actual rule of that city. The light caught a few dozen of them still in the street, and they hated it. They didn't attack, they didn't hunt, they crammed themselves into the buildings on both sides to get out of the sun. 5 came into mine, 3 on 2, 2 on 1, and one of them wedged itself in the stairwell between floors, lit from windows on both sides, sitting exactly in the only path I had to the ground. I tried the rope idea. Nothing in that apartment would have held my weight for 6 seconds. So I leaned over the rail from the 3rd floor and put a bone fang through its head. That is a loud, wet, unmistakable noise in a concrete stairwell. Every corpse in the building heard it. Their ears twitched, their nostrils flared, they smelled it, and they turned their faces toward it, and not one of them opened its eyes, not one of them moved. In the daytime, they're helpless. In the daytime, the things that own the night are quails. Half a potential point floated up out of it. And I stood there on that landing having what I can only describe as an extremely dangerous religious experience. Suddenly, all those ugly, gray, ruined things down there looked adorable. I could practically see the potential points sitting on top of them waving at me. I made myself walk back upstairs. I was 1 week old as a superhuman, and I had 21 magic and a fire axe, and greed was going to be the thing that killed me if I let it get in front. That afternoon, the goblins came back and taught me the business. 20 plus of them this time, several wearing the leader necklace, loud and swaggering. They went into the buildings and they came back out carrying dead walking corpses lashed to spear shafts, 2 goblins to a pole, a dozen of them, like piglets. I watched one of it through my spiritual power. A goblin walked up to a corpse sleeping through the daylight and put a stone spear in its chest, and the corpse's eyes flew open at the exact moment it stopped having opinions. And the second corpse in that same room heard all of it, the impact, the spear coming out, the body dropping, and its ears twitched. And its nose twitched, and it smelled its own kind dying 6 feet away, and it did not move, because the sun was up. To a goblin, a walking corpse in daylight is not a monster. It's a pig that walks itself into the barn. I put my hand over my mouth and laughed until my eyes watered. Potential points. Here I come. I spent the next 2 hours going building to building with the spear. I'd precast a bone fang and just leave it floating beside me as insurance, because a mage with a charged spell is a completely different animal from a mage without one. Around 40 of them. 40 kills, 7 points, roughly 1 in 6, and I still couldn't find the rule. Not the strongest, not the oldest, not the biggest. Random. There were men in there and women and old ones. There was a small one with dry, frizzy hair that had been a child a very long time ago. And I stood in front of that one for a while before I killed it, telling myself I was running an experiment to see whether it made a difference. It didn't make a difference. I'd like to tell you, I felt something about that. What I actually did was write down the result and move to the next building. Then I went house hunting, because a rusted door on a 3rd floor is not a home, it's a waiting room. What I wanted was a walled residential compound, and I found one. 7 towers, 20 floors each, and wide courtyards that got sun from morning to evening. Sun repels corpses. No corpses means no goblin hunting parties coming in to collect pork. I cleared the 10 or so that were already inside, sealed both gates and the gap in the wall with piled up rotten furniture. You don't need a real barricade, you need a wall. Because a blind, unintelligent thing will follow a wall rather than argue with it, and took a place on the 15th floor with light on both sides. In the wardrobe there was a quilt, vacuum-packed, still sealed. 3 days in that city and that stupid plastic bag was the single best thing that had happened to me. Then I started spending points like a lottery winner. Gray mist and touch of fatigue. 4 points, a few hours, instead of roughly 20 days. I tested the fatigue one on myself, which in hindsight was an interesting decision, and it felt exactly like 11 in the morning on the brick site. But the real question, the one I'd been circling all week, was whether points could accelerate meditation. Because learning spells is nice, and having more magic is life. They could. 2 hours of that, and my spiritual power went from 2.1 to 2.6, and my magic from 21 to 26. A quarter of my entire combat strength in one afternoon, from a stat that hadn't moved a hair the whole previous night when I'd meditated the honest way. Points. 0. Spent it all. Worth it. I was still glowing about that when a roar came out of the sky and threw me out of meditation so hard my whole body hurt. There was a dragon over the city. 6 or 7 meters, a few kilometers off, red scales catching the moonlight. A young one, which by the charts in my head made it somewhere between silver and gold, and therefore approximately 11 categories above me. It circled, it dove, it breathed fire on something I couldn't see, twice, 3 times, and then it ran out of breath and pulled up and roared. And I have never been more certain of a translation in my life. That dragon was swearing. It flew off north still complaining. I did the arithmetic on that dragon anyway because I couldn't help it. Scales for armor, hide for mage robes and scroll base, blood for spell ink, meat that raises your physique, bones for staves. They sell the saliva, they sell the dung as fertilizer for money. And then every walking corpse within about 20 kilometers started moving toward that noise. And I watched the streets fill up again from a direction that had been empty for a week. And I canceled my hunting plans for the night. That was the moment my greed and I came to an arrangement. I wanted to be the master of potential points, not their pet. Day 7, I went home. Final numbers. Spiritual power, 2.7. Magic 27. The book said an apprentice needs 10 times an ordinary person's spiritual power to reach Black Iron rank, which meant that at the rate I just demonstrated, I was about 1 year away. 1 year. My parents were both 40. They'd been in that factory since before I could talk, and they were going to be in it until their hands stopped working. I crushed the little hourglass in my head and said out loud, to a dead city that did not care, I will be back. They put me in a testing room the moment I got back. Room 1078. The soldier who took my gear looked at what was dried onto my improvised spear, and then he looked at me, and he handed the spear back like it was evidence rather than junk. They drew a sample into a machine and confirmed the transcendent physique. And I was standing there with my hand on a crystal ball when somebody in the next room screamed, "How dare you?" And a translucent thing came through the wall. Not through the doorway, through the wall. Silver rank at absolute minimum. I know that because the pressure coming off it made breathing feel like a skill I used to have. The tester in my room, young guy, glasses, the kind of person you assume has never done anything physical, flipped the table over, shoved me behind him, and had 3 arcane missiles circling his hand before the table finished landing. Then a beam came down through the ceiling from the command room, and the thing shattered like a dropped glass. A potential point drifted out of the wreck and went into my chest. Nobody saw it. Not the soldiers, not the officers, not the silver-ranked mage standing directly in front of me, whose body it passed straight through on the way. That was the day I understood that the panel wasn't a bonus, it was a secret. I talked my tester into going next door to look because I was 17 and rubbernecking is free. There was a hole in the ceiling, equipment thrown around like weather had happened indoors, one tester on the floor bleeding from his nose and mouth, and one dead student. The specter hadn't killed him, it had come back wearing him. Jang'd been dead before he ever stepped through the rift. The man who came in and took over was that tester's own teacher, walked in, slapped his student on the back of the head for standing around, and started running things. Jang introduced himself to me as Professor Wang from Tiananmen University, and he ran my aptitude test personally. Spellcaster aptitude tier 2. The scale goes from 5 up to 1, and tier 1 is a number people say quietly. Zhang told me I was practically on the line. Then he stopped and read something on the report a second time and asked me about my blessing. Here's the rule about blessings. You cannot steal one, and you cannot describe one. If a legend put a knife to your throat and demanded the contents, your mouth would physically not do it. The trace shows up on a test. The contents never do, which meant I could say anything I liked. So I told Professor Wang I'd received a silver tier meditation method. A gold tier one was a bit too dazzling. Silver was just right. Zhang started recruiting me before I finished the sentence. I said I'd think about it, which is a thing I had learned that week that you're allowed to say to adults. They gave us the class numbers back at school. 44 of us went, 13 dead or missing, 20 came back with nothing. 11 made it. We stood for a minute of silence, and then we applauded. In that order, in the same room. And if you want to understand the country I grew up in, that's it right there. Liu Changfeng survived with a 3rd rank battle profession aptitude and immediately performed an entire comedy routine about it in the dorm. When I told you to be good, I meant stay alive. I didn't mean go and become this good. Then he hugged my leg and offered me his sister so I'd be obligated to look after him as a brother-in-law. I told him to get lost. It's not like I haven't seen his old sister. Then I went home, and my mother cried and promised the ancestors extra incense, and my father paced the kitchen with a mug of strong tea and didn't sit down for an hour, and my 2 little brothers looked at me the way you'd look at a helicopter landing in your yard, and then the phone started ringing. 20-odd universities in a few days, 3 of them A-level, and there are only 10 A-level schools in the whole of Great Xia. Haichong offered 50 credits and an apartment in the provincial capital. Wuhan, the military one, offered 30 credits and a guaranteed rank promotion at graduation. Wufu offered 80. Let me put the currency in human terms because it took me a day to make my own hands stop shaking. 1 credit trades for about 1 magic stone. 1 magic stone is about 100,000 yuan. My parents, both working, both saving for more than 20 years, had under 100,000 yuan. 1 credit was my parents' entire working life. Wufu was offering 80 of them for the privilege of putting my name on a list. Tiananmen, the school that had actually tested me, hadn't called at all. There was a reason for that, and I only found it out much later. Professor Wang was sitting in a hotel room grinding through recruitment calls when his assistant, the one with the glasses, Liu Minghan, the one who'd flipped a table in front of me, stopped with my number half-dialed and said, when that specter came through, he'd felt a second magic fluctuation behind him. Li apprentice casting a spell. Apprentices can't hide the fluctuation. Guo had felt it too from the floor above and assumed it was his own student. Neither of them had cast anything. And then they did the math that I'd been carefully not saying out loud to anybody. Awakening a blessing, completing the meditation, and mastering a combat cantrip in 7 days is not good aptitude. That is something else. Guo put the phone down. Forget the calls, he said. We'll go to his house. Meanwhile, I was at home discovering that I had a serious problem. That silver specter had been worth 10 potential points on its own. I was sitting on 9, and I tried to spend one on meditation, right there in my bedroom on Blue Star. Nothing happened. Not a little. Nothing. Blue Star's spirit energy is so thin that accelerating meditation here is like flooring the accelerator on a car with no fuel. The engine screams and the vehicle does not move. I burned a point finding that out, and I have never forgiven myself for it. Black Iron in a year was dead. Unless I did my meditating over there, which is when my spiritual power picked up 2 people standing outside my door, and one of them flinched because they felt me scan them. I opened the door doing my best impression of a surprised teenager. Professor Wang didn't waste time. Zhang asked me straight out what I really was, and I told him a version of it, and then I did the thing my mother taught me by accident over 18 years of watching her negotiate at a vegetable market. I gestured at our apartment. Small, old, 1 bedroom, too few for 5 people. I got slightly red about it, which was not entirely acting. I said poor kids learn to run a household early, and then I listed my offers. Haichang, 50 and an apartment. Wuan, 30 and a promotion. Wufu, 80. And Wufu, I added, has since come back with 100 credits and a residence in the city center. Wufu had done no such thing. Guo and Liu looked at each other for exactly 1 second, and then Guo offered me 100 credits and 5 first-tier spell coupons on top, which is another 50 right there. And then he leaned in for the close. I'll personally introduce you, he said, to a professor-level mentor, a gold rank. My breathing went heavy. Zhang smiled at me in a way I read as we understand each other, young man, and I decided that what he meant was himself, and I signed. I found out afterward what happened on the stairs. Liu, whispering, "Teacher, weren't you getting a bit carried away back there? Where exactly are you going to find him a professor-level mentor?" Slap on the back of the head. Didn't I say I would personally introduce him? Is it written in the contract that the person has to agree? I'll ask around. If nobody says yes, that is still an introduction. The person introduced simply declined. Old ginger is spicier. And if worst comes to worst, Guo said, putting his hands behind his back and adopting a posture I'm told was imposing as a mountain and deep as an abyss, I will be his mentor myself. I am a senior mage. Teacher, you're silver. Zhang kept calling you professor, and I think you've started believing it. Slap. I have touched the silver bottleneck. You said that the day I became your disciple. That was years ago. My contract came to 150 credits. 15 million yuan. For nothing. For agreeing. Then my high school put in for a scholarship, and the school leadership personally came to our apartment and handed my mother 100,000 yuan in cash, in bricks, on our kitchen table. My mother picked the stacks up and held them against her chest. I looked at that money and felt absolutely nothing, and that scared me more than the specter did. 10 bricks of cash on the table, and the number in my head was, that's 1 credit. I told them to keep it at home. My mother spent the evening calling every relative in the province. Then I went to work. I messaged Liu Minghan and asked the only question that mattered. How does a person meditate on Blue Star? His answer, the school's cultivation base, or the spirit realm itself, or magic stones, 100,000 yuan each and frequently not for sale at any price. Or he said, your own beacon. Go back to your own place, as long as your spirit realm is safe. I thought about the 1,000 corpse column jamming itself into a doorway over 1 rat. I thought about goblins carrying dead things out of buildings on poles. I thought about a dragon swearing at the sky. I typed, safe. It's relatively safe. And then Liu gave me the best piece of advice I have ever received. I have followed it with total commitment ever since. I would like it carved somewhere. The most important thing when you go there to cultivate is to be cowardly. Then he found out I'd already mastered an attack cantrip and sent me 4 messages in a row about how much he hates geniuses. And I could hear him stomping through the text. Zhang also brought me a job. Enlightenment balls, official name magic absorption compressor. You carry them into the spirit realm. You put them down. You let them soak. You carry them back. 10 balls equals 1 magic stone. Every 100 you fill also pays a credit. They have to sit 30 meters apart or they starve each other. The warning came with it. They look exactly like crystal balls and things over there steal them. I thought about my city. My city is full of blind idiots with no hands worth mentioning and no concept of property. As a new student, I could take 50 without a deposit. After that, it's 10,000 yuan each, and anything I lose, I pay for. 50 balls, 500,000 yuan of other people's property, being carried into a monster world by a 17-year-old with a fire axe. I also spent an evening in the university's app store, which is priced in magic stones, and it recalibrated my entire idea of money. A language comprehension scroll, 10 stones, fireball, 3, planar, summon, 5, heal minor wounds, 8. Then I scrolled past a listing for adult red dragon blood, looked at the number of zeros for a while, and closed the page like a man backing out of a room. That's when it fully landed on me why mages are the way they are. We make the scrolls, we enchant the gear, we refine the potions, we grow the magic plants faster than the people who grow magic plants. Mages have always been the wealthiest, and it isn't a coincidence, it's an occupational hazard. Professor Wong called to approve my plan and then sent me 2 cantrips for free, lesser armor and a subordinate surveillance eye. Remember, he said, don't be impulsive over there. Staying alive is the most important thing. Professor Wang, I thought. What a good person. Remember that. I left for the spirit realm without telling my parents. I told myself it was to spare them the worry, and about 60% of that was true. The beacon puts you back exactly where you left, which means a charged beacon is not transport, it's a fire exit. It takes about an hour to recharge. That hour is the most honest number in my life. I set up properly this time. Lesser armor, 8 seconds to cast, 5 magic, and it holds 12 degrees of force where my Bonefang hits for 7 and an apprentice warrior's full swing is 2 or 3. 3 surveillance eyes with 20 meters of vision each parked at my approaches so the building could tell me when I had guests, and I wrapped every single enlightenment ball in mud until it stopped looking like treasure and started looking like garbage. Then I flipped my schedule because I'd finally understood my city. Night is safer than day. At night, the corpses own the streets, and nothing else in that region is stupid enough to be out in them. They're not my enemy at night. They're a perimeter fence that walks. Those thousands of blind, ravenous things were, functionally, my free security detail. Day is when they turn into helpless quails, and day is when everything else comes shopping. I meditated through the safe hours with points burning. Spiritual power 3.2, magic 32, and my strength and physique ticked up too, which surprised me until I read further. Mage bodies aren't actually made of paper. That's just what battle professions say at parties. I did try the shopping mall once. 5 or 6 floors, no windows, black as the inside of a box. And when I swept it, the escalators were packed solid, at least 1,000 of them in there, stacked. I swallowed, turned around, and walked away, because a gentleman does not stand under a crumbling wall. I took a sunlit tower instead, about 100 corpses. I got 70 or 80 in 3 hours for 17.5 points, and each kill took me 2 or 3 minutes because I refused to pull the spear out until the thing was properly finished. Slow is fine, slow is alive. That was also when I learned the rule that governs every fight I have ever had since. A drained mage recovers in 6 hours naturally, 2 if he meditates. From half empty, it's an hour or 20 minutes. From 3/4 full, it's under 10 minutes, or 1, which means a mage does not fight until he's empty. A mage fights to stay above 3/4, and a mage who has spent everything is not a mage anymore, he's luggage. Then I went back to the mall because I am not actually a cautious person. I'm just a person who runs the numbers first. Somebody else had gotten there ahead of me, lizardmen. 20 plus of them, scaled hide like cowhide with plates in it, forked tongues going in and out tasting the air, moving in a proper formation. And 2 of them were knights, black iron rank, in armor, mounted on swamp giant lizards, 5 meters nose to tail, saddled, with heads like a Komodo dragon that had gotten into steroids. They went into my mall, and about 90 seconds later, lizardmen came back out of it, at a dead sprint, screaming. One of them didn't run out. One of them was fired out of the entrance like a cannonball, went about 20 meters through the air, and did not get up. Then the Corpse King walked out into the daylight. Jang roared, and the entire mall answered, and 1,000 walking corpses came out of that dark building into full sun. They are not supposed to be able to do that. The first knight came in with battle key wrapped around his axe and hit that thing square, and it landed like an unsharpened kitchen knife on old cowhide. The king took his shoulder in one hand and bit through his armor, and the armor and the scales under it came apart like white paper. The second knight actually landed a real wound. Good hit. Then the king charged him, and his giant lizard bit the king around the waist and held on, and the king reached into the animal's mouth with both hands and tore its lower jaw in half. The lizard threw its rider and ran. The knight got up and swung with everything he had left, and the king stepped aside from it, and that was the end of the second knight. Their morale went. They abandoned their wounded in the street. The slow ones didn't make it out of the block. And then the fight stopped, and I saw the thing I actually went there for. The moment the king stopped roaring, the second there was nothing left to command, the fear of the sun came back all at once, and 1,000 corpses dropped what they were doing and scrambled for the dark. They left meat on the ground. Fresh meat, in the open, half-eaten, because the light hurt more than the hunger. My legs went out from under me, and I sat down on a roof. Hours later, the lizardmen crept back. Not for their own dead, mostly, for the corpse bodies, which were what they'd come for in the first place, and on their way out they dragged branches over their own trail and scraped it off the pavement, so that when the sun went down, nothing could follow the smell home. I trailed them far enough to find their tribe, looked at it for a while, and went back the way I came. Not today. Maybe not this year. I got to spiritual power 9.9 and magic 99, one hair off black iron, and then I deliberately stopped meditating for a month because Breath of Darkness had unlocked something at spiritual power 9, and the fine print was brutal. A secret technique called the Seed of the Bone Graveyard, castable exactly once in the unstable instant of breaking through to black iron. Miss the window, lose it forever. The materials list was 2 lists in a trench coat. Half of it was expensive, a lesser dimensional stone, a netherworld flower, water of the Styx. The other half was bone fragments, graveyard soil, pieces of tombstone, pieces of coffin, and carrion. I got the entire second list in one night at the cemetery outside Shixi City. And the only dangerous part of that operation was the groundskeeper. Then I got on a train to the capital. Great Sia's ordinary technology has been effectively frozen for about 100 years because the people who run the country are extraordinary and they only spend money on their own toys. So I got the same train my grandfather would have gotten, except for the front carriages. On that platform, I watched real battle professions board a luxury car and get off first at every stop. And that's the entire social structure of my country in one piece of rolling stock. I sat next to a guy named Fang Yu, headed for the Knight Academy, father a silver knight, and he cheerfully destroyed my confidence in about 11 minutes. Some of the incoming freshmen were already black iron. 2 months after Chi Spirit. How? Family meditation methods match to their specific physique, potions that increase cultivation speed, and the real one, they'd done Chi Spirit early, 11, 12 years old, wrapped in enchanted gear, carrying escape scrolls, dosed with a potion that improves the odds of awakening, with the family's people ready to pull them out. Fang Yu himself thought his edge had been a 10,000 yuan enlightenment ball. I sat there with a fire axe in my luggage and thought, fine, they have families. I have a panel nobody can see. Tianan gave me a dorm room of 20 square meters, alone, which was larger than the room I'd shared with 2 brothers my entire life. Class 13. 23 of us, all mage apprentices, minimum 3rd class aptitude, which meant the 4 worst people in that room were still the best person in most rooms. Our counselor, Wu Ji, called up a girl in a white shirt and black trousers with a very cool, very clear voice. Leng Ruying announced that she was already black iron and made her class monitor. She frowned about it and accepted anyway. 30-odd courses, pick 2 majors, pass and you gain credits, fail and they take credits away from you. Then I hit a wall made of paperwork. Water of the Styx was out of stock. It has a 7-day shelf life from the moment it's drawn, so students reserve it a month in advance. And I could have broken through to black iron any morning I chose and lost my secret technique permanently by doing it, so I waited a month, sitting on a breakthrough. Like holding a sneeze. And while I waited, I messaged Professor Wang to collect my gold rank mentor. No reply. I messaged Liu Minghan. No reply. Eventually, Wu Ji cleared it up for me. There is no Professor Wang at Tiannan University. There is a teacher Wang from the Spirit Realm Biology Department. Both he and his assistant had taken leave half a month ago and gone into the Spirit Realm. I found out later what they were doing in there, sitting in a cave, Liu whining, "Teacher, do we really have to take a life-threatening mission just because you can't keep a promise you made to a freshman?" And Guo, with total conviction, "I genuinely feel that I have touched the bottleneck." And Liu, "Then why am I here?" I stood in that dorm room with my fist closed for a while. Then I laughed at myself and let it go, because getting robbed by a man who is currently risking his life in a cave over the guilt of robbing you is not the worst outcome available in this world. One day, I thought, I'll be gold too. The classes, meanwhile, were destroying me. Everybody in that room had been doing this since they were 12, so one morning I decided to stop. I originally wanted to be your classmate as an ordinary person, I told the empty lecture hall, and what I got for it was falling behind, so I'm done pretending. I'm coming clean. I'm a genius. And I opened the book. 10 points buys a full year of a course. 40 points bought both my majors and 2 electives, mastered, sitting in my head like I'd earned them. After that, lectures became a place where I filled in gaps and kept my mouth shut, because there is a difference between being a genius and telling people about it. The library gave me 3 more cantrips. Treat minor injuries, which is the only healing cantrip an apprentice gets, and only closes cuts under 5 centimeters, 3 casts to 1 wound. Lesser wind acceleration, 15% faster. Lesser shadow bind, 15% slower for the other guy. 15% doesn't sound like a spell. 15% is the difference between the man who gets away and the man who doesn't. The water of the Styx came in. Dimensional stone, 50 credits. Netherworld flower, 10. Water of the Styx, 20. My 100 credits became 20 credits in an afternoon. Breaking through to black iron sounds like a note nobody else can hear. And in that unstable window, with the world briefly loose around me, I cast the secret technique. The materials shattered. They condensed into a seed. And the seed grew a vine around my magic space and held it and stabilized it and pushed it wider. Then it opened a door. 5 meters by 3, made of negative energy, dark brown soil heaped up like an overturned grave mound with a crooked headstone standing in it, the bone graveyard, a pocket of space whose entire purpose is to hold skeletons, and the book, which had refused to turn its pages for 6 months, lit up and gave me 9 first-tier spells all at once: bloody skeleton, skeleton shaping, soul transformation, skeleton resurrection, skeleton armament, negative energy ray, bone cone, bone prison, soul lash, all of it necromancy, all of it, in the polite phrasing of the textbooks, slightly evil. I read that list twice and felt nothing but joy. I'd been poor my whole life. I was extremely well practiced at being looked at strangely. Strength 5.3, physique 5.1, agility 5.0, spiritual power 15.3, magic 153, points 73.5. Black iron has 9 stages. Silver needs 1,000 magic. And the price of everything had just gone up. A cantrip used to cost me 2 points. A first tier spell cost 10. Then I called my mother at the factory. You have to leave your phone on a side table on the line, so somebody has to go get it for you. And the team leader who fetched it had been rude to her for years, right up until the day Tiananmen University called our apartment. Now he carries the phone over personally. Mom, I've broken through to Black Iron Mage. Nothing on the line. Then a scraping sound, because her legs had gone and the team leader had caught her under the arms. Son, what did you say? I said it again. You're not kidding? No, she screamed. Not a word. A scream. In a factory. And then the sound of about 40 people arriving at once. Every black iron on Blue Star has to be registered. My counselor's voice cracked when he read my file. I was the first in my class to break through. Leng Ruying doesn't count, she arrived that way, and the class group chat immediately went off like a drop tray. Old Chen, you said you were sick. You said you were taking 2 days off. You snuck off to break through. Treat us. Get ready to go bankrupt. I invited Leng Ruying out of politeness because she never comes to anything. She said okay. Then I posted my new ID card on my feed because returning home rich without telling anybody is like walking around at night in embroidered clothes. I picked undead as my specialization, which had one very specific consequence. My counselor's own teacher was Professor Jiang Ming, a gold-tier necromancer, and my counselor offered to bring me in as his junior fellow apprentice. I said yes before he finished the sentence, and then I spent the next month broke. Breaking through had cleaned me out, so I went back to hauling enlightenment balls, several hundred of them now, in batches, all of them wrapped in a paste of mud and dead grass until they looked like something you'd kick out of your way. I hid them under beds, in garbage piles, inside broken cabinets. And then a goblin scavenging team swept my street with a black iron hobgoblin walking behind them, and one of them opened a wardrobe and found a round lump of dirt. It squeezed it. Curious, the way you'd squeeze a clod of soil. The mud shell cracked off and the crystal came out clean in its hands. It ran into the street screaming, and the hobgoblin took the ball and turned it in the light. And I could see from 400 meters away that it had never in its life seen anything so beautiful. They found 2 more. I sat on a rooftop and watched 30,000 yuan of other people's property walk down the road, and then I followed it home, and what I found was a residential district with a wall around it and somewhere between 1,000 and 2,000 goblins living in it. I went back the way I came, again. But I made a note. I spent 3 of my 5 spell coupons: language comprehension, treat minor injuries, and mage shield. 3 seconds, 30 magic, 150 degrees of armor, 15 minutes. And you can pour more magic into it mid-fight at 1 magic per 5 degrees. And everything I already had got better, because cantrips scale with the caster. White Bone Fang used to be 3 seconds and 1 fang. At Black Iron it was 1 second, 2 magic, and 1 to 3 fangs at 11 to 15 degrees each, which is to say White Bone Fang stopped being a spell and became a rifle. Then I made my first skeleton. It takes 4 spells and about half an hour, and I'd like to walk you through it, because I have never gotten tired of it. Bloody skeleton opens black holes inside the body, and the flesh withers off the frame, and what's left is bone with blood patterns in it like grain in wood. Skeleton shaping straightens the curved spine, mends, breaks it had in life, resizes it. Soul transformation is the delicate one. You draw the soul nature out of the corpse, patch its holes with runes, inject the combat techniques your spellbook carries, and put it back. And then skeleton resurrection reaches all the way down to the nether river and calls a spirituality up into the skull, and a green fire lights behind the eye sockets. It got up. Its jaw clacked once, twice, finding the joint, and then it went down on 1 knee. My lord, thank you for granting me new life. I will fight for you until my soul fire is extinguished. I want to be honest about the moment. My first thought was not philosophical. My first thought was, it can talk, so I can give it orders, so I never have to carry anything again. Then I taught it to feed. Skeleton armament. It puts a bone hand on another corpse's skull and drinks. Soul essence first, then the essence in the flesh and the bone, about 10 minutes per body, and what's left on the floor is a gray-white powder you could sweep up, and it grows a weapon out of itself, a bone saber, straight out of the forearm, sharpened by the thing that owns it. By evening I had 5 at peak apprentice strength. 3 with saber and shield, 2 with 4-meter bone spears, and every one of them carrying 4 bone javelins that hit for 7 to 9 degrees. The armor grows out of them too, hollow struts inside, which means it doesn't rattle when they move and it eats impact instead of transmitting it. Here is why my little 5x3 plot of grave dirt was worth more than anything else I owned. Every other necromancer alive has 2 options for storing an army. Leave them standing where you made them, in which case they are useful in that one location and nowhere else. Or park them in the undead plane, where they get stronger, and also where a percentage of them come back crippled, and a percentage don't come back at all because something over there ate the fire out of their skulls. Mine sat in my own pocket dimension, marinating in my magic at 0 risk, and came out when I called them for free. Capacity, at that point, 5. Expandable, with magic and patience. I did the arithmetic exactly once. When that space holds dozens, when it holds hundreds, I don't have an army, I am one. Around then, I attended an elective on enchanting with several hundred other students, and I spent the entire lecture at the back staring at Ling Ruying, not at her earrings, then her hair clip, her necklace, her bracelet, the band on her wrist, her satchel, and the wand I knew she had to be carrying somewhere. I was pricing her. Enchantments on gear, magic recovery, mage shield, eagle eye, a ring of repulsion, strength, spiritual power. On weapons, sharpness, durability, lightness, armor penetration, lifesteal. Offensive ones fire scorching rays and ice and fireballs. They're reusable, which is why they cost 20 or 30 times what the equivalent scroll costs. She has spiritual power too. She felt something crawling over her from the back of the hall, whipped around, and glared at me for several very long seconds. I laughed awkwardly and looked at my desk. The little rich girl is angry. Then I swept the room properly, and nearly every single person in it was wearing something enchanted. It seems there really aren't many people as poor as me. Fine. Enchanted equipment is nothing. I'll simply use mine and throw them away afterward. I built 15 weak skeletons whose only job was to drag corpses to the strong ones so my good ones didn't have to walk. Logistics. Then one of the connections in my head snapped, and I went and found one of my skeletons scattered across the 8th floor with its skull shattered, which is the only way to actually kill them. The culprit was standing in the room, a walking corpse with real muscle on it and hide like old cow leather and a white patch on its chest. I tested it the cheap way. I sent a second skeleton in and watched. The bone spear could not get through the hide. The corpse bit through my skeleton's bone armor, opened its rib cage, then put a palm on the skull and pressed until the fire went out. Black iron. Not a corpse king. It roared during the fight and nothing in the building answered, so it had no command over anything, which made it, from where I was standing, the single best raw material within a kilometer. I walked up to the 8th floor and said, out loud, "Walking corpse, I need your help with my cultivation." 1 bone cone through the head. That leather hide that had eaten a bone spear didn't slow a spell down at all, which is the entire argument for being a mage. Condensed. Strength 13.7, physique 10, agility 9, soul power 15. My first black iron skeleton warrior. There's a hard rule there, by the way. A skeleton can never be more than 2 stages above the man who made it. Everything I build is capped by what I am. The book gave me its last 3 first-tier spells. Negative energy ray, 50 degrees, and it eats morale. Bone prison, a cage of bone with 50 armor. And soul lash, which has no physical component at all. It ignores armor, it ignores shields, it ignores everything, and it does nothing except hurt the soul directly. And then the panel gave me the bad news I'd been dreading since the first day. 30 potential points now bought me 1 point of spiritual power and 10 magic. At apprentice tier, that same spend was worth 3 times as much. The points shrink as I climb. Silver was going to take at least 3 times longer than black iron had, and gold would be worse than that. And I sat with that for a while and then shrugged, because the alternative was a factory. 2 weeks later, 4 black iron skeletons, the best of them at stage 2. Then my counselor took me into the inner campus to meet the man himself. The inner campus has double the ambient spirit energy of the outer one, and mage towers standing in it. And I'd read enough by then to know what a mage tower means. Inside his own tower, a mage is not strong. Zhang is the king. There were cultivation rooms fed by energy crystals in there that I couldn't have afforded to sit in for an hour. We were shown into a laboratory where Professor Zhang Ming was elbow deep in a silverback knoll, 2 meters hyena head, asleep under a stack of spells. The professor had its chest open and its heart in his hand, still beating, and he was making room in the cavity beside it. Then he installed a second one. 2 hearts, going, side by side. Zhang closed the chest, healed it shut, and a necromancer walked out of the dark corner of the room and dragged the knoll away without a word. Zhang washed his hands. Then he noticed the two people who had been standing there for half an hour. Wu Jai asked his own cultivation questions for over an hour, which I thought was rude at the time, and now understand was him buying me a look. I sat absolutely still and listened. The professor noticed that too. Then he gave me the test. Within 2 months, he said, independently create a skeleton warrior with black iron strength. 2 months. Given that a first-tier spell takes a normal student about half a month and you need 4 of them. Professor, I said, I've already completed this test. Would you like to see? And I summoned my stage 2 skeleton onto his laboratory floor, where it went down on one knee and said, My lord. Zhang sprayed his tea. Zhang pulled up my file with a ring on his hand and read it. Then he read it again. Did you really just advance to black iron last month? Then he had a dark warrior drag in a black iron knoll corpse and said, Cast, in front of me. So I did all 4 spells with a gold rank necromancer standing over my shoulder, and my hands did not shake, and when it stood up, he applauded. His residence had 2 silver dark warriors at every intersection and specters drifting past the windows, 10 dark warriors above ground alone. Black iron skeletons weren't even considered guards there. They were furniture. Zhang gave me 2 things, a bone staff, 1 meter 80, black iron grade, 3 charges of bone cone at 50 degrees each, 2 seconds to cast, 1 recharge free per day, or instantly if I feed it my own magic, plus 15% spell damage and 5% faster recovery permanently just for holding it, and a spatial ring with 4 cubic meters inside it. 4 cubic meters, that's 800 energy crystals if you pack it right. I nearly went to my knees and called him foster father. Zhang slapped his thigh on the way out and said, Little Chen, it's a good thing you went into undead. Otherwise, that whole city of walking corpses of yours would have been completely wasted. So I went to war with the goblins, not for revenge. Let me be precise about my motives because I've never been anything but clear on them. What's the fastest way to get rich? Robbing spirit realm races, killing and arson lead to a gold belt. Although, my first potential point was given to me by a goblin, and I am not a man who forgets an old favor. I tailed a work party home and got a proper look at the tribe. A suburban estate turned into a landfill with houses in it, and in the middle of all that filth, 3 places that were kept clean. The hobgoblin barracks, the dire wolf pens, which is a dozen wolves, which is cavalry, and a 3rd building that no goblin would go near. Hobgoblins, by the way, are not big goblins. 160 to 180, disciplined, militarized, and other people's evil kingdoms hire them as officers. There were about 170 in there, 130 of them combat ready, and 7 confirmed black iron, plus 12 to 1500 ordinary goblins, most of them not worth counting. I cast Eagle Eye on the 3rd building and found out why nobody went in. Dried herbs, racks of them. There was a shaman in there, and shaman power comes from blood sacrifice, which is why his own people wouldn't walk past his door. I got to know him properly a few days later, and I want to tell you about him because he is the best businessman I have ever seen in my life. A war lizardman delegation came to trade. I sent in what I'd started calling my rat special forces, a skeleton mouse with its soul fire dimmed down to nothing, and had it sit in the wall vines and relay. The lizardman envoy, Rex Talon, black iron, placed his order, 100 servings of hemostatic herb, 1 bloodthirsty totem, 50 servings of blood-boiling potion, and Shaman Gorok, ancient, propped up by an assistant, both hands folded over a wooden staff, said that the kobolds had already bought nearly all of it, and he could sell 10. Rex stood up. His jaws came open and he showed all the rows of teeth, which in his culture is not a smile. A black iron hobgoblin stepped in from the side. Rex pointed at the herbs, which were stacked in plain view on the counter in front of everybody. Gorok did not look at the herbs. Gorok did not look at Rex. Gorok repeated the number. Rex squeezed out the word yes, snapped a corner off a magic stone to pay, and left. And then the assistant, who I later learned was Gorok's own great-grandchild, and the only goblin in that whole tribe ever found to have caster aptitude, asked him why he had lied. Zhang stroked the child's head while he answered. If the lizardmen crush the kobolds, he said, they enslave the kobolds. And then where do you think they'll look next? So he warns the kobolds, and he sells to the kobolds, and if the kobolds are short of money, he'll give them a discount. Because only when their strength is similar and neither one can destroy the other will they keep having conflicts and keep coming to us to buy. The kid then opened a box of natural magic stones on the shelf, 300 or 400 stones in there. I sat in the dark listening to a dying goblin explain the arms trade to a child, and I thought, this guy profits off both sides, moonlights as an intelligence broker, and stirs up trouble in every direction he can reach. Zhang has real potential. It's a pity he was born a goblin. My first plan was to undercut him, and the market destroyed that idea in about 6 minutes. A bloodthirsty totem in the school store costs 12 magic stones, plus 10% strength and minus 20% pain, for 20 warriors, for 1 hour. Why don't they just rob someone? My entire net worth at that moment was under 2 stones. So I did the other thing. A red fang kobold buying party came through, 35 of them, 3 black iron, 1 large box. Kobolds are 1 meter to 1.20 meters, reddish-brown scales, alligator jaws, digging claws, nubs of horn, miners and blacksmiths with better gear than they should have, and distant relatives of dragons, which matters, because the talented ones become bloodline sorcerers sorted by dragon color, and I looked at that box and had the thought that replaced my entire business plan. Why would I invest in making the ointment myself when this group in front of me has already brought enough of it? Gray mist swallowed the column. The officer started shouting for everyone to form on him, and a black iron kobold rogue went invisible and started hunting for the caster, which was correct, and which I had counted on. I opened with the staff, 3 free bone cones. The officer dumped every drop of battle key he had into his shield and actually blocked the first one, and his shield came apart doing it. The second one came in, and he grabbed a subordinate and threw him into it, then cut the cone out of the air with his blade. Genuinely good. I respected that. My 5 skeletons ignored the black irons entirely and went to work on everything around them, which is how you fight when your soldiers are free and theirs are not. Then the rogue reached my back, put poison on his dagger, and landed a perfect backstab into the mage shield I'd cast before the fight started. 40-something armor on the first hit, 20 per stab after that. Zhang had about 7 seconds of stabbing before it stopped being an assassination and started being a math problem. I didn't turn around. I said, when the infiltrator reveals its trace, that is the moment of its demise. Bone prison. Then a negative energy ray straight through the bars into his forehead. 5 potential points. Out on the field, the officer had just finished rallying his last men with the line. The mage is entangled by the rogue. Zhang must be out of magic. Victory will be ours. And then the spells started again. No. The last 2 fought back to back. A ray took the second one. The officer came at me for a mutual kill and caught a touch of fatigue at the exact wrong instant, took 2 spears, went down on 1 knee, and lost his head to a skeleton. I walked out of the mist with half my magic still in the tank, which is the number I'm actually proud of. The box had the herbs and 10 plus magic stones and no enchanted gear at all because kobolds are poor. I turned 2 of them into skeletons, and I kept the officer's body intact and stored it because someday I would be strong enough to make something real out of him, and there is no reason to waste a good corpse on a bad version of yourself. Then I sold the dead man's goods to the lizard men. My counselor told me the herbs were refined too crudely to be worth re-extracting and were basically useless on Blue Star. Fine, they weren't useless here. And here was my actual strategy, which I had worked out on the walk back and have never once regretted. Do not let the lizard men wipe out the kobolds. Kobolds own nothing. There's no money in that outcome. The goblins are worth several hundred stones. So push the lizard men at the goblins. Let both of them bleed. And when they're done bleeding, I become the goblin shaman of this region. The man who sells to both sides. Only then can you achieve sustainable development. I stepped out into the road in front of a lizard man hunting party with skeletons at my back and said, in fluent lizard man, I am a traveling human mage, and I want to make a deal. The next day their chief came in person. Gus Guoteeth, veteran black iron, war lizardman knight, 40 warriors behind him. Zhang didn't waste time either. Were you the one who killed the kobold escort team? That's right. This batch of goods was purchased by the kobolds. Zhang paid me several hundred natural magic stones for it, and then tried to hire me. You've already killed 3 of their black iron professionals, he pointed out cheerfully. The Red Fang clan has a blood feud with you now. I declined, and I gave him 1 piece of free advice on the way out. The goblins won't just stand there and let you destroy the Red Fang tribe. Gus, sitting on a mountain of fresh supplies, said, then we'll fight them all together. I smiled and left. The lizard men needed to bleed first. 10 magic recovery potions at 2 stones each. 200 magic in 60 seconds, which is the difference between a mage and a corpse. 5 fireball scrolls at 65 degrees. 2 mage shield scrolls. Spiritual power 19.4. Magic 194. Graveyard expanded to 7. 10 black iron skeletons and 50-odd apprentice ones standing behind them. Then both armies marched, exactly on schedule. The lizardmen brought 200 adults, 17 black iron, and a chief at veteran stage. The goblins answered with 100 earth goblin warriors, 8 black iron hobgoblins, and 400 ordinary goblins whose function was to be in the way. Gorok's assistant asked him why they were defending the kobolds when it cost them a customer. Zhang wheezed at her that it was out of his hands. Those rude hobgoblins don't know how to respect spellcasters. All he holds is the power of sacrifice. And then he added the part that told me everything about him. After the lizardmen lose, they'll still need us. After the great battle is exactly when we make money. Zhang was completely right, and it did him no good at all because I was looking at his tribe with the army gone out of it. 200 or 300 goblins, a few dozen hobgoblins, no more than 5 black iron in the whole compound. So I went that night instead. 5 black iron skeletons took 50 of my cannon fodder straight at the front gate, while I took 5 more around for the throat. The goblins actually held. Lee Earth Goblin Officer got them rallied on a dirt slope and they shot arrows at things with no flesh on them, which went about as well as you'd expect, and then Gorok was carried out and called it in one line. These are undead. They are not afraid of arrows. There is a necromancer nearby. Zhang cannot be far, or he could not control them. Then he went to work, and I got to watch a professional do his job. Zhang fed the rank-and-file blood-boiling herb. And I watched 300 cowards turn into something else, muscle swelling, breathing going heavy, eyes filling up red, and he planted the bloodthirsty totem behind them. Goblins who had been running 2 minutes earlier came up that slope, and when my skeletons took their limbs off, they kept crawling and bit at the bone. Then he pulled a bound goblin out of a hut, cut its throat, put on the feathers, and started chanting, "Giant strength," on his black iron officers. One of those officers split a skeleton spear down the shaft, went through my line, crushed a soulfire in his fist, and laughed. And then he got swarmed, and I saw the thing that made me love my own soldiers. The skeleton he had already gutted, spine torn out, structurally finished, hugged him. Because the fire was still lit, and I had not told it to stop. And it had nothing else left to do with itself. That bought half a second. A second skeleton pinned his arm, a third cut through both of them at once, and a javelin from the back finished him. Gorok kept casting. Bloodlust curse, stone skin curse, 2 more of his own tribe's bodies on the ground beside him, paying for it, and the tide turned goblin. I was 200 meters away by then, sitting in the bedroom of a goblin family's house. They were still in it, lying where somebody had left them, necks at angles that necks don't do, and I waited until his dance was almost finished. Then I fired all 3 bone cones from the staff at once. The first one interrupted the spell, and the backlash doubled him over. The second and third hit an ancestral spirit amulet he'd been refining for years. And it burned itself out, stopping them and shattered. "It's you!" across 200 meters from a shaman who had never seen me. "I'm going to kill you!" Zhang picked up a dried snake carcass and marked it with his own thumb. I let the skeletons off. 5 of them came down that slope like tigers off a mountain, and the assistant started screaming for the guards. A negative energy ray killed a second amulet. This is the problem with fighting a spellcaster. They have an endless supply of things that were built specifically to not let them die, and I wanted on record that I ground my teeth about it because those amulets were supposed to be mine. Potion, straight down. Then Soul Lash, which ignores every defense that exists, and Gorok folded up and twisted on the ground like a shrimp in a pan. Gray mist over the whole field. Goblin morale went out like a light, and my skeletons kept working because skeletons don't need eyes. They feel the living through the fire in their own skulls. Then he played his last card, and it was a good one. A carved animal bone that threw a black shadow at me. And that shadow took over 100 armor off my mage shield in a single pass and then came back for more, so I burned a scroll and put up a second shield. The shaman's attacks really shouldn't be underestimated. Third potion, his guards were dead. 5 skeletons on him, charms popping off his body one after another like buttons off a coat. Touch of fatigue, soul lash, negative energy ray, and then a skeleton finished the oldest and smartest goblin in that wilderness, and I had his body carried out. I tore open my fireball scrolls into the houses, because mist plus fire plus explosions is the end of any argument, and I did not chase the runners, because goblins carry nothing. I sent skeletons into the shaman's hut instead of going in myself. Spellcaster lairs are full of curses and voodoo traps, and even the ones that don't kill you will disgust you to death. The bill, of 50 fodder skeletons, 11 came back. 3 of my 5 elites were gone. I also collected the 2 dead black iron goblin officers, because corpses are treasure. Then I dumped the entire haul on the floor of my dormitory. A box with about 400 magic stones in it, Gorok's life savings. His refining vessels, crusted with a decade of residue. I wiped one out and got a handful of dirt, finished potions, and a mountain of loose herbs that made my room smell like a barn with a fever. Wu Jie video called me, saw the pile, and said, at volume, "Why are these medicinal materials just thrown on the ground?" Zhang sent a senior apprentice from the pharmacy department. She arrived on a bicycle, squatted down in my doorway, and started scolding me before she'd finished parking it. The handling method is too poor. A lot of the medicinal properties have already been lost. Why are all of these wrinkled, as if they've been squeezed? And why is there hair? Then she found the animal hide I'd packed them in. You did not package these with this. What a waste of good stuff, she called 2 classmates. 3 pharmacy students sorted my floor for most of a day, complaining without pause the entire time, and handed me a professional itemized notebook, 70 or 80 kinds, 14 of them magic potion ingredients. The most expensive was snake-patterned grass, which goes into magic recovery potions. Total, 536 magic stones. I'd been hoping for 200. I offered to round it down to 500 as a thank you, and she refused the discount on the grounds that the price they'd offered already allowed for their profit. Then she picked up Gorok's vessels, holding her nose, and threw them aside. No, these are ruined, and there's residue on them. It's too dangerous to use them. That was the end of Gorok's life's work, and I still think about the fact that it ended with a pharmacy student calling it unhygienic. I spent it all in one sitting. A thinker's mage robe, a black mid-length coat with a detachable hood, tier 1 spider silk, 2 charges of 200-degree mage armor, permanent magic recovery, permanent cleanse, 10% faster recovery, 300 stones. Lee accelerated arm guard, 10% casting speed, 100. Swift boots, 20% speed, 290. 900 stones down to 200. And I have never felt better about a purchase in my life. And I would like you to remember the coat specifically because it saved my life twice inside the same hour later on. Then I made Gorok into a skeleton. Caster skeletons need 2 things you can't buy. A corpse that was a caster in life. Fine, I had that. And luck, because you're reaching into the undead plane and asking for a spirituality that used to cast spells, and at least a third of the time you get an ordinary one and you've wasted a body. I brought the bones to Professor Zhang, put on an assistant's coat without being asked, and handed him scalpels for an hour while he installed organs in a dire wolf. Necromancers can't have their hands touched during creation, so all a teacher can do is talk you through it. At Soul Transformation, I found the limit. A soul nature can carry 2 first-tier spells and 3 cantrips. Push a 6th in, and the whole thing tears. I chose White Bone Fang, Grey Mist, Touch of Fatigue, Bone Cone, Negative Energy Ray. I was sweating through the coat. It worked. Spirit 13.4, Soul Power 134. That number can go higher than mine. A skeleton absorbs soul power directly, without a body in the way, which means the thing I made could one day outscale the man who made it. Normal caster skeletons come out blank, and you engrave each spell in slowly, with days of settling between. Mine woke up with 5. From today onward, I told it. You shall be called Gorok. It saluted. As you command, my lord. I paged through the dead goblin's memories afterward, out of curiosity, 100 and some years of a life, viewed from outside, like footage. I felt nothing at all about it. Neither did he. Zhang's undead now, and his spirituality came out of the Nether River. The goblin who sold weapons to both sides is somewhere else entirely, and what's standing in my graveyard is wearing his skull. Here's what my little war actually did. The lizard men were cutting through the kobolds like butter when the goblin army arrived behind them and the kobolds came out of the mine in front. A proper pincer, exactly as designed. The lizardmen lost 5 of their 17 black irons and 60 of their 200 adults, and the victorious goblin army came home. Tired and pleased with itself, and saw smoke coming off its own tribe. Their shaman dead, his entire life's accumulation gone. New balance of power in the wilderness. Goblins, 11 black iron hobgoblins, under 90 adult warriors, 7 or 800 useless ones. Lizardmen, 12 black iron, 150 adults, kobolds hiding in a mine. And the lizardmen, who had been about to admit defeat, smelled blood and marched straight to the goblin gate to extort them, which is the exact moment I walked in with an offer. Inside those walls, the hobgoblins were cornered 3 ways. An army at the gate, a necromancer somewhere in the dark, and kobold allies too frightened to come out. The lizardmen's price was the herbs plus 200 magic stones. They asked Kiko, Gorok's great-grandchild, the assistant, the only caster the tribe had left, whether she could make the herbs herself. She said, sobbing, that making them requires communicating with the ancestral spirits, and in Teacher's last battle, those ancestral spirits have already vanished. Damned necromancer! Then a runner came through the door screaming that the necromancer was at the wall. 70 or 80 skeletons, drawn up in formation, facing the tribe, not the lizardmen, and not attacking, which any officer alive understands means terms. I had both envoys sent to the same room, and I brought the goblin in first. I just brought my subordinates, I said pleasantly, to visit my goblin friend. Zhang looked around the room, delighted, searching for the friend. Zhang found skeletons. Zhang asked in a voice that had gone very dry, which one exactly? Isn't that him right there? Ha 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 ha. He used to be goblin shaman Gorok. Now he's skeleton mage Gorok. His legs went. Zhang informed me he needed to urinate. If you dare wet yourself in here, I'll turn you into a skeleton too. Then the lizardman envoy arrived, and I had the goblin dragged into the corner and made to listen while the lizardman offered me a joint attack, spoils split 50-50. Very good, I said. I'll consider it. Rex Ripper left fast. Zhang said afterward that he always felt a chill under his scales in that room, which I consider a compliment. I turned around to the corner. You heard that too. Goblin slaves are also a type of asset. When the time comes, I'll take you over and make you mine. Then we did the bidding. Zhang offered 300 stones for his tribe's life. I told him that if I simply killed them all, the harvest would definitely be more than 300, 400, 450. And then I made the real offer. If you're willing to submit to me and become my dependents, I can spare you. Zhang wept. Lord, it's perfectly normal for us goblins to submit to a mage, but you are a necromancer. Pointing at Gorok, who was standing right there being extremely relaxed about it. I laughed so hard I had to sit down. Don't worry, your value alive is greater than your value dead. If I need skeletons, I'll go into the city and find walking corpses. There's a whole city of them. They're free. And that was the honest truth, and it's why the deal worked. I didn't want their bones. Bones can't farm. Bones can't refine. Bones can't run a warehouse. I wanted magic stones, magic herbs, and magic materials produced continuously by people with hands. I gave them until dark. Their chief, Grok Stonehide, decided in one sentence, submitting to the strong is not shameful. And nobody in the room could argue because the alternative on the table was becoming a skeleton puppet, and hobgoblins have surrendered professionally for centuries. They're officers for hire, and if somebody stronger kills the necromancer next year, they'll simply change employers again. Only one person in that room made a private promise instead. Kiko stood in the corner and heard that her teacher had been made into a skeleton and swore to herself that even if every single one of them defected to the evil necromancer, she would have her revenge. The next morning, there were goblins kneeling along both sides of the road, and Grok crawled the last few meters on his knees to kiss my boots. Master, Grok Stonehide, under the witness of the ancestral spirit, swears eternal allegiance to you until the flame of life is extinguished. Then I walked out onto the earth wall to talk to Gus Guo Teeth. Zhang rode up and asked, reasonably, what I was doing coming out of the goblin tribe. The Green Vine tribe decided to surrender to me last night. They're my property now. These damn goblins attacked my tribesmen. My warriors and I need revenge. No, I said, smiling. I think you and your warriors need to go home and treat your wounds. And on the wall behind me, 10 skeletons let their black iron aura off the leash at once, and Gorok hung a bone cone in the air above my shoulder and left it there, glowing, doing nothing. Gus did the arithmetic. Skeletons, plus hobgoblins, plus 2 mages. Mage, I thought we were friends. Of course we're friends. These are the gifts I give to friends. And I had a box of Gorok's leftover herbs carried down to him, the ones I couldn't sell on Blue Star anyway. Zhang took the ladder down and rode away, and I owned a tribe. Final inventory, 600 plus magic stones, 2 potion plots, 11 black iron hobgoblins, 86 adult earth goblin warriors, 36 juvenile hobgoblins, and 780 ordinary goblins. I put the entire treasury in my ring with a mage's hand. Then I turned around and handed each hobgoblin 5 stones out of my own wristband as a reward for their loyalty, and they lit up like children. They had completely forgotten that the money was theirs 11 seconds ago. Only Grok, who had personally run that treasury for years, stood there with an expression I can only describe as a man who truly wanted to cry but had no tears available. The famous magic potion plantations turned out to be 2 plots that didn't cover half an acre, growing mostly the cheapest hemostatic herb on the market. I put Skeleton Gorok in charge of the farm, which meant that Kiko, who was now my property, had to report to work every morning to her own teacher's corpse. She cried about it. I clapped my hands. All right, what's with all the crying? Aren't you 2 master and disciple reunited at last? Do a good job. If there's a problem, I'll make you turn out just like your teacher. The crying stopped immediately. Effective management is about clear incentives. Then I issued my first decree as a lord of the spirit realm, and I stand by it. Dig deep septic tanks. Nobody relieves themselves wherever they feel like it anymore. Violators get no food for 2 days. I was not going to have my first territory in another world smell like that. I sat down that night and did the books, and the books were bad. 3 ways to make money out here. Trade. Impossible. My neighbors are kobolds and lizardmen, both broke, and you cannot open negotiations with a walking corpse. Plantations. You need magic arrays to concentrate ambient energy, and the capital cost was so far past me it wasn't worth writing down. Breeding farms, hide for armor, bone for weapons and for necromancers, meat, and material for magic ink. Viable. Slow. Grok briefed me on where I actually was. The Kachi Wilderness. A chaos land of goblins, kobolds, orcs, gnolls, halflings, lizard men, ogres, trolls, and dragon men, with the orc empire far off to one side, whose caravans come once a year, take half a year to get here, and who would like very much to annex all of it. And then he mentioned, the way you mention weather, that a young red dragon lives on a mountain nearby with his slaves. Total realistic income from my new domain, about 160 magic stones per half year. I scratched my head for a while over that. Indeed. Plundering and looting spirit realm races really is the faster way to make money. Meanwhile, I'd run out of academic credits, and I went to Professor Zhang to ask for spells, and he was extremely amused. If you want to get spells from me, you also need academic credits. Then he explained the world to me, and it's the single most useful thing anyone ever told me. Knowledge has never been free. The people who hold inheritances are universities and financial groups, and if you're not at a school, the only way to obtain one is to sign a contract. And calling it a contract is generous. It's more accurate to call it a deed of servitude, because what it actually says is that you will work for them until they decide you've paid. Tianan itself was founded by a legendary mage. Its spirit realm base belongs to him. Every professor there is his student, working off credits, exactly like me. Campus jobs pay 1 to 10 credits a month. The real money is at the school's spirit realm base. Black iron minimum, considerably more dangerous. I made hundreds of skeletons over the following months. Hundreds of corpses a day, some days, and then one of them got up off the floor and said something none of the others had ever said. Please bestow a name upon me. It had gained sentience. That's rare. Outside of caster skeletons, it's very rare. And it's the only kind that can ever break through to silver. A mindless one stays black iron until the fire goes out, forever, no matter what you feed it. I named it Skeleton 1 because I am not a poetic man, and there were going to be a lot of them. Here's why that mattered more than any spell I'd learned that year. Personally, I can control 200 or 300 skeletons, and control them badly. It's like trying to play 300 instruments. But a sentient skeleton can command the others. With enough officers, I could run tens of thousands. Black iron, stage 6. Spiritual power 66.7, magic 667, bone graveyard 0 out of 30, potential points 230, and I had hunted my city empty. Everything small was gone. What was left were herds of 2,000 and 3,000 with silver tier corpse kings walking in the middle of them. And a few dozen skeletons do not solve that problem. They become part of it. So I parked my surplus skeletons on the green vine wall as permanent guards. They won't attack on their own initiative, and the goblins can't command them either, which they discovered by walking up to one, and I told myself I wouldn't come back until I could look that red dragon in the face. Dragons are greedy. If that one ever wandered over the hill and noticed I had a tribe, everything I'd built would be his by lunchtime. Then I went to the university's portal, which is 200 meters underground at the end of a subway line, inside a steel fortress covered in magic patterns. Its entire purpose is to be the last wall if the other side ever falls through. Its garrison doesn't answer to the state. They're the university town's private soldiers. That's when I understood what a university actually is in my country. Every one of them has a holy domain or a legend standing behind it. They didn't build schools to educate people. They built schools to raise armies. The gate costs so many magic stones to open that it runs once per day. On the subway down, I sat across from a gold dragon sorcerer with golden hair and golden eyes who hadn't learned to keep his dragon might inside his own skin yet, so the whole carriage sat very still. Next to him, a druid girl in robes with a leafed staff and a solid black cat asleep on her shoulder. Then the gate, and then New South City, 150 years old. Real walls, real streets, real people from Blue Star who came through and got married and had children and never went back, ringed with plantations and beast farms that the universities tax. I registered at the Hunter Center, and the girl at the counter looked at my student file for a long time and then said that she had processed something like 10,000 professionals in that chair and had never once seen a first year come to the spirit realm to take missions. They gave me a hunter card. Identification, payments, mission board, and a phone that stops being a phone the moment you walk out of the service area. Ranks run A down to D. I was a trainee D. Every posting on that board wanted 2 to 3 years of experience, except that I am a mage, and for mages the entire market runs backwards. Which team wouldn't beg like crazy to find a mage? 2 of them found me before I finished reading the board. The first was a recruiter from the Broadsword Hunter Group, gold tier leader, 500 plus members, and he fired his pitch at me like a string of firecrackers. I turned it down. Big groups have their own mage corps, and more importantly, they keep the academic credits. The second was the Starfire Hunter Squad, down a deep alley with plants growing all over the walls and a courtyard full of flowers their druid had grown out of nothing. Their captain was Guo Shanshan, white shirt, extremely composed, black iron stage 8, Gale swordsman, 7 members, all black iron, 3 years without a single death. and their previous mage had married the team's knight and retired. 30 stones a month, which was fine. Then I asked to trade my share of the spoils for other people's academic credits, which is a normal gray market arrangement that the academy pretends very hard not to see, and something in the room changed. They'd hired somebody half a month earlier who wanted exactly the same deal. And that's how I met Shukai, black martial arts uniform, slender. Thick dark hair, bright eyes, a slight smile that never came off. I'll say it straight, this young man's looks were second only to my own. Black Iron Knight, also a freshman, also broke, and he had a life-or-death duel on the dueling platform in 6 months, which is why he needed combat techniques and needed them fast. You should know about the platform, because it comes back. At Tiannan, you may not use force on another student, but if both parties agree, you go to the dueling platform, and on that platform, life and death are disregarded, and afterward, there is no retaliation. It's a legal killing floor with a queue. Then their druid, Chen Guo, green robe, wooden hairpin with an actual live sprout growing out of it, arriving with the smell of leaves, walked over and offered Shukai her credits, and he looked at her with an expression of such deep affection that it could have melted ice. I sat there and thought, why does this Shukai look exactly like the protagonist? Surname Shu. Genius. Dirt poor. Came to the spirit realm to adventure, joined a hunter group in which every single member is an unattached beauty, had one of them fall for him inside a fortnight. Provoked a major enemy in his first semester, and then I thought about what happens to the other young men in those stories, unless the other young man is a funny fat one, which, given my face, my build, and my abdominal muscles, I was not, and I concluded that I was in enormous danger. I'll go back and think about it, I said. Staying any longer would have meant getting something dirty on me. The Iron Fist General Store was the opposite of Starfire in every possible dimension. Storefront on the main road, enormous sign. Everything from soap to magic items. A completely listless shopgirl handed me an application form without asking what I did, then wandered into the backyard and shouted, "Brother, someone called Chen Wei is here for an interview. Zhang Zama, mage." The word died in her throat like a duck getting its neck squeezed. She turned around slowly, with a face of absolute doom. "I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Why didn't you say you were a mage? You didn't ask me." A 2-meter bear came down the stairs with his shirt hanging open and one shoe on, chest hair moving in the breeze, and grabbed my hand with both of his. "Mr. Huo, I, Li, have been waiting for you for a long time." His sister covered her face and screamed. Guo Jian, Black Iron Stage 7 warrior. 9 members, mostly hunters and rogues, 1 year in business. And then, unprompted, without me asking, in the first 3 minutes, he told me that a teammate had died. A silver-grade beast they'd underestimated. His sister had very obviously told him not to mention that, which is exactly why he mentioned it, and it is the reason I took the job. 30 stones a month, 30% of spoils, 50 on solo kills, and yes to the credits. I told him 3 days. I interviewed several more groups out of diligence and then called Iron Fist, and the shopgirl, Wu Hua, could not get to the end of a single sentence before she hung up on me and screamed the shop down. Housing came with it, a 3-story building behind the yard. The team was delighted, and the reason is arithmetic. Over half the hunter groups in New South City have no mage at all. Tiannan took 1,000 students that year, and 150 had mage aptitude. At a B-grade school, it's 1%. At a C-grade school, it's 1 in 500. The rhythm is 20 days out, 10 days home. On the first march, Guo Jian walked at the front in enchanted armor under a backpack that bent him nearly double. Tents, rope, tools, and everybody else's spare arrows. I walked empty-handed with a spatial ring on my finger. Nobody said a word about it. That's the dignity of a mage. I intend to keep it forever. 400 kilometers by train because airships exist and a crash is not survivable, so nobody gambles. Everyone stared out the window at the plantations with naked envy because a plantation is every hunter's retirement plan, and there is no land left to buy. The outpost base was a fortress city with 5,000 garrison and a gold-tier mage commanding it, plus 5 more golds under him and the legal right to conscript every plantation guard behind them if a beast tide came. Mission rates, 10 stones per 100 apprentice-grade beasts. 1 academic credit and 10 stones per 3 black iron beasts, photographic proof required. But the mission fee is not the money. The money is materials, fur and scales and teeth for enchanted gear, magic organs, and the magic crystal that grows in the organ, which staves and high-end gear both need. A black iron beast is 5 to 10 stones on its own, more with a core. First night in camp, the rogues laid alarm traps, and I swept the perimeter with spiritual power and nodded. And then I shot a dozen rats out of the grass at range, had a skeleton fetch them, and made them into skeleton rats. Then I scattered them several hundred meters out as silent sentries that never sleep, never itch, and never need to be relieved. The team went quiet. My skeleton was stronger than most of them, and Guo Jian, being the warrior, felt it most. I also cast detect poison on my own dinner before eating it, quietly, every night, for the entire contract. In this world, the only person you can truly trust is yourself. I lasted one rotation. We hunted horned lizards, and their hunters put battle key arrows through the eyes of 2 adult lizards from several hundred meters. And the whole family was dead before I had a spell shaped. 20-odd days. Around 100 beasts. I barely lifted a hand because their routine had been built over a year by people who did not have a mage and did not, it turned out, actually need one. Then came settlement day. Gao Yiqin looked at her pile and muttered, "Why is it so little?" And her partner Tang Wen said it at full volume. "We worked so hard and only earned this much. Look at that mage over there. Zhang didn't do anything, and he took more than the 2 of us combined." The yard went silent. Everybody turned to see what Guojian was going to do, which was cruel because there was nothing he could do that wouldn't cost him something. So I didn't make him do it. I walked over and patted him on the shoulder. "Senior Guo, I'll withdraw. I don't want to make things difficult for you. And for this hunt, I won't take a share of anything except the academic credits." Zhang reached out for my arm and then couldn't find anything to say, and Gaobo put an arm around his shoulders and said, "Let him go. Our small team can't keep someone like him." On the way out, I patted Wu Hua on the head and told her I'd come see them all again when I had time. She had no idea what had just happened. She stood in the doorway watching me go, and then her brother came out and stood next to her and sighed, so I went solo, which everybody had told me was insane. I bought fear with 20 credits. Anything with lower spiritual power than mine runs like it's just smelled a predator. 3 to 5 seconds, which is longer than it sounds. At the mission desk, which team? Accepting solo. The clerk looked up at me and then looked back down and stopped asking questions, because a man who hunts alone out there is either insane or genuinely dangerous, and either way, it's not the counterstaff's problem. They issued me a mechanical film camera since electronics don't work over there. On the road, a squad shouted, "Hey brother, want to join us?" "No need. I wish you a successful hunt." I moved at the speed of a man who does not carry anything, with 8 skeletons walking a 200-meter perimeter around me. At night, spell alarms plus a dozen small animal skeletons out in the dark. I lit my own fire with a cantrip and roasted whatever I'd killed that day. A mage's life is always so simple and unadorned. I headshot several black-patterned stags. The antler velvet alone is 3 stones each, and followed the fleeing herd right into a spine-tail wolf pack in the middle of its own kill. 11 wolves, matriarchal. The alpha female was 2 meters at the shoulder and over 3 long, and she was casting. Barbed magical thorns came up out of the ground and wrapped the deer, and while they were held, the pack went for throats. I summoned 30 skeletons and the skeleton mage, and I opened the engagement by putting bone cones through the heads of the trapped deer. Look, I simply didn't want those poor animals to be tormented by hungry wolves any longer, so I sent them on their way first. 5 potential points. I had freed those deer. They offered me potential points out of gratitude, which was only right. The alpha cleared a skeleton in one leap and bit through its bone armor at the waist. And then she stopped for about half a second, visibly confused because there was nothing in her mouth and no warmth coming out of the thing. That half second is the whole reason I fight the way I fight. Gray mist, lesser weakness, touch of fatigue, negative energy ray. She spent her last magic on another thorn growth, which sanded a little bone dust off my front rank and achieved nothing else. Then bone prison, and she chewed a gap in it almost wide enough to get her head through. So I poured magic into the cage and it grew back over her, then spears through the bars, a walnut-sized green nature-type magic core out of her heart, 50 stones and up, and then I raised her, grew a saddle onto her spine with a spell, threw a deerskin over it, and rode her out of there. That's the doctrine, and I've never deviated from it. I stay far back and act as a fort. The skeletons do all the close work. Skeletons are not afraid of being injured, and it's perfectly all right if a skeleton dies. 2 days later I followed a fresh trail, and the thing at the end of the trail did not run. It stopped, and it waited for me. A shadow leopard, and not black iron. Silver. It was already badly wounded, which told me another hunter group had hit it, which raised exactly one question. Had it escaped them, or had it eaten them? And either answer meant I had a clock, because whoever had wounded it might arrive. Its shadow impact threw my front rank into the trees with their armor coming apart. Its tail cut one skeleton in half at the waist, and the top half crawled toward it on its hands. The leopard bit the skull off and flung it away, and the skull kept clacking on the ground, still trying, so I ordered it to hide before the fire went out because that skull was still worth something. I ground it down. Stacked, lesser weakness, endless rays, no risk, no glory. It took a long time, and it died. 10 potential points, 8 skeletons crippled, and 1 reduced to a head. A silver magic core sells for 200 to 300 stones. I would have paid double. I fed the corpse to my wounded skeletons, and they got up healed. It had, of course, been Starfire's leopard. Chengo's black cat is also a shadow leopard, which I did not know and should have guessed, and it tracked the scent right to my camp. Shukai punched a tree. They came in hard, and I greeted their captain first. Miss Guo, what? Have you taken a liking to me? Why have you chased me all this way? Then flatly, before she could answer, are you done looking? Can you leave now? Her smile froze on her face. With her face, I don't believe anybody had ever told her to leave a place before. Then Shukai drew his sword and gave me the speech. You should know not to take things that aren't yours. The corpse and the magic core must be returned to us. I actually applauded. Well said. With just a word out of your mouth, the prey is yours. What if I don't give it? Are you planning to hack me? This is the wild forest, he said. There are 7 of us, and you are only one person. And I laughed until I had to lean on my wolf. All right. Someone is actually comparing numbers with a necromancer. It seems you have never suffered a beating from a spellcaster before. 30 black iron skeletons walked out of the tree line and closed a half circle around them. Every face in that group changed at once, and they changed because those people are professionals and they could all do the math instantly. Arrows do nothing to things with no flesh, and a rogue's precision is worth nothing against something with no organs to find. Shukai summoned his warhorse anyway. Don't talk about martial ethics with this damn necromancer. Guo Shanshan grabbed his arm and hauled him back, and then she did the smartest thing anybody did that day, which was open negotiations. A silver core for the silver core. Looks pretty good, I said, weighing it. They're both silver tier magic cores, but why would I trade? She added 2 black iron cores. Sister Guo, Shukai said, be careful, he'll swallow our magic cores. She pushed his hand out of the way. I believe Junior Chen isn't that kind of person. Then she threw all 3 across the clearing to me. I checked them, confirmed I was comfortably ahead, and handed the leopard's core over. Senior Guo, the money and goods are settled. Chen Guo stepped forward and demanded the corpse. Corpse? Do you think a necromancer keeps a useless corpse lying around? Of course they absorbed it. She ground her teeth at me. I want to be clear that the leopard had, by then, been essentially a 3-course meal. My skeletons ate the body and healed, the photographs redeemed for mission credit, and Starfire personally delivered 2 bonus cores to my camp. It was a shame about the good-looking girls, though. Walking away, Chen Guo said somebody ought to teach me a lesson, and their youngest archer, Chen Yu, the girl who'd opened the door for me at the interview, said quietly that it wasn't really his fault. We did lose the prey ourselves, and got her ear tugged for siding with an outsider. 1 month solo, about 1,000 magic stones plus credits, more than a whole rotation with Iron Fist, then 2 months in a hotel room meditating, Black Iron Stage 9, Strength 11.2, Physique 10.5, Agility 10.7. Spiritual Power 98.3, Magic 983. Less than a year earlier, I had been a high school student sitting on a concrete floor with a fire axe, seriously considering whether I could kill myself faster than something else could. Then it was winter, and there were New Year decorations up, and I went home for the first time since enrolling, our apartment filled with relatives. When you're poor, nobody asks after you in a crowded city. When you're rich, distant relatives will find you in the deep mountains. 1 month of my hunting converted to over 100 million yuan. I only changed part of it because there is a limit to how much cash a factory family can be seen to have. I bought them a house in the county center, and I started designing enchanted gear my little brothers could use as ordinary people because I gambled my life on a form at 17 and won, and I would prefer that neither of them ever has to fill one out. Then I took New Year gifts to Professor Zhang, who does not leave his laboratory for holidays. You're already Black Iron Tier 9? Then he relaxed and teased me about it, assuming I'd simply spent money, magic stones plus cultivation accelerant potions, the way rich kids do it, and my chest went tight because he'd handed me the answer and I hadn't had to lie. Tian'an students normally reach Black Iron in their second year. I wasn't finished with my first, and I was 1 step from silver. That can no longer be explained by calling somebody a genius. A tall tree in the forest gets destroyed by the wind. If my speed looked too strange, somebody would eventually decide I'd be more interesting on a table. I bought 3 spells with credits and kept my mouth shut. Death Armor, which is dark armor that hurts whatever hits it. Reinforced Skeleton, 15% to everything I summon. And Blindness/Deafness, 3 to 8 seconds. Then I went 4 days deep into the forest and found a mountain with 100 petrified baboons on it, 3 of them carrying pseudo-spells, which guarantees magic cores. I climbed the tallest tree I could find because my spells travel in straight lines and a forest canopy is a wall, and while I was up there, I finally admitted the flaw in my own build. At Black Iron 9, my bone cone hit barely harder than it had at Black Iron 1. The spell doesn't scale, the caster does, and there's a ceiling. Perhaps it's time to learn some meta magic. Faster casting, stronger spells, longer range. I opened at midday when baboons are sleepy and spread out, sniping from over 1,000 meters with the skeleton mage firing beside me. First target was a mating pair. The male's head came apart above the female. She screamed, and 2 more cones killed her mid-scream. 30 of them were dead before the smell finally reached the rest of the mountain. The baboon king got up on a boulder and roared, and I want you to appreciate his situation. His tribe was dying in front of him, and there was nothing anywhere to attack. Then one of them tracked the trajectory back, and the king cast stone armor, punched a white bone fang out of the air with his fist, and 60 or 70 black iron baboons came up that mountain, flattening trees on the way. 30 peak black iron skeletons formed up, spears and shields in front, sabers on the flanks. A real formation, holding a real line, made of things that had been walking corpses 8 months earlier. I stacked reinforced skeleton on the front rank. 3 petrification rays turned 3 of my skeletons from bone into stone, and the charge hit them and they came apart like garden statuary. Marlowe and I came down out of the trees onto skeleton mounts, because being treed by 60 baboons is a way to die. Then we went to work. Lesser weakness, touch of fatigue, blindness, on rotation. The blinded king started swinging at everything within reach and hit several of his own, and then spent 7 or 8 seconds of his own magic clearing the spell off himself, which is 7 or 8 seconds he wasn't spending on me. Then fireball scrolls, because magical flame clings to fur, and that entire mountain smelled like burning hair. It seemed I also needed to learn a spell that could do large-scale damage. The king came through my line for me personally, and I ran 200 meters on a skeleton wolf, kiting a gold-adjacent monster around a mountainside. I blinded him again and he ran face-first into a tree and snapped it in half. Bone cone, negative energy ray, soul lash. Zhang couldn't catch me, couldn't hit back, and kept getting hit. That breaks anything eventually. Shang re-armored and ran, flat out, and I couldn't finish him. Beast vitality plus stone armor meant I could open wounds all day without closing the deal, and while I was busy learning that, somebody had been watching me for about 20 minutes. Just one mage? There was a squad in the trees, and their trade was not beasts. Every team that goes deep carries a piece or two of enchanted gear. Jewelry alone runs several hundred stones apiece. A good hunt of hunters is 2,000 or 3,000 stones in an afternoon. And anyway, many people die in the forest every year. As to whether they were killed by magical beasts or by squads like that one, who could truly say? 8 of them. A veteran black iron evocation mage they called second master, a knight they called boss, 4 hunters, 2 rogues. And their read on me was correct and completely cold. A necromancer's entire skill set is his summons. All of his skeletons are tied up right now. Zhang has nothing left. The boss summoned a black iron warhorse, leveled a lance at the baboon king, and shouted across the slope, "Brother, we're here to help you." "No need," I shouted back, with a feeling in my stomach like a dropped stone. "Don't be polite. Watch this." And he swerved past the baboon entirely and came straight at me. "You son of a bitch." My mage shield went like a window hit by a baseball. Lee Invisible Rogue put a poisoned blade through what was left, and that's extraordinary poison, the kind where a scratch kills you in seconds. I burned the shield inscribed in my robe. Battle Kai arrows broke that one. I tore open a mage shield scroll, and the knight, laughing, riding circles around me. "Little brother, what are you doing? Don't use up my scrolls." Their mage started landing work. Scorching Ray, Arcane Missile, Kinetic Cone, professionally, no wasted casts. Marlowe's shield broke, and a rogue took his leg off and began methodically dismantling him. And I desummoned my skeleton mage into the bone graveyard about 1 second before I lost him permanently. The rogue stood there staring at empty ground with his knife in the air. Then fireballs came down on my skeleton cluster, burning my skeletons and their own baboons together, which they did not care about at all. So I recalled every skeleton I had left, and for about 4 seconds, I was one man alone on a mountain. So I stopped fighting them and started fighting the mountain. Gray mist over everything, and 60 petrified baboons who had just been released from a fight they were losing, in fog, unable to tell one variety of 2-legged monster from another. They went for everyone. I put Soul Lash on the knight, then Lesser Weakness, then Fear, and the fear landed on his warhorse, which took off down the mountain, defecating and urinating as it ran. Their mage burned 2 dispel magics, keeping his people functional. Then a rogue closed on me, blind and deaf from a spell and still coming. And I had 11 points of strength and a meter 80 of solid bone staff in my hands, and I hit him with it. Skull Crusher Strike. Zhang went down like a watermelon meeting a baseball bat. Then I ran, on the wolf, with the mist behind me. Hunters and mages have short legs. The knight was pinned between my remaining skeletons and a great many angry baboons, and all he could do was scream at my back while I got smaller. Their debrief, which I learned much later, was extremely unkind. 6th Master is dead. Trash. A rogue actually had his head smashed in by a mage with a staff, and their evocation mage, bitterly, "I told you to cover your face early on, and you didn't listen." Then the order: split up at the outpost base, find the lone necromancer, kill him. Leaving him alive will always be a threat. My own accounting was worse. 30 plus skeletons down to about 10, all crippled. Nearly lost Marlowe. 100 to 200 stones of consumables burned, prey gone, nothing gained but potential points. But I had two faces, the mage, and the knight who laughed. I've remembered you. A gentleman's revenge is not too late, even after 10 years. I sat at the base entrance for half a month watching every returning team come through the gate, and I never saw them once. Meanwhile, at the peak of Black Iron, my meditation offered me a choice, and it was the kind of choice where picking one hides the other forever. Option 1, the Dark Knight's Tomb, a space that holds dark warriors. Silver tier melee undead whose combat power matches or exceeds living professionals of the same rank because they feel no pain and no fear and never hesitate. Requires the corpse of a silver battle profession. Option 2, the Spectre's Underground Prison. Silver soul undead with no body at all, immune to physical attack, capable of possessing a man and torturing his soul. I read the second one twice. To make a Spectre, you take a silver professional, give them a specific potion, and spend a month keeping them awake and afraid before they die. I picked the tomb, and I'd like to be honest about the reasoning. Not one line of it was about mercy. Even done to an enemy of another race, the public won't stand for it, and I did not want that attached to my name for the rest of my life. Also, my city was full of corpse kings, and corpse kings are perfect dark warrior material. The materials list: a tier 1 dimensional stone at 500 stones, 10 waters of the Styx, a tombstone of the netherworld, graveyard junk, which by then I could source in an evening, and the helmet of a fallen warrior, enchanted, and it must carry the death of a warrior who actually fell in it, black market only, and a great deal of that market stock comes off people killed by squads exactly like the one that had just tried to kill me. I noted that. I filed it. It became useful. Before silver, I went back to the Green Vine tribe. Grok kissed my boots again. 12 hobgoblins knelt in a row, 2 of them newly black iron, and I stood there rubbing my staff and said nothing at all for a long time because I was doing arithmetic on whether to kill every one of them and turn them into skeletons. They felt it. Hobgoblins are professional soldiers. They can feel a decision being made about them. The line started shaking. 2 of the timid ones nearly lost control of themselves. Then Grok said, in a voice with a crack running through it, "Great Master, please follow me to see the magic potions we have harvested." And that sentence saved all of them, because it moved me on to the next thought, which was that black iron skeletons are worthless to me now anyway. 6 months of an entire tribe's labor came to under 200 magic stones. I made several hundred a month by myself. Then I did one thing there that wasn't business. Kiko had reached peak apprentice and might make black iron shaman, so I summoned her teacher as a reward. You two can spend some time together. I had never repaired Marlowe's body. Jang was thin and broken and covered in old scars across the bone, and one leg had been snapped and left that way. Kiko knelt down in the dirt and put her hands on the broken skeleton and said, "Teacher," and could not say anything else. Marlowe's soul fire flickered. Jang did not understand why the living creature in front of him was leaking. Then he thought, perhaps I should comfort this poor living creature, and he put a dry bone hand on her head and stroked it. She came apart like a dam. I rented a cultivation room and broke through to silver, and unlike everybody else in that building, I have no bottleneck because when meditation stalls, I simply pay for it. The magic in my body turned from black to silver, and in the unstable window, a coffin formed and hung itself on the black iron vine in my magic space like a small fruit, the Dark Knight's tomb. I shattered magic stones in that room and drank the raw magic out of the air for 4 days without stopping because the first cultivation at a new tier is the most valuable one you will ever do. Silver Mage, Stage 1, Strength 18.3, Physique 17.5, Agility 17.1, Spiritual Power 186.4, Magic 1864, Bone Graveyard 43 of 43, Dark Knight's Tomb 0 of 10. Here's the scale change. White Bone Fang was 7 degrees when I was an apprentice, 11 to 15 at Black Iron, and about 30 now. My cantrip now hits as hard as a first-tier spell used to. Bone Cone went from 30 to 200. First-tier spells cast in 1 second. Cantrips cast instantly. 8 new spells came off the pages. Corpse Preservation, Dark Warrior's Coffin, Warrior's Curse Mark, Cold Iron Armament, Soul of the Dark Warrior, Filth Spear, 500 to 1000 degrees. Negative Energy Burst, 1 to 2000 degrees on a delay. And Undead Officer, and the price of everything went up again. A silver spell costs 100 potential points to learn. Black Iron costs 10. And obtaining the spell in the first place runs 100 to 200 academic credits, or several hundred magic stones. Mages can be very rich, but that's relative to other professionals. Among ourselves, every single mage alive feels poor. 3 months alone on the forest fringe, killing things that had been terrifying a year before and were now paperwork. 800 academic credits and 2,000 magic stones, plus several hundred condensed flesh and soul essences banked for feeding undead later. 3 more spells. advanced spell armor at 2 to 3,000 degrees. Flash, which blinks me up to 3 times my spiritual power in distance. And human body freeze, 3 seconds to 60 minutes depending on how hard the target's will fights it. 8 spells in a month, on points. Without them, 8 months. I reported silver to Professor Zhang, who whistled at black iron to silver in just over a year, and then did the single most generous thing anybody has ever done for me. Don't leave for a while. I'll start making some dark warriors tomorrow. Stay by my side and learn. There were 3 silver knoll corpses on his floor, spoils from the front because, as he put it, only we necromancers need this kind of corpse. The process runs a month. Corpse preservation, warrior's curse mark, soul of the dark warrior, where you pull the soul essence out and write runes into what's left. Then cold iron armament, which is a full set of heavy cold iron armor with rune base plates, filled with magic solution and stamped into a working array. Then the body goes into a cold iron coffin and ferments for 30 days. Zhang had ordered 10 sets of the cold iron gear and gave me the 7 he didn't need. 150 stones a set. Over 1,000 stones, handed across a table like a spare pen. A gold mage does 3 of these in a day. I needed 2 or 3 days each. Then I went hunting corpse kings, and I want to describe how, because it's the most me thing I have ever done. You can't tell which sleeping walking corpse is a king. They all look identical in daylight. So I mass-produced 200 throwaway skeletons and sent them into the buildings with one instruction: cut every corpse's arm. Then I sat in a tower 100 meters away and watched. Cut goes in, nothing happens. Ordinary, worthless. Cut doesn't go in and it wakes up. Black iron, leave it, let it ripen. Cut doesn't go in, it wakes up and it starts breaking my skeletons apart. Silver, corpse king, one of them obliged. I froze every other corpse in the building to save my inventory, waited for it to settle back down, and put a filth spear through its skull from 100 meters away. 15 dark warriors came out of their coffins a month later. Black heavy armor, runes glowing green in the seams, soul fire flickering at the joints, and the body inside no longer really a body. My lord, I shall be your sharp sword and sturdy shield until I return to the Nether River. About 200 stones each. I was broke again, and I started to genuinely miss skeleton warriors. What a good type of soldier. They cost nothing but the corpse. Then I went and bought a name. I started at the fence, because I'd bought a dead warrior's helmet on the black market, and that kind of item is 80% likely to be stolen goods, which means the man selling it knows who does the stealing. I picked up a wristband off his table. I'm looking for someone. Put the item down. Don't touch if you're not buying. I let my silver aura out and laid 10 magic stones on the table. Oh, a silver tier. Nothing special. I have a silver covering me too. Another 10. Zhang kept refusing, and his eyes never left the money, so I picked 5 of them back up. His hand came down flat on the rest of the pile. Go to the black blood bar. Look for Fatty. I dropped the 5 back on the table. I knew you were a smart person. The black blood bar is deafening and full of smoke, and you would not see that kind of scene in a bar on Blue Star. The cheapest drink on the menu is 1 magic stone. That's 100,000 yen. Some of them run into the hundreds. This is truly robbery. I bought a blazing blood for 3 because I wanted to know. It looks like something boiling and the glass is hot, and it goes down ice cold, and then it detonates, and then it finishes completely clean, and afterward my magic ran more freely for about an hour. Fatty was bare-chested in a booth with 3 women. Zhang waved them out and lit a cigarette. The terms: deposit up front, no refunds whether he finds them or not. 50 down, 150 on delivery, 3 days. Zhang invited me to stay. Those girls are quite something. I won't steal your pleasure. You enjoy yourself, brother. 3 days later, I had a name: the Shouguang Hunter Squad. The knight and the evocation mage were biological brothers, both veteran black iron. 4 elite hunters, 2 rogues, one of whom had joined 6 months ago to replace a man who died. Address included. And Fatty offered to sell me a stakeout, 1 magic stone for 2 days, which I haggled to 1 for 3, because I am who I am. I confirmed the faces myself. Their house had a black iron defense array on it, which I noted with real envy, because I didn't own one. 10 days later, Fatty's message came. They're leaving. I followed them for 5 days, far enough back that killing them would never be witnessed. I turned every rat and small animal on that road into a scout and ate the corpses they left behind. Night 5. Deep forest, they set up a portable defense array. Indeed, those who rob are afraid of being robbed. Their array ran at 500 shield to save money. 3 magic stones an hour, less with a mage meditating to feed it, out of a maximum of 2,800. I summoned 15 dark warriors and 40+ skeletons, and closed a ring around the whole camp. 2-meter dark warriors standing in the dark with their soul fire dimmed down, motionless, looking like terracotta soldiers. Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. I did not want this revenge to be imperfect. I charged a negative energy burst for 8 full seconds, 1200 degrees from outside the array's radius. Their mage woke up and started pushing the shield up from 500, which takes time, and he did not have it. The array blew. Then a filth spear took the evocation mage through the chest, through every layer of protection he owned, and he went down on his knees with both hands over the hole. Second master! The knight was his brother. Zhang charged the full 1,000 meters toward the point the spell had come from and ran into a dark warrior instead. Full charge, battle chi driven down through the horse, an impact that could genuinely have hurt a silver, and the dark warrior blocked it with a cold iron shield. Its knees bent. It dragged 2 furrows in the ground. It did not move. The knight's hand split open on his own lance. The horse's legs went out from under it, and a bone spear from behind put it down. And the spear pinned the man to the ground, and a soulfire finished the argument. The rogues were shot out of the air before either of them reached the shadow plane. I rode through what was left and stopped at the one face I didn't recognize, the replacement. The new rogue. You, I said. Why did you have to join this hunter squad? It wasn't his business originally. Zhang joined a few months before the retaliation arrived, took a filth spear, didn't make a sound, and left very peacefully. I kept the mage's corpse because a second skeleton mage is a second skeleton mage. I took their defense array, and I burned the camp. It took me 4 or 5 days per item to grind the spirit imprints off their 5 spatial rings. And I'm silver. A battle profession could never do it at all. About 2,000 stones inside. Then I burgled their house in New South City and found absolutely nothing. Poor devils. Although, speaking of which, I might have been worse off than they were. At least they owned a house in New South City. They were homeowners. My pockets were cleaner than my face. I couldn't take the house. Transfer needs the owner present and relatives ask questions. I sold 20-odd pieces of enchanted gear on the black market at half price, under 3,000 stones, and I deliberately kept none of it, not one piece for myself, not one for a friend, and absolutely nothing for my brothers. Some of that jewelry came off somebody, and somebody's mother might recognize it one day. I kept the defense array. Only gold mages can make those, which makes them hard to buy at any price. 5,000 stones, all in. I spent 3,500 on a guardian's robe, 4 charges of advanced spell armor at 2,500 degrees, permanent cleanse, 14% silver grade magic recovery, and then, in my second academic year, having attended precisely 0 classes, I went and sat in the lecture hall. Because knowledge is power is not a slogan for a mage, it is a literal description of the profession. Silver tier teachers were standing up there giving away theory for free, and I could no longer afford to be too busy for it. Nobody found it strange. Most of my classmates were also out earning credits. 5 more spells. Quench cold hell, 60 degrees of cold per second across an area. Worthless touch, which slows a man's magic and battle ki, and more usefully, kills his will to attack at all. A cone-shaped negative energy burst for close work. Hand and foot wither, and undying undead. A healing array for the dead. A necromancer's field hospital. Then Professor Zhang called me in, and he wasn't smiling. Little Chen, you've just advanced to silver. You've been lucky recently, but also unlucky. The war has begun. Everyone silver and above in the academy, students and teachers both, was being conscripted. And although I had just arrived at silver about 10 minutes ago in career terms, I was on the list. The nulls were massing. I was, at that moment, the weakest possible kind of silver. 15 dark warriors, 1 robe, and nothing else. The poorest I'd ever been at any tier. So I asked about the benefits. There are military merit rewards, and items can be exchanged at a 30% discount for military merit. Does that count? The school is so stingy. His face changed. Watch your words. You can say that here, with me. You cannot say it outside. The academy is about to enter a wartime state. And then he explained my country to me properly, which nobody had ever done. Great Sia is not the country of ordinary people. It is the country of the emperor, the nobles, and the academic factions. Before the spirit realm came, this land was Great U, where land was hoarded until the poor had nowhere left to stand. Oil boiling over a fire, he called it. Then the spirit realm arrived and mortals became cannon fodder and food and soul supplies. One man drove the invaders back and founded Great Xia, and the companions who stood with him became nobles, and their descendants became too strong for even the emperor to touch. The universities exist to train low-tier professionals for the royal family, for the nobles, and for themselves. Every single one of us is being used. And the mechanism is elegant. Higher transcendent knowledge has always been a chain that binds ordinary people. Refusing conscription is treason, prison, and then the worst front they have as a suicide squad. Only silvers and above were being called. Black irons are the seeds of the future and are permitted to wait, and New South City's army isn't Great Sia's army at all. It's the university's private soldiers, apprentices made with potions, capped there forever, plus servant armies of spirit realm races who are much more convenient to use and among whom large-scale deaths are considered a small problem. Kangchuan Stronghold sits on a mountain and covers 30,000 square meters. giant runes carved into the walls in magic material, Li anti-flight array, without which elite fighters would simply jump a 10-meter wall, and even with it, small fast things like battle key arrows still come through. A gold tier defense array, a year of supplies for 1,000 people, and a bastion layout so that anything attacking any point is being shot at from at least 2 directions. Garrison, 600, grade C, meaning apprentice peak rank and file. Plus 20 silver battle professions. I am Colonel Zhang Wenhan, my teacher said, and from this moment I am the highest commander here. Major Chen Wei will serve as my deputy. I got the west wall. I summoned my skeletons and my 15 dark warriors, and the garrison looked at them the way you look at a wasp in a car, so my teacher summoned his. 80 dark warriors in armor scarred by things that had happened before I was born, forming up in ranks, a dozen specters drifting overhead crying mournfully, 5 silver dark mages with minds of their own, and then 3 gold-tier terror knights on nightmare warhorses. 2.5 meters of armored rider on a 2-meter horse, 5-meter lance, broad greatsword, kite shield, javelins on the saddle, the horse barded to the hooves. 4 meters of cavalry, total, wrapped in a fear aura that takes an enemy's morale before contact and grows stronger with every soul it takes. Morale in that fort went vertical. Compared to the gnolls, those undead as comrades were so lovable at that moment. The strategy was explained to me over the sand table. You do not mass everyone in New South City because that surrenders every resource point outside the walls and leaves you no depth. Instead, 20 strongholds and 3 medium fortresses supporting each other, while the mobile division, over 10,000 men with a black iron floor and gold-tier battalion commanders, burns the enemy's rear and cuts their supply, and my teacher was confident. With this fort, he could hold against 10,000 gnolls. The gold array can't be broken quickly unless a legend attacks it personally, and if a holy domain shows itself, the principal's legendary mage can strike anything within several hundred kilometers from inside his mage tower in New South City, which is when I asked the question, "Teacher, when will you be able to build a mage tower?" And his smile stopped and turned into the expression I have known my entire life, on my father, on my mother, on everyone I grew up around. The face a poor person makes. Me? Even if I sold all the flesh and bone on this teacher's body, it wouldn't be enough to gather the money for 1 floor. Sigh. It's hard to say if I can even get one built in this lifetime. Then he handed me a random teleportation scroll. Tear it if the place falls, and it throws you somewhere within 100 kilometers. Teacher, you've given this to me. What about yourself? Silly child, I have one too. And he showed it to me, and we smiled at each other. Neither of us mentioned the 600 people standing on the walls, half a month of nothing, while the reports came in over the communication array. The Gnoll army was close to 200,000, an allied force of 3 great nobles of the Jackal Empire, and 40 to 50,000 of them were Black Iron. That's not a boast. An adult Gnoll is apprentice peak by default and gets to Black Iron with a little battle key and some bad temper. On their way to us, they cleaned out the buffer territory New South City had deliberately left populated. Every tribe. The ones who fought were killed, the assets were confiscated, the strong men were drafted as cannon fodder, and the rest were sent home in chains. Raiding parties burned the plantations and beast farms behind our lines. The owners had mostly borrowed to build them, so they were finished. The staff who didn't run were killed. That is the war I was in. I'd like to be able to say I was thinking about any of that on the second morning. What I was actually thinking about was the 15,000 gnolls at the bottom of my mountain, which was 10 times what we had. They opened with slaves. I found out afterward what that decision looked like from their side. Their council was 3 nobles who hated each other. Buck Marquis, a holy domain warlord with 6,000 of his own family's private soldiers in the mix. Earl Artley, a divine official of Yenogu, the Gnoll god who lives in the abyss, whose entire liturgy is about tormenting enemies and summoning demons, and Earl Warren, a gold shaman who worships ancestors instead. The 2 casters despised each other, and it was religious. One of them wants to serve a god that already exists. The other wants to feed his own ancestors enough belief that one of them eventually ignites a divine fire and becomes a new one. Warren suggested letting the slaves go up and probe first. 1,000 of them came out of the pen. Goblins, kobolds, pigmen, lizardmen, every race the Empire had stepped on. A viscount promised them freedom if they took the city, and then dumped a pile of broken leather and bone weapons on the ground in front of them. Nobody moved. The temperature dropped, so the viscount walked over and split a lizardman in half with his axe. "What are you still standing around for? Get moving." And then 1,000 starving slaves fought each other over scraps of broken armor while gnolls stood around watching and enjoying it. There was a kobold in that crowd called Ada. Zhang survived the destruction of his own tribe a month earlier by kneeling faster than anyone else. Zhang was wearing a stolen leather cuirass with a stab hole in the chest and an old dark stain on it, and on the way up my mountain, he picked a piece of the scab off it and ate it because he hadn't had meat in days and it tasted wonderful. A shaman cut a slave's throat to power a mass bloodlust curse, and 1,000 terrified creatures turned into animals. Our crossbows pinned them to the slope. Ada watched a black iron pig man with hide thicker than his own get turned into a skewer by 3 bolts. Jang put a broken iron knife between his teeth, went up a ladder, dodged 1 bolt, and hauled himself onto my parapet with his eyes red and his mouth open, and found skeletons, in formation, waiting. A spear went through him before he finished processing what he was looking at. Jang reached for the shaft, weakly, and then an axe took his head off. Every slave in that assault died. The ones whose nerve broke on the way up were cut down by the supervising troops behind them, and our crossbows deliberately fired slower than they could to keep the real numbers hidden. Then I walked the wall, looked down at 200 or 300 bodies, and started casting. The flesh went. Then skeleton resurrection, and the slaves stood back up, and then they walked to the other walls and absorbed the bodies there into gray powder. Then they picked up the fallen siege ladders. Then they raised them again, and climbed my wall in an orderly line to join the garrison. Some of the soldiers who watched that entire process from start to finish swallowed and did not say anything to me for 2 days. I understood. Most of those men were people who had been too frightened to sign the chi spirit form and can never reach black iron as long as they live. And the things I had just made out of dead slaves were the reason a lot of them went home. One of the new ones had self-awareness. I brought him in number 1, my first sentient skeleton, whom I am ashamed to say I had completely forgotten I owned, up to the tower and fed them the hundreds of flesh and soul essences I'd been banking, and gave them the choice. Skeleton Lieutenant, an infantry commander with Centurion-grade logic, or Skeleton Knight, summons its own skeletal warhorse. I let them pick, and both of them picked Knight, which was convenient, because everything I owned was infantry. Although I want to be honest about my own first reason for wanting one, which was that Skeleton Knights are cool. My teacher's Terror Knights had been patrolling past my tower for a week, and I had been staring like a child at a parade, 3.5 meters tall on the horse, 4.5 meter bone lance, bone warblade, bone javelins, bone kite shield, silver tier, and essentially free against 200 to 300 stones for a dark warrior. They're treasures. Unfortunately, there are far too few skeletons that ever wake up. Day 2 brought 4,000 or 5,000 gnolls with real equipment, siege ladders and siege engines carrying their own miniature defense arrays, built specifically to break a defender's shield, because defenders have arrays and attackers have engines, and without that arms race, almost no stronghold would ever fall. Warren tested our shield first. His guards dragged out 12 slaves and cut their throats and laid their hearts on an altar. And he danced and chanted until they drained and went gray, and then a horned serpent of shadow slammed into our shield and started gnawing. At least a gold tier defense shield. We'll have to chip away at it slowly, and that's what the siege actually was. Not heroics. Accounting. Our shield eats magic stones per hour, so my teacher kept it partly down and let gnolls onto the walls to be killed cheaply. Their entire plan was to kill enough of us that the shield had to stay up permanently until the stones ran out. Gnoll society, since it explains their tactics. Goldbacks are royalty, silverbacks are nobles, blackbacks are born warriors and become officers, and graybacks are commoners. 80% of that army was graybacks. Their own commanders described them as leeks in a vegetable patch. Our giant crossbows are the size of warship turrets, and each bolt lands for over 1,000 degrees. They blew the arrays off the siege ladders and then put the next bolt into the array core so it couldn't be salvaged, and every one of those arrays had to be bought from another race because gnolls have no mages at all, only shamans and sorcerers and divine officials. I'm told Warren's claws shook every time one popped. From my tower I had 3 or 4 kilometers of casting range. I opened with Quench Cold Hell on a packed shield wall, and the weakest gnolls in it froze to death standing upright. Then, a negative energy burst charged the full 8 seconds, over 1,000 degrees, into a crowd, and dozens went at once, and the rank behind them arrived at my wall already wet. Their officers responded correctly, which I respected. They broke formation and spread out, and ate crossbow fire instead. Then the ladders came in, and the real work started. My line was dark warriors, as fixed strong points with 8 or 9 black iron skeletons and 20 apprentice ones around each. Necromancers have never relied on elite forces. We rely on sheer numbers. There was a silver blackback officer on my wall, in enchanted armor, who crushed a skeleton's skull under his heel and dispelled its soul fire with battle ki, cleanly, like a professional. A dark warrior went for him with evil strike and violent consecutive slashes and cleave, and his shamans stacked bloodthirst and stone skin on him, and he roared and lifted the morale of the entire section. So I dropped worthless touch on him from a tower he couldn't see. His battle ki seized mid-swing. This is bad. 2 bone cones made him waste his axe swatting them out of the air. And the Dark Warrior opened him up while he was off balance. And Dark Warrior blades carry undead poison, so every cut turned gray at the edges, and his axe got heavier every time he blocked. Zhang shouted for reinforcements from the ladder. 2 more Dark Warriors arrived first. A thrown spear tore his thigh out from under him and he went sideways, and a blade took the head off. I cycled Undead Officer, which turns each Dark Warrior into a local commander pulsing orders through soul fire, undying undead as a healing field over the 2 worst ladderheads, and reinforced skeleton on whoever was holding, and my wounded skeletons walked off the line, had corpses dragged to them, and rebuilt themselves out of the enemy dead in the middle of the battle. 400 gnolls died on my wall on day 1. Then, after the repulse, my teacher and I walked the walls and raised every single one of them. Any gnoll who came to collect a body got a crossbow bolt. So from the bottom of the mountain, 15,000 gnolls watched the men they had lost that morning stand up and become the skeletons they'd been fighting that morning. They screamed. Some of them tried to charge, alone, in the dark. And Buck Marquis, who genuinely thinks of greybacks as disposable, could not stomach it. Zhang ground his claws into the table and then smashed it. This won't do. There is a necromancer inside. Continuing to fight like this will not wear them down. It will strengthen their city defense. Zhang ordered a non-stop full assault, casters included, and when Artley objected to the losses, Buck drew his warblade and cut the table in half. If anyone retreats tomorrow before the retreat order is given, come and test whether my warblade is sharp. 15 or 1600 gnoll corpses on day 1, all raised. I ended that day stronger than I started it. 20 or 30 new black iron skeletons, 200 plus apprentice ones. Buck came up off the ground on Holy Domain Battle Key the next morning and broadcast to the whole mountainside. The evil necromancer within that city has desecrated the corpses of the fallen. Our sons cannot return to the eternal plains. Today we will tear apart everyone inside, kill them all, and eat them all, which was a fair summary of my position. Then came the grinding days, boiling blood potion at dawn, rotating fresh troops against tired ones. The garrison bled. My skeleton's soul fire ran dry. I poured magic recovery potions down my throat at a rate that hurt to think about and kept undying undead running in a loop. And I lost several silver dark warriors, which is 200 stones each walking off the wall as gravel. And then demons started appearing on my parapet, imps and lemirs at first. Then sickle demons and flame demons, and armored abyssal gnolls with flails and greatswords. All of it summoned by Yanogu's divine officials, and all of it paid for with the souls and the flesh of slaves. And then Artley opened a rift and something started sawing it wider from the inside. Snake hair came through first, then an armored torso, then a tail, a 6-armed snake demon, 4 meters standing, 6 or 7 of tail, a weapon master born at black iron who gains 2 more arms per tier. The material plane, I'm back. Then, immediately, gnolls, where are my sacrifices? A dozen slaves with runes carved into their scalps were beheaded and their souls drawn into it like green smoke. It explained its position while it ate. Killing other demons for souls is like chewing sugarcane pulp that's already been chewed 800 times. Material plane souls are fresh grapes. Break through this city, Artley said, and I will sacrifice more souls to you. As you wish, little dog. It teleported onto my wall twice a day, that's its limit, and started working. A skeleton went in half from a casual backhand. A garrison soldier took arrows from 2 hands at once. A silver 9 dark warrior got its spear caught on 2 shields, and then the demon opened its armor and stirred the blade around inside until the soul fire went out. It killed gnolls too whenever they were between it and something interesting, sometimes with a blade. Sometimes it couldn't be bothered and just put the tail down. My teacher snapped the full shield up and sealed it inside with us, which did not worry it in the slightest, and here's why. It was only a projection at 70% strength. Its real body was asleep in the abyss where nothing on our plane could reach it, which is exactly why it fought like that. So my teacher sent the Terror Knights. One of them jumped a 10-meter wall on a nightmare warhorse and charged along the top of it, and my teacher's voice went out across the fort telling everyone to clear the lane, and the people who couldn't hear it in time were trampled. A silver gnoll officer got his shield up in good time, and the armored head of the horse alone caved his chest in. Living being, I shall bestow upon you eternal death. Shadow and Tangle pinned the tail. The lance took the demon clean off my wall, where the other 2 were waiting. It laughed and summoned 4 silver sickle demons. 3 meters, black scales, scythes for arms that are sharper than any enchanted blade. And the first one to see a Terror Knight coming screamed in raw terror, as though it had seen a high-level demon lord. It was killed mid-charge and came apart into loose magic in the air. The kill took all 3 of them. A javelin burst one arm. A lance ran the demon through and it grabbed the shaft with 4 hands at once, so the knight simply let go of the lance and drew its greatsword and took off the 2 arms on that side. The third came in from behind and put a lance through its head, and the snake hair shrieked strand by strand as the whole thing collapsed and dissipated. Then those 3 rode the length of my wall once and cleared it. Artley started a second summoning, and a berserker demon came out, swamp dweller, permanently wet skin, insect eyes, and a stench so bad it's an actual attack. Mortal, kneel before. And then its face changed because it felt something arrive. Every high-ranking gnoll on that mountain screamed the same 2 words at the same moment. Legendary spell, blazing meteor, which is what fireball becomes when a legendary mage stops holding back, cast from inside a mage tower 200 kilometers away with 5 metamagics stacked on it. The gnoll's own legend shaman answered with a dispel curse, a small light that went up to meet it and started eating the runes off the spell one at a time, and ran out first. What was left was still coming down. Artley's solution was the funniest sentence anybody said in that entire war. Berserker demon, you go up and block it for me. The demon said, and I quote, then, damned mortal, I will tear your soul to shreds. And its body went up against its own will, teleporting twice to gain height, its wet skin baking dry and cracking like a mud puddle on the way until it reached the meteor and detonated it early. Everything on that mountainside that couldn't dodge burned. Gnoll fur catches fast, and rolling makes it worse. The ones sheltering inside their siege engines watched the little arrays pop like soap bubbles, one after another, and then burned inside them. Buck Marquis ran the entire battlefield detonating fireballs in the air with his own battle key, like a man beating out a house fire, until it ran out, and then he grabbed a few nobles and left. My teacher went white and threw the full shield up because a premature detonation turns a precision spell into weather. The shield held to the last flame. Then it shattered like a window. And I want to tell you where the rest of that spell landed because it's the single best thing in this whole story. Far away, in the abyss, in a stinking swamp, the berserker demon's real body was asleep, still chewing on the material plane soul it had just been paid. Truly delicious, it said. Then a thread of flame caught somewhere inside its soul. It ran through that swamp wailing. Water did nothing. Its own magic was only better fuel. And other demons watched from the shadows without moving, while a creature that had rented out a projection for a dozen slave souls burned to death in another world entirely for the privilege. My legs were shaking on that tower, and my hand was on my escape scroll, and I did not quite tear it. Then I looked out at a mountainside of gnolls burned into black charcoal, and my first coherent thought was, that was truly too wasteful. A complete squandering of resources. Charcoal can't be raised, and the enchanted gear was probably cooked through. The gates opened, and 3 terror knights rode out to hunt the wounded high-tier gnolls. And a gold-tier general who was too burned to run heard the hooves coming and screamed for the Marquis to save him. A lance ran him through and lifted him off the ground, plates falling off his armor, while Buck watched from the camp and screamed that he would tear us apart. My teacher stacked weakening spells on him until his battle key wouldn't circulate, and he came out of the air, and we rode away with the body. A gold corpse is Terror Knight material. My teacher had made 3 in his entire life. I processed every corpse on the walls, stacked the silver ones in a warehouse, and sent hundreds of skeletons shuffling out like stumbling old men to absorb the charcoal, less than 1/10 of the essence left in them. But even small mosquitoes are meat. Then I got greedy and sent them down the mountain path to collect the better corpses the Terror Knights had made, happily, like a squirrel, until the gnolls finally noticed and sent troops up to stop me. Final accounting of that siege, the garrison was down to about 300 men, and 13 of the 20 silver professionals were left. My skeleton corps had grown, 200 plus black iron, 500 plus apprentice, and in the warehouse, 33 silver corpses, 2 of them gnoll shamans. My teacher, up to his elbows in the gold corpse, without looking up. Take these and pre-process them for dark warriors. Leave the final steps for me. I'll give you 10 corpses. Then, remembering, and there are 2 spellcasters, aren't there? Process those as well. I'll give you 1. I said thank you in a completely level voice. I had personally killed maybe 4 or 5 of those 33. The gnolls withdrew, half of 15,000, for nothing. Taking the fort would now cost them their gold nobles. And my teacher would simply raise the shield if they came in force and let them in one at a time to be swarmed if they didn't. No matter how they calculated it, it wasn't worth it. The rest of the war went badly for us. A legendary high priest arrived from the Jackal Empire and started dispelling the legendary mage's support, and 5 border fortresses fell in half a month. Blue Star started mobilizing Black Iron students too. Kongchuan got 600 more garrison, plus a company of 90 Black Iron and 10 silver officers under a silver mage commander. And the silver mage commander was Professor Wang. I found out later that he'd spent the whole march boasting to his platoon leaders that he had pulled strings to get them a safe posting. Then he came through my gate and saw the deputy commander waiting for him in a mage robe with two scarred dark warriors standing behind him, and I could read his entire face. Oh no, why is this kid here too? Professor Wang, I said. I didn't expect it would be you reinforcing us. Student Chen, don't tease me. You've already advanced to silver tier. Just call me Brother Guo. And then, internally, at a volume I could practically hear, what are kids eating these days? Liu Minghan made silver too and got posted to a different stronghold. I congratulated him, and I actually meant it. Then I asked my teacher a question that changed my entire life, and I asked it out of pure idle curiosity. Why, more than a year later, was that null surgery still not finished? Because the school had been on that particular topic for 30 years, it's called flesh and blood modification, and what it does is surgically raise a creature an entire tier. Taking one black iron null to silver costs over 2,000 magic stones. The rival Dragon Man group can allegedly take a silver to gold. Great Xia has several versions in the field already. The champion Marquise has his armored knights. The Duke of Zhao has dragon blood warriors. The Duke of Ying has sky eagle guards. And the best of them is the royal family's Yuankong Imperial Guard, every single one of whom is holy domain, made by swearing a sword oath to the imperial sword, Taiya, which, incidentally, is why Great Xia bans divine officials outright. Our founder intends to ignite a divine fire and ascend, and he will not have rival gods farming his people. A century ago, he walked into a weak god's realm in the astral realm and cut its head off, and that godhead is set in the hilt of Taiya. The problem with flesh modification is rejection. The subjects keep dying, and I said, "Teacher, look," and I pointed out the window at a dark warrior. If we modify a null so he has silver strength while he's still black iron, even if his life only lasts a short time, as long as he has that strength at the moment of his death, isn't that a success? For us? Kill him while he's still alive, and raise him. And you have a gold tier undead. My teacher's face went completely empty. Then he pointed out the window at his own terror knight with a shaking hand and said, this, how could I not have thought of this? Then he went red, and then he hit me on the shoulder hard enough to bruise. Good disciple, truly a good disciple. Zhang had never seen it because he'd spent 30 years needing the subject to live. 10 years, 20 years, long enough to be worth 2,000 stones. I was new enough to have never picked up the assumption. I don't need it to live, I need it to work. We bought silver null slaves cheap because it was wartime and they were flooding the market. And with survival off the table, the operation became something else entirely, a second heart, grown from a fragment of the original and plumbed in for circulation and explosive power, lungs reinforced for toxin immunity, dropped actually, since the end product wouldn't breathe, a second stomach cut whole out of a silver iron-eating pangolin, so it could swallow ore and digest metal to feed its own bones. That last one was the step that had killed every previous subject. It causes fatal rejection every time. We simply papered over it with healing spells until the flesh finished strengthening. It only had to hold together long enough, bones injected and carved with runes so they'd regrow, taking a 2-meter null to 2.5. Nerves and eyes modified for reaction speed, blindness would have been acceptable, only idiocy wasn't, and battle key storage. Normally that's one expensive gold magic core buried deep in the body. We embedded 12 drained silver cores in a row across its belly, like a dozen irregular glass balls under the skin, because when the host is disposable you can replace quality with quantity. Charm Human every 3 days kept it agreeable about all of this. 3 months of ore and meat and potions later, it stood 2.5 meters tall, and when it moved, its muscles clanged against each other like sheets of metal. Full gold tier strength, it trained in the yard while the whole fort watched from the walls. A gold spellcaster came out from logistics specifically to look. Professor Zhang, the experiment was successful? And my teacher, who knew better, it cannot be considered successful. The consumption is too great, and it won't live long. Right then the knoll roared, coughed once, and went down. I'd lost 20 pounds over 3 months of round-the-clock spell maintenance, though my eyes had gotten brighter with all the spiritual power I'd burned, and I'd picked up the quick casting feat along the way, which shaves 15% off every cast for the rest of my life. I read the readings out loud while my teacher put a spell through its skull. Then he pried the 12 cores back out of its belly, because they were reusable. The second subject we put to sleep in its cage and ended without waking it. Forget it. It seems there's no possibility of successful survival. End its suffering. Then the war ended, and I found out what it had actually been for. In New South City, there is a tower belonging to legendary mage Zhao Yuan, and when a visitor comes, 20 gold silver-plated golems and 200 silver iron golems come out to greet him. A silver golem costs 30 to 40,000 magic stones. That's the doormat. The visitor was Nanhe Earl, a holy domain so old he's bent double, while Zhao Yuan still looks about 20 with runes crawling under the skin of his face. They hadn't spoken in 50 years. His problem, his family's rivals had produced a second legend, so the emperor had moved the Liu fief to Tianan. His ask, A share of New South City. And Zhao Yuan's answer is the whole thing. New South City is fully carved up, he said, but before the Gnolls attacked, its development had already reached its limit. This war is also us continuously squeezing the Gnolls' territory, prompting them to launch the attack proactively, in order to consume their strength. The half-year war that killed the 600 men I stood on a wall with was bait. It was the property development phase. If the Wrens sent troops, the counterattack would come early and they'd build a new city on the cleared plain. They named it Topaz. The Earl haggled from 30% to 34.5%. And the Wrens brought 35,000 men, 6 Holy Domain warriors, 1 Holy Domain caster, and their legend, Wang Guo, a spell-breaking dark warrior, which is the rogue capstone. And it is the single worst thing that can happen to a person like me. Battle key that cuts through any caster's shield like it isn't there, plus freakish natural magic resistance, the natural predator of spellcasters. My teacher's 2 pseudo-gold gnolls came out of their coffins as terror knights. A weak soulfire trembles inside the helm like a heartbeat, then detonates and floods the whole body. 2 rings of runes circle the corpse and shrink into its chest, and what they're wrapping is a gold-tier magic core, which is the actual reason my teacher had only ever made 3 in 30 years. Then it knelt, drove its great sword into the floor, tore a rift open with a downward slash, and called a nightmare warhorse out of it. 2 meters at the shoulder, black scales, a black horn, black fire on the hooves, and contracted it. Then it melted its own coffin, solid, abyssal demon iron, with its own soul fire, and shaped the running metal into a lance, a shield, javelins, and barding for the horse. My lord, I will fight for you. And the horse knelt as well. My teacher had 6 now, and he took me aside afterward and stopped joking. This clever method can be used by us, master and disciple, but absolutely do not leak it out. We cannot protect this method. Remember, Li, innocent man, is guilty for possessing a treasure. The gate opened all the way for the counterattack, and I stood on my wall and watched it go past for most of a day. Class C divisions. Then Class B, whose ordinary black iron soldiers wear standardized enchanted gear that resonates with itself when they stand close together, so a block of them is worth more than the sum of them. Then 500 green rhino knights, every one of them silver, heavy cavalry. Then the holy domains. And last, Wang Guo, in black light armor and a short cape, carrying nothing at all, and looking at him for 2 seconds felt like needles going in. Kong Chuan wasn't called up. Guo Chengji was, and I remember thinking his good luck was probably about to end. And I was extremely glad to be staying, for reasons I'm not proud of but stand by. In a siege you can hide behind a shield, and if the shield falls you tear a scroll and nobody calls you a deserter. On a 100-kilometer battlefield, running away is desertion. And 100 kilometers of teleport might not even clear the field. The Gnolls brought 150,003 legends. Groknar, the destruction tyrant, the shaman Grishna, and the priest Zogar. Grishna was the only one who smelled it. Zhang was a minor noble who'd climbed for 500 years, which makes a person careful. If these humans haven't been concealing their strength, then they must have received reinforcements. Zogar opened his eyes while the others boasted, said nothing, and closed them again. That night, Zogar was in his tent with his divine art talismans posted outside, out of his gear, with maids grooming his fur and spraying perfume and working the muscles in his shoulders, and one of them sitting in his lap feeding him cut meat 1 piece at a time. And Wang Guo was standing outside in the shadow plane, smiling. Zogar felt it about half a second early. Zhang threw the maids clear and reached for his staff. Wang Guo's blade carries legendary durability, legendary sharpness, and legendary spell breaking. Evil aura landed on him, and his magic resistance simply ate it. Zhang walked through a holy domain-grade blade barrier like a hot knife through butter without causing a ripple. Spell-breaking dark warrior. And Zogar, with no armor on at all, took the strike full. A stun that should have held anyone for 10 seconds only dazed him. Zhang summoned a holy domain abyss Gnoll warlord, and Wang Guo vanished, and the warlord felt something like a pinprick at the neck, and then its head came off. But blasphemous utterance is a grinder, and it ground, and eventually Wang Guo came off worse. Then Groknar came in through the sky shouting that he was coming, and Wang Guo blew Zogar backward, destroyed what he had spat on the ground so nobody could take a sample from it, gave them both a long look, and sank into the shadows. Zogar was left open to the bone with his golden fur dyed through, and glanced at Groknar with the private thought that he had certainly taken his time. And the wounds would not close because Wang Guo's battle key carries rules and they cling like maggots on bone. One part of destruction costs dozens of parts of holy power to undo. Zhang poured abyss holy water into the chest wound and it smoked like water hitting lava and he screamed, "A month of recuperation, minimum." Zhang teleported home and his parting words to Groknar were, "Remind Grishna to be wary of the enemy's spell-breaking dark warrior. 300,000 men across 100 kilometers. The 2 legends traded lines in the air first because apparently that's obligatory. Groknar, Kneel and surrender, kiss my toes, and I can spare your life. Zhao Yuan, mildly. That's what I wanted to say to you as well. As long as you surrender, I can let you live on. As my slave. And then Zhao Yuan did the only thing Groknar had no answer for. Zhang summoned. Li, Earth Elemental Lord. 10 meters of rock, one step of which kills 100 gnolls and flattens everyone standing near the impact. And when Groknar finally pounded its armor into dust, it planted its legs in the soil and rebuilt itself out of the ground, while its gravity aura pressed fleeing gnolls into the earth where they stood. And while Groknar was busy with that, Zhao Yuan stopped casting legendary spells entirely and threw gold and holy domain spells with 5 meta magics stacked on each, cheap enough to do all day, heavy enough that the gnoll casters went pale trying to dispel them. Groknar killed the Earth Lord eventually. My Warhammer is already thirsty, and got a Wind Elemental Lord, which is a hurricane full of blades, and then a fire one, and then a mutated lightning one that beat him and ran him off the field. Coward, all he can do is summon. Yes, that's the job. Krishna, meanwhile, spent the entire battle unable to concentrate because he could feel a spell-breaking dark warrior somewhere in the dark and had to keep half his attention on staying alive. Then the cavalry went in. 500 green rhino knights, the silver plume cavalry, and 3,000 black iron knights stacked with mass haste and mass shield and mass strength and mass sharpening and virtual life and mass magic resistance until the whole formation glowed like a row of light bulbs, led by a holy domain war knight riding a land dragon. Break the formation! Charge! Heavy cavalry hitting gnoll infantry is a dump truck full of concrete going into a hedge. A gold gnoll threw a battlecry spear at a buffed cavalryman and it bounced off the shield. And that one moment reportedly overturned his entire understanding of the world. His second spear went through the man, who did not slow down and did not let go of his lance. And then the rhinos came through and left a smear of golden fur. And Wang Guo, who had waited all day for it, took his charge strike and nearly cut Krishna's kidney out. Krishna's answer was an ancestor spirit roar that killed several of his own high-tier guards where they stood. Only the 2 Holy Domain bodyguards survived because they're contracted to die when he does, and blew Wang Guo bodily out of the shadow plane, and Wang Guo still beat both bodyguards before he left. Ah, you damned bastard! With both their casters crippled, the Gnoll high-tier line came apart, and once that goes, the rest is just distance. Half their golds and 20-plus Holy Domains died. The route ran 200 kilometers. Of over 200,000 gnolls, under 30,000 got home. Groknar put a fist through his sickbed when he was told the number. We committed 100,000 and 60,000 were left. The Class B regiments that held the middle went in 25,000 strong and came out 10. Gear prices crash after a war because a life-saving item is only expensive while you might die. So I finally bought equipment like a professional instead of a scholarship student. Staff, boots, talismans, circlet, and a spellcaster's bracer that holds a row of swappable enchanted accessories. It cost over half my military merit and it was still the best deal of my life. And 3 silver spellcaster corpses, which are painfully expensive because spellcaster corpses are too popular. I avoided divine official corpses on purpose. When a priest dies, the soul goes straight down the thread of faith to whatever it worshipped, and what's left is an empty shell nothing can be done with. 2 of the 3 took. 2 more silver dark mages. Then I started thinking about Topaz. Hundreds of kilometers of empty land at the exact moment when every plantation in New South City is owned and unaffordable. Think about who owns land in New South City today. 150 years ago, some of them were apprentice-grade soldiers, some of them were construction workers. Leaving Kangchuan, I had more skeletons than I could carry, so I held a tournament outside the walls. 500-plus apprentice skeletons fought each other to the death, and the winners ate the soul fire and the bone essence of the losers. And the garrison came out and leaned over the parapet and started betting on which ones would survive. Half a day later, 30-odd were left, all of them stronger than any of them had been. Then I spent half a month in New South City doing every single thing I had never been able to afford in 20 years. I am not going to itemize it. I lived like a newlywed every day and changed brides every night. I regret none of it, and I remember about 40% of it. Then my teacher handed me the job that actually made me rich, and it was homework. His plantation outside New South City had had its arrays wrecked in the raids. Zhang gave me a scroll that force-fed thousands of array runes directly into my skull, like force-feeding a duck. And a silver mage's brain nearly seizes doing it, plus all the materials, and told me to learn by doing. That plantation is 130,000 mu of land. 300 mu of it is actual field, because to grow anything you lay mana accumulation runes across the entire 130,000 mu, about 1 per mu, so that the magic of that whole area gets concentrated onto the tiny plot in the middle, plus fertilizer made from magical beast corpses. 40,000 runes, by hand. I started at 7 stones per rune and got it under 5. My teacher had budgeted 8, which is double the market rate, purely because there was nobody else available. Every plantation in New South City needed this done, and almost no caster could do it. Zhang was delighted and told me to keep every scrap of leftover material as my fee. I did 1,000 runes a day for a solid month. Then I sent 300 skeletons out to dig 40,000 pits and plant them, which took a week and cost me nothing because skeletons do not have opinions about digging. The leftover materials sold at the top of the market, 110,000 magic stones, more money than I had ever held in my life. Then I sold the skill instead of the labor because the market was starving for array repairmen at around 2 stones a rune. The professional array workers of New South City discovered that their monthly salary was now roughly equivalent to my daily wage. 3 months, another 200,000 stones. Then other mages learned the trade and the price fell under 1, and I walked away without fighting over it. I'd already eaten the meat at the front. I sent 1,000 magic stones home as a study fund, hired my second brother a professional spirit realm coach, and started sourcing enchanted gear that an ordinary person can use. And I made one discovery that quietly closed an anxiety I'd carried for 2 years. Buying magic recovery potions in bulk pushed me to Silver Stage 6 with no potential points spent at all. So that's why my teacher was surprised for a moment and then stopped asking. Taking medicine really can cultivate that fast. I had never actually been as suspicious as I thought I was. I went back to the Greenvine tribe after a year away. They doubled in size, 300 hobgoblins now, 30 plus of them black iron. And they were keeping war lizardmen as slave soldiers, which told me how the lizardman tribe had ended, and every one of the 200 plus skeletons I'd left standing on their wall was gone. The new hobgoblins, who'd never seen me, shouted, "Shoot arrows," and slung stones that clicked off bone armor, while the old goblins who had seen me started dropping to their knees in the middle of the volley. My dark warriors cleared the wall from a standing jump. Grok came running and knelt a long way off and kowtowed with tears and snot on his face. "They are hobgoblins who joined later. They haven't seen your appearance," I asked about my skeletons. Zhang said the lizardmen killed them defending the wall. I looked at him for a moment and thought, perhaps I should learn the spell for reading souls. As a necromancer, forgetting to learn that one was truly an oversight. Then 3 bone cones took the heads off Grok and the 2 hobgoblins behind him, and his face landed sideways on the dirt, still wearing the expression it had a second earlier. I wasn't sure they'd done it, but while I wasn't sure, it didn't matter. Those goblins were of very little use to me now. I handed the tribe to the one hobgoblin who had run to warn Grok that I was coming, on the theory that loyalty to somebody is at least loyalty. Then I went to the shaman's hut, where Kiko had made black iron, alone. With no teacher and no ancestral spirits, and a corpse for a supervisor. She knelt in silence and looked at the floor. "You're quite good, actually able to advance to black iron. A year earlier, I would have killed her that afternoon for a skeleton mage. I had enough casters now, so I decided to keep this little goblin shaman girl and see how far she could go. I gave her a reward. I'll let your master accompany you for a day. You two haven't seen each other in a year. Catch up properly." And I left her the magic stones and the herbs she'd accumulated over the year, because they were small change to me now. I went into my city of corpses and killed thousands of walking corpses purely to raise them as a dragnet, and then swept the whole city with that net looking for corpse kings, over 100 of them in a few days. 3 months of one dark warrior a day back in New South City, and I had over 130 of them, everyone at veteran silver. At that point, if I met a gold tier battle profession, I'd have taken the fight. Then Guo Chengji and Liu Minghan turned up at my rented house, and Liu's eye twitched the whole time, because the last time he really looked at me, I was a freshman. Their pitch. During the Great Battle, they'd saved a scion of the Non-Hei Earl family, and now they had a channel. Topaz was releasing its small resource points to contractors to speed up construction. The big mines are government-run and are hot potatoes. But there was a small low-grade white netherstone mine northeast of the city, and white netherstone gets consumed in bulk building city walls with a guaranteed purchase contract from the Liu family behind it. Projected 200,000 magic stones a month. Then they read out the cut table, which is where the real conversation was. 30% to the Liu contact for the tip, 10% to the school, and 3% to my teacher, which is when I understood why they had actually come to me, not my army, my backer. A gold-tier necromancer's name, applied to a mine, was worth 6,000 stones a month to them, and they were paying it before I had agreed to anything. They opened at 10% for me, for security, with no investment. Then Liu Minghan helpfully mentioned that they'd only calculated needing 30 or 40 silver professionals for the job, and Guo said, "All right, Junior Guan," about half a second too late. I mentioned my 130 dark warriors and several undead casters. We haggled for half a day. Final terms, no capital invested, 15% of net profit, and full responsibility for the mine's defense, with any loss from a security breach coming out of my share. My teachers replied by message. You are already a veteran silver tier. You also need to acquire some assets in the spirit realm. Otherwise, you won't have the money to support your continued progress. Work hard. I have high hopes for you. Topaz was 2 days down a 100-meter wide dirt road with a railway being laid alongside it. The city itself was a construction site 10 kilometers from a camp that had spread across the plain like spilled water. Official buildings and merchant guild offices in the middle, and everywhere else a grid of tents that nobody was obeying. Recruiters shouting at every crossroads. Any silver tier battle professions? Nine-tailed battle group is recruiting on a large scale. Need 3 black iron hunters. White blade battle group has a spellcaster. Excellent safety record. Lots of single girls in the team. Come quickly. And a market of stalls selling enchanted gear and potions and bloody hides and magic organs, and above all null equipment, war loot, unmistakable with its rune structures and its fur and its claws. That was Topaz, a place of new opportunities, exactly like the gold rushes on Blue Star used to be. Liu Minghan met me at the tent and introduced me to the staff. This is our other shareholder. From now on, he will be the safety supervisor of our mining company. Capital was about 500,000 stones, half of it borrowed from the school. Over 300,000 of that went on the enchanted digging rig alone, because Spirit Realm or laughs at ordinary machinery. Another 100,000 on a defense array. 5 days over 200 kilometers of trackless hills with 20-odd trucks to a 400-meter stone hill with the vein entrance marked in red paint by a surveyor who had presumably run all the way home. My first job was the sweep. I summoned the army onto the waste ground and put it in ranks, and the workers behind me swallowed in unison, and the silver guards we'd hired quietly put away whatever little thoughts they'd been having about the arrangement. 4 teams, 1 caster, 20 dark warriors, 60 skeletons, up all 4 sides. Kill everything down to apprentice tier because the workers are. Apprentice tier and a weak beast will still kill a man with a shovel. Then skull alarms, a skull with a soul fire in it on a bone pillar, 200 meters of radius each, built out of the beast corpses my patrols were bringing back anyway. I seeded 10 kilometers of them, and the alarm is not what they're for. Undead outside my spiritual power fall back on stupid combat logic. But I can relay orders through the skull network, which means the whole 10 kilometers is one nervous system with me at the top of it. Then I cleared every small tribe along the transport road, because a raid on my convoys is money out of my pocket. The big one was 300 plus barbarians. No casters, ever. No battle key. Just bloodline and raw meat. Adults at black iron, elders at silver. They've abandoned their minds and gained powerful physical strength instead, which is a trait I understand even if I wouldn't take it. Pre-dawn ring of 60 dark warriors and 100 plus skeletons, because night belongs to things that don't need eyes. Filth spears took the sentries. Then gray mist over the whole camp, which is devastating specifically against barbarians, because everyone else burns it off their eyes with battle chi, and they have none. One of them took 2 spears through the body, grabbed both shafts, and hauled a skeleton in toward himself so he could punch it. And the skeleton kept hold of its spear, drew its blade with the other hand, and rode the pole straight into his throat, and then stood there while he tried to hold his own neck together. Mandible swarm sent flying skulls into throats, and the ones who punched a skull apart got the rest of the swarm. A silver elder knocked the skull out of a veteran skeleton like snuffing a candle, and then ate worthless touch and hand and foot wither and human body freeze in sequence and was beheaded standing perfectly still. Under an hour, nobody escaped. Yield. 200 plus black iron skeletons, a dozen dark warrior corpses, and a pile of magic cores and beast furs the barbarians had been using as decorations. Truly a waste of natural resources. Then Starfire walked up my mountain. They'd taken a job called Investigate the Anomaly at Whitewood Mountain, and Go Shanshan had insisted on checking every pioneer point along the way, which is the exact habit that had kept her whole squad alive through a war that erased other squads. On the road, our convoy went past them and buried all 8 of them in dust, and they spent the next minute spitting and laughing at the state of each other's faces. Then they came up past my skull pillars with the soul fire burning in them, and Chen Guo the druid had to look at her feet the whole way. Any single one of my outposts, 10 dark warriors and 50 skeletons, could have killed their entire squad. I mention that not to boast, but because it's the reason the conversation went the way it did. Junior Chen, I didn't expect the security manager here to be you. You've already advanced to silver. Haven't you also become silver? It's different. We graduated several years ago before advancing. Then I asked about the young knight, and the room went cold, and Chen Guo walked out. Shu Kai won his duel, Black Iron Stage 4, against a Stage 7, which is a genuinely absurd thing to do. And the loser broke the rules. pulled a scroll on the platform, missed with it, and Shukai killed him for it in a temper, entirely legal. That is the whole point of the platform, except the dead boy was the descendant of a holy domain, and Shukai was nobody, so they came at him sideways, for months, and he killed a lot of their people and got rich doing it and made silver off the proceeds. And then the great battle gave them the cover they needed, and they sent a gold, and Shukai tore a random teleport scroll and took the gold with him, which a random teleport scroll cannot do. Not for two people, not on purpose. Neither of them has been seen since. Everybody assumes he's dead. I did not think he was dead. I thought that kid probably wasn't easy to kill and was somewhere out there right now brewing something big. They asked whether the mine had ever been attacked. Maybe. I didn't pay much attention. And then, because I couldn't help myself, I have too many undead warriors. Even if someone foolishly rushed here, they'd be dealt with before I even had to act. Guo Shanshan's eye twitched. She told me later she'd wanted to beat me to death. Meanwhile, I did the smartest thing I have ever done with a piece of paper. The mining company owned the entire mountain, 25,000 mu of it, and the ambient magic on that mountain was doing absolutely nothing except existing. So, buy farmland at the foot of it, then run a mana accumulation array over the whole mountain and funnel every drop of that magic down into the fields. Guo Chengji snatched the map out of my hand. Your young mind is really sharp. You can even think of this. Rent. I offered 5% of net, and he laughed and took it. Anyway, I wasn't planning on making money from you. This much is enough to shut others up. And he promised to sell me the mountain outright when the vein ran dry. I bought 30,000 mu at 1 magic stone per mu, which is nothing, and which will not be nothing once Topaz is finished. I refined all the runes myself. That's the only reason the arithmetic worked at all. Hired 30 growers, got 130 mu of viable field out of 55,000, and what I planted on it was snake-patterned grass. The same crop a half-trained goblin girl had been growing for me on half an acre in a slum, 3-month cycle. About 300 stones net per mu, roughly 12,000 a month after rent, which is small change next to the mine, but the mine has 4 or 5 years of ore in it, and then it's a hole in a hill. Many plantations in New South City have existed for hundreds of years. I went to the Topaz talent market to hire staff. Wages there run 30% above New South City. And the whole city's attitude is that although it's a bit dangerous, compared to being poor, this bit of danger is nothing. And Guojian walked in. Black Iron stage 9 now, and visibly not himself. The Iron Fist had been conscripted like everybody else, and unlike Starfire, they had no luck at all. They were, as he put it, the situation of ordinary people under war. 6 of 10 came home. 2 of those were missing limbs and would be hunters for the rest of their lives, which is to say, never again. 2 more took their money back to Blue Star to be quiet rich men who don't talk about it. 2 left. The group dissolved, and his sister had just awakened her chi spirit, and he wanted something steady. Since you're now preparing to find a more stable job, I said, if you don't mind, come and help me here. Zhang's still with me, captain of the internal guard. I have never once regretted it. Then, one night, my alarms went off in the wrong order. A huge magic surge somewhere out past the perimeter, and then a single silver signature running flat out toward my mountain. Guo Shanshan came in alone, covered in dirt and worse, with her armor broken open on one side. She reached for my arm, and her hand hit my mage shield and stopped. Junior Chen, save our Starfire. They'd taken the White Wood job. They'd run into a Knoll squad. They were pinned in a cave, and she'd gotten out on a random teleport scroll that had happened to drop her near me. My answer was flat, and I'm not going to dress it up. Unknown enemy. No profit. I need to guard the company and the plantation. I can't leave. She went down on her knees on my floor. I offered her a car so she could go ask somebody else. There wasn't time, and we both knew it. She emptied her spatial ring on the table. Over 20,000 stones. I genuinely did not care. I was making 30 or 40,000 a month. 100,000. 200,000. Do you have that many? I can take a loan. After you save them, I'll work like a horse to repay you. Then she started writing a hell contract in her own blood. That's gold tier binding, 2,000 stones for the blank scroll, and if you break one, a devil takes your soul. I put my hand over hers and stopped her, and pulled her up off the floor. Don't morally bind me. My strength is low, and I won't take risks. She lowered her head and stood there for about 10 seconds without saying anything, and I assumed that was the end of it. Then she took out a magic sealing box and opened it. Green light came out of it, and a smell like an entire living forest at 4 in the morning. I don't remember standing up. I remember being on the floor, squatting next to the box like a dog at a table, staring into it, swallowing, and saying in a voice that had gone hoarse, "What is this thing? Why do I want to eat it so badly?" She snapped the lid shut, and it visibly cost her effort to do it. Ancient Woodheart. It only ever appears inside a holy domain treefolk elder. Eating it repairs the body, improves physical and soul aptitude, and it might let someone grow a second heart. It's worth 1,000,000 magic stones. Of course you want to eat it. I grabbed for the box and it was back in her ring before my fingers closed. Okay, I agree. Quickly give it to me. After I rescue them. I took her by the collar and lifted her off the floor, and she smiled at me. Coldly. I have a hell contract. Write the terms, and I won't break it. So she wrote it out, and I read it. And there was a line on it that made me raise an eyebrow. I glanced at her. I chuckled, and I signed it anyway. Only after signing did I bother to ask what we'd be fighting. 8 silver Knoll warriors, 1 silver shaman, 50+ black iron. You couldn't beat that? 2 of us are silver, and 6 are black iron. Should we be able to beat that? On the road, I asked her whether it was really worth 1,000,000 magic stones to rescue teammates who were probably already dead. You wouldn't understand the bond between me and my sisters. Her sisters were pinned in a chamber at the back of a cave behind a passage too narrow to fight in, and the only reason they hadn't been found and eaten already was that the floor of that cave was bat guano. A Knoll's nose is his best organ. That cave had taken it away from them. I could hear them in there being miserable about it, too tall for the ceiling, too armored for the gaps, groping between stone pillars, and one of them howling, "Ow, it stinks to death," until his shaman snapped, "Shut up, if you howl again, I'll press you into the dung pile." That shaman was a goldback in magical beast furs, and the one indignity he could not tolerate was that the ceiling had been dripping on his feather headdress. Damn 2-legged sheep, protect my ancient wood heart, or I'll eat you alive. I cleared the entrance in a single exchange, human body freeze, then 2 filth spears, and then I hit a problem I had never had before. The stone in that cave blocked spiritual power, which meant I could not command my own army from outside it. My entire method from the very first goblin is that I stand somewhere safe and my dead do the fighting. Why did you choose such a lousy place to hide? We had no choice. Fiend's eye on both of us, magic marks at every junction, and we still walked a full circle and came back to our own mark, which actually cheered her up enormously. If I couldn't navigate it, neither could the Knolls. We found a fight site an hour old on the way in. At the dead end, it was going badly. Chen-Guo's vines had already opened one Knoll's head, and then a heart-gouging curse, a crushed green insect, dropped her mid-cast. And Little Black, her bonded shadow leopard, cornered in a place where its agility was worth nothing, made one last leap for a Knoll's throat. And a second Knoll's axe caught it in the air, in front of her. Chen Yu's arrow was blocked flat by the face of an axe. Am I going to die? Chen Guo closed her eyes. Ajay, see you in the next life. Then something warm hit her face, and when she opened her eyes, there were 2 gray-white javelins standing out of the Knoll's chest. 50+ dark warriors came in behind them. Living! Kneel. I fired exactly 1 negative energy burst in that cave, brought half the stalactites down, and never used it again, because collapsing a mountain on my own head would have cost me a teleport scroll I'd paid good money for. The shaman surrendered at the top of his voice, threw down every talisman he owned, and I dispelled him bare. Then I made him put on his own enslavement collar, the one he'd been carrying to use on somebody else. Do I really have to wear it? You don't have to wear it. A blade came up. I'll wear it. I'll wear it. And he picked it out of the bat droppings and put it on without wiping it, which I want on the record. Chen Guo, hoarse, from the floor. Why didn't you kill him? They killed my Little Black. Zhang is my captive now. It's not up to you to tell me what to do. I didn't heal any of them. Providing them a place to lie down was already quite good. My task is complete. It's time for you to give me the things. And she stalled. Could she buy it back? It had belonged to the whole team, and the others didn't know yet, and my smile came off. Are you going to violate the contract? Do you have 1,000,000 magic stones? Do you think I'm easy to fool? If you hand it over today, we'll still be good friends. If you want to play tricks with me, this mountain is small, but it's enough to bury a few of you. And while I was saying that, 10 dark warriors took position outside her sister's door. She let out a long breath. She had, she said later, overestimated herself. She'd spent her whole career refusing to trade on her face, and her face had spent her whole career quietly smoothing the road anyway. I was one of the few men who, while absolutely coveting her, was unwilling to pay anything for her. She handed it over. You sure know how to sweet talk. When I give you something, you call me Senior Guo. When I don't, you're ready to chop me to death. That's where you're wrong. I'm a person who values the spirit of contract the most. I risked my life for you, and you pay me compensation. If I risk my life and you don't pay, then I have to resort to armed wage collection. I decided to eat it on the spot rather than carry it 200 kilometers. It's safest once it's in your pocket, and that thing was far too hot to handle. How do I do it? It's very simple. Just eat it. That's simple? You're not tricking me? If you don't believe me, fine. I'm leaving. I can't bear to look at you. Then she stopped in my doorway and turned around anyway. Absorb it well. Maybe you can grow a second heart. And then she saw the dark warrior standing outside her sister's room and yelled down my corridor, "Huling, you little brat, you were really planning to chop us to death just now." I locked the whole mountain down before I ate it. Full alert, everything pulled in off the plantation, 20 or 30 shield bearers standing outside my door. Guo Shanshan watched all of this from a window with an expression of enormous patience, knowing perfectly well it takes about an hour. The thing itself was spindle-shaped, 20 centimeters, pointed at both ends, and holding it made my mouth fill with water. I bit it and nearly broke my teeth. It looks soft and glutinous, and it is stone. Once the shell cracked, the smell doubled. The first fragment went down like a small warm sun landing in my stomach, and then every cell in my body started screaming for the rest of it, exactly like ground that has been dry for more than 20 years finally getting rain. I stopped chewing and started swallowing pieces whole. Li hour to finish it, then straight into meditation. And then in my chest, something took root. A knot of flesh grew. It pushed vessels out into my circulation and found them, and at the first drop of blood that reached it, it beat. Once, then again, then faster, and runes lit up across the surface of it. A second heart. In 300 years of records, a second heart is the cornerstone of essentially every real powerhouse there has ever been. It doubles your power source, and it means a destroyed heart no longer kills you. Not everyone strong has one, but everyone who has one is strong. I stood up and put a hand on the table to steady myself, and the table caved in and nearly dropped me on the floor. I lay there for a while looking at my own palm. Strength, 48.3, physique, 65.5, agility, 37.1, spiritual power, 712, magic, 14,242, double capacity from the heart. And a new feat, spell penetration. My physical strength had gone up 150% in one afternoon. I went outside to learn how to walk again. I stumbled, I fell over, I jogged, I fell over. Then I sprinted a full circuit of the compound and howled at the sky like an idiot. Guo Shanshan worked out exactly what I had eaten from the way I was falling over. Chen Yu laughed at me from a window. Then that window opened. "Junior Chen, can you stop howling? Can you please remove the guards at our door? How long are you planning to keep us locked up?" Her team asked her how many stones it had cost because they were going to pool together and cover it. Then they got the truth. Chen Guo screamed and grabbed her hand. "How could you do this? You didn't even ask us. The ancient wood heart was something we fought for together," and threw her hand away. Guo Shanshan cried into her palms and explained that she had offered 200,000 and a loan and been refused. Chen Yu tried to hold it together. "At least we're all still alive," and Chen Guo shoved her off. "What do you mean we're all alive? My little black is dead. It died blocking the knoll." And then she said the thing that ended that squad. "Did you promise that dog man something? Did you collude with him to embezzle our spoils of war?" Then she came for me. "Why did you steal our ancient wood heart? I advise you to watch your mouth. It's the reward for saving you. Give it back and we'll give you 100,000. Then you're too late. It's already in my stomach. Why don't you check the toilet in a couple of days and see whether what I pull out still has any effect?" She threw herself at me and bounced off my mage shield with a bleeding nose, and a dark warrior's blade came down a finger's width from her skull, close enough that it moved her hair. "This is my last warning. Next time, I'll chop off your head. Senior Guo, since your team members have recovered so well, hurry up and leave. This place is too small for great figures like you." Walking down that hill, Guo Shanshan looked at Chen Guo's face and understood that Starfire was over. Wealth moves people's hearts. There had probably been gratitude in that room at the moment I came through the wall. By the next morning, there was only resentment. Toward me, and probably toward her. Liu Minghan, who had spent a whole day helping heal them, came over completely bewildered. "Why did you chase all these girls away?" "What? Interested? I don't like the kind you play with. I want love." "Hey, love, tisk." My prisoner, meanwhile, was shouting up the stairs after 2 days without food. "Do you want to starve me to death? Bring me food. What do you want to eat, you little puppy? I want meat, fresh meat. I am a noble. I deserve noble treatment." 2 dark warriors held him up and hit him with cold iron gauntlets until he could only whimper. "Are you behaving now? You damned lowlife, my family will make you pay." Then keep hitting him. After round 2, I got a name. Dragar of the Fangor family, whose father Grimgor is a legendary bloodthirsty berserker and a duke in the Northern Empire. Zhang priced himself at 100,000 stones, which was a good number. A silver shaman fetches 20 or 30,000 on the slave market, and I said fine, I'd send his surviving guard home with a letter, and he panicked instantly. "No need to send a letter. The journey is too far." "Let's sign a hell contract. I'll even pay for the scroll." And then, as I walked away, "Hey, don't go. Which one is alive?" And then, to my back, down the stairs, "At least bring me some food." The guard, once thawed out of my corpse storage and surgically put back together and collared, sold him out completely. Dragar had been expelled from the Fangor family half a year earlier and hunted the length of the empire. More than half his people died on the road, and the anomaly in Whitewood Mountain had been a wounded, maddened, holy domain treefolk, which Dragar killed. I said out loud, "Something's not right. Something's not right. A silver shaman cannot kill a holy domain. That is not a close call. That is a category error." I put a blade at the guard's neck close enough that the soul fire was singeing his fur. Master is a gold tier shaman and a totem master. Zhang used some secret technique to kill the treefolk, and in the end, he fell from gold tier. I looked back toward the warehouse as though I could see through the floor. This time I had hit the jackpot. Look at the circle it makes. A mad treefolk with a heart in it. Killed by a disgraced Knoll noble who burned his own rank to do it, robbed by a hunter squad who had no idea what they were carrying, traded to me by a captain trying to buy her sister's lives, and eaten by a factory worker's son from Stone Creek. I got the rest of it out of him over the following weeks, in pieces, mostly because he could not stop talking. His father is a man who tears people apart, family, enemies, royalty, it makes no difference, and then mixes the blood from their hearts with wine and drinks it in one go. His mother was that man's captive. A slave, favored once after a banquet when the Duke was drunk. And on the day Dragar was born, the subjects outside were shouting a name, not his, Waters. The son of the Holy Spirit, born the same day to the right woman. His golden fur, royal fur, the mark of the highest bloodline, did not make him glorious as a child. It made him a target. Commoners mocked it. Other children held him down, shaved it off, and tattooed black characters into the skin underneath. Then he became a shaman's apprentice, and then a gold totem master, and the world turned all the way over. People offered him prey. People paid magic stones for the privilege of kissing his toes. People offered him their daughters, and it was never enough because the question never went away. Why is my territory so small? Is it just because my mother was a slave? Waters is nothing special. Only I, Dragar, will make the Fangor family greater. And then one morning he woke up with a hangover and smiled because it seemed he'd had a wonderful evening, and turned over, and his father's favorite concubine was dead in his bed. Zhang knew he'd been framed. Zhang also knew his father would not listen because his father does not listen. So he ran to his own fief. And he was still wondering why the escape had gone so smoothly when the pursuers arrived, because running had confirmed the crime for everyone. His guard captain had sold him. The same guard captain who had once offered his own sister as Dragar's concubine, humble as a dog. So when I came to see him in the warehouse, he was sitting on the floor of a storage room with the bearing of a man at a banquet. "Sir Dragar, you've hidden it from me quite well." Zhang been stalling for a reason. The collar was silver tier gear and his soul essence was gold. Given enough time, he'd have broken it, and if the guard had died and I had accepted a hell contract for ransom, he'd have killed me the moment it was fulfilled. Zhang offered ransom. I pointed out I could enslave him and take the money anyway. "No. You can't enslave me. My soul essence is gold. At least a holy domain would be needed." "Yes, what you said does make sense. But have you forgotten something? I am a necromancer. If I kill you now, when I reach gold, I can make you into a corpse lich. At that time, the magic stones you hid will still be mine. Me alive is more valuable. You won't do that." "That's right. But if you don't cooperate, I'll be in a difficult situation." Then I made the offer. "Be my follower until I break through to holy domain and then go free." "Holy domain? Heh. It's not even certain if you can break through. Then there's nothing I can do. You might as well die." And I turned around and walked out. Zhang didn't flinch when they pinned him, because he knew what he was worth. Zhang didn't flinch when the blade came up, because he was certain it was theater. "Wait a minute, I am willing to sign a slave contract." The blade stopped in his neck. The hide was already split, and what ran down the steel was scorching black on the soul fire before it could drip off. "You were really willing to kill me?" I was standing half in the lamplight and half out of it. "Otherwise, I don't have time to waste with you." Guo Chengji happened to carry slave scrolls and sold me one at cost, with a lecture attached that I have thought about many times since. "Although your strength is good, you still lack social experience." Guo Hui and the others signed follower contracts with me. I support them, they risk their lives for me, and even if they die, I take care of their families. This way they're at ease and I'm at ease. Only with people who have signed soul contracts watching your assets can you actually rest. The signing hurt him. The runes go into a soul like branding irons, and any resistance shatters the scroll, and he did not dare resist because he no longer knew whether I'd been bluffing. A wisp of his soul came out and settled beside mine, where crushing it kills him and merely touching it is agony. "Dragar, one day in the future, you will be glad you became my slave." "My lord," and the proud head went down. Afterward, he came up into the open air and looked at the sky for a while and reflected that he was no longer a free man, and then that he was hungry. There was a hooded figure at my gate a few nights later. Chen Wei, I need to see you about something. Senior Guo, what's with this outfit? A night raid on the mine? I came to fulfill the contract. I waved it off generously, feeling like a good person because I assumed she meant the 200,000 she'd blurted out while she was begging on my floor. It's on the contract, she said. My side of the hell contract hasn't been completed. I wrote those terms down first. I only mentioned the ancient wood heart afterward. I was too rushed and I didn't have time to erase them. And there it was. The line I had raised an eyebrow at, in her own blood, in her own handwriting, while she was on my floor with her sisters dying in a cave, 200,000 magic stones, and 1 full season of Starfire's service to me, at my direction, written before she ever offered me the thing that was actually worth $1 million. Junior, I think you're a good person, a gentleman. You shouldn't do something like taking advantage of someone in a difficult situation. Senior Guo, then you've misjudged me. You know I'm an honest person. I will strictly adhere to the contract. Why didn't you remind me? I thought it was a little surprise you'd given me. How could I possibly refuse your kindness? And I started to walk away, and she grabbed for my sleeve and hit the mage shield again, and then she said the only completely true thing either of us said that night. I don't want to die, because that is what a hell contract is. You don't get to change your mind, break it, and the rules erase you. So I got a season of the best scouting captain in Topaz. And 200,000 stones, and a heart worth $1 million, out of 1 piece of paper I signed while holding somebody off the ground by the collar. We rode into Topaz together the next morning and walked directly into Chen Guo and Chen Yu at the gate. What's going on with you two? Guo Shanshan sent me away and handled it herself, and the way she handled it was to unroll the hell contract on a table in front of both of them. Chen Guo read the blood-written terms all the way down and the scroll went limp in her hand. Sister Guo, why did you agree to such harsh terms? And then after a while, Sister Guo, I misunderstood you. With 2 lines of tears going down and no sound at all. They tried to pool 200,000 between them to cover it, and she pushed their rings back across the table. I'd already returned the money. I never told her why, and she never asked, and I would like to state for the record that it was purely a business decision. A scouting captain who owes you a season works considerably harder than one who has been robbed. Then the spellbook opened its last page and offered me 2 gold secret arts, and the choice was harder than any of the earlier ones. The training camp of the Terror Knight, or the Lich's phylactery storage room. A Lich is the better prize and it isn't close. Lee Undead caster with genuine independent intelligence that keeps learning spells on its own, forever, without me. A soldier and a research partner in one body. I took the Terror Knights, because my own teacher spent years at Gold and accumulated exactly 3 Terror Knights and not 1 Lich, and the reason is simple. You cannot find Gold tier caster corpses. They don't come up. Nobody sells them. Casters that strong don't die where you can collect them, and he and I had already invented a way to manufacture Gold tier battle profession corpses. I take the branch where I control the supply. The materials cost more than I had, so I closed the funding gap by taking a sum off Guo Shanshan. The feeling of being a kept man was truly wonderful. I stopped burning potential points on meditation entirely because at that level, 10 points buys 1/10 of a spiritual power and potions are cheaper. I hit the bottleneck, and then I did something I had never done before in my life. I stopped. I swept the potion tubes off the table. And I slept for 2 days and 2 nights, after 3 months of not sleeping at all, because I wanted to be at my best for it. Then it went off like a star inside my head, and my magic condensed into drops of pale gold, and a new white flower opened on the vine that had grown out of the very first seed I planted as a black iron apprentice. Across the compound, in his office, Guo Chengji felt short of breath and opened a window and swept the area out of habit, and found a magic vortex like a giant funnel standing over my meditation room with 20 dark warriors shielding the door. Zhang, Zhang's already gold? How long has it been? How old is he? Zhang was the man who had personally tested my aptitude. 3 years earlier, he could have killed me with a flick of spiritual power. Zhang had been at the peak of silver then, a thin sheet of paper from gold. 3 years later, I was through it, and he was still exactly 1 sheet of paper away, as he had been for years, as he would be for years. Watching his own peers pass him one by one, he could still tell himself something. Watching his junior pass him was different. Zhang hiccuped. Zhang smiled, helplessly, at nobody. Then he lay down and pulled the covers over his head. 3rd tier gold mage, strength 68.3, physique 85.5, agility 57.1, spiritual power 1,312, magic 26,242, Terror Knight training camp, 0 of 5. Guo Chengji came down the stairs the next morning and could not work out what to call me and was visibly struggling to stand in a pressure I hadn't learned to leash yet, so I pulled it in. Truly, each generation produces its own talents. Thinking back to when I first met you a few years ago, I never would have imagined. My teacher's reply to the news was 2 words: return to Blue Star. And when I got there, he hauled 3 coffins out of a storeroom, 3 gold-tier battle profession corpses. These aren't real golds, they're products of flesh and blood modification, and you had a hand in this as well. Take them. Then he spent a month showing me how to build a Terror Knight properly. It's good to have a teacher. A gold spell costs over 1,000 potential points, so I went back to the City of Corpses to farm at scale, and now that I was gold, I could finally see spirituality. So I ran the experiment I'd been unable to run for 3 years. I'd scan a walking corpse while it was still up, have a skeleton kill it, and watch. Normally, the soul nature stays behind in the corpse and rots with it, and the spirituality comes up out of the body in the shape of the creature it was, sinks through the ground, and goes to the Nether River, and on the ones that dropped a light point for me, the spirituality never went anywhere. Potential points are spirituality. I sat down on a stairwell in a dead city and worked through what that meant, and I did not enjoy it. A god's holy power comes from the faith of the living, and when a follower dies, the god takes his spirituality and keeps him as a praying soul until the memories are gone, and then refines what's left into building material for his own realm. The god uses a follower until there is nothing left of him, not wasting a single bit. Demons swallow souls whole and pay for it. Fragments stick, carrying other people's memories, and after enough centuries, their own minds go chaotic. That's not a personality trait, that's an occupational injury. Devils feed souls to the rules first and take the residue, which is slower and safer and considerably more sensible. And what about me? I'm an ordinary human, no divine standing, no abyssal birthright. So what, exactly, is digesting these souls on my behalf? So I'm no different from a demon. I gave myself a rather self-mocking smile about that on the stairs. I'm also using spirituality. I'm also obtaining it through killing. The only differences I could find were that my panel doesn't catch every soul the way the abyss does, most of them still go to the river, and that I don't have the side effect yet. I couldn't abandon the panel now. As for what would happen in the future, I would worry about that later. It also explained a number that had bothered me since I was 17. A walking corpse gives half a point because its spirituality is thin, a black iron gives 5, and a silver gives only 10. Because power and soul are not the same axis, and I'd been measuring the wrong one for 3 years. A week of that killed roughly half the walking corpses in that city. 2 of them turned out to be gold-tier corpse kings, still mindless, which is perfect Terror Knight material, and free. And on one of them I found burn marks, and remembered a night, years ago, sitting in a stranger's apartment with a fire axe, watching a young red dragon circle over the rooftops fighting something it couldn't finish, while every walking corpse within 20 kilometers turned and walked toward the noise. That was this, which gave me a target. A young red dragon has gold combat power and flies, and its scales carry a magic resistance that is extremely unfriendly to mages, on top of pseudo spells and dragon breath. It would be great if I could defeat that dragon. Preferably take it as a companion beast. A Dragon Knight necromancer is also a good choice. And even if I couldn't take it alive, a dead dragon would also be good. It could be made into a bone dragon. Let me tell you what a Terror Knight costs, because the number is the joke. The key spell is Core of Fear. And it eats a gold magic core, 20 to 30,000 stones, drained and recarved with runes. Without it, there are no pseudo spells at all, no fear aura, no death coil, no nightmare summon, no attendant mark. Half the thing is gone. So, a gold corpse at 30 to 50,000, which is a commodity with a price and no market. A core at 20 to 30. Abyssal demon iron and sundries at about 30, and a set of gold tier equipment for a living knight costs about 150,000 on its own. The entire undead gold knight, horse included, is cheaper than arming one man, and his gear grows as he kills, so I never buy him anything again. And each Terror Knight carries 4 attendant marks, and each mark takes a black iron skeleton and makes it a silver skeleton knight. For free. 1 Terror Knight is 1 gold and 4 silvers. As for why my teacher never made knight attendants in 30 years, I still don't know. I built 3 of them in the emptied potion warehouse at my plantation, and it took every stone I had. 2 more corpses sat unused in my ring because I could not afford to wake them. Advancing to gold turned a professional with savings back into a pauper. Money. It really is a good thing. Unfortunately, I don't have any. Tianan gives every new gold 3 free spells, the legendary mage's standing gift to his own students, still being paid out generations later. I took treating serious injuries. teleportation, which moves me 30 to 200 kilometers and is the basis for building teleport gates, which multiply that tenfold and must be officially registered. An unregistered gate anywhere near New South City gets a legendary spell dropped on it, or its passengers scattered into spatial turbulence, and the authorities are not fussy about which. And necromantic enlightenment. 10 minutes to cast, 10,000 magic, which is half of everything in my body, touch range, 7-day cooldown, and it gives an undead a complete mind. I cast it on Marlowe first, and I did not tell him what it was. The soul fire in that skull went wild and twisted, and then pulled itself in until it was smaller and much brighter. My lord! It is you who have bestowed upon me new wisdom. How do you feel? Better than ever before. What it actually unlocks. He can now learn spells by himself instead of having runes carved into him one at a time with days of settling in between. The ceiling that stops every caster undead below gold simply isn't there anymore, and I can now transmit my own spirit realm blessing to others. Breath of darkness. The secret techniques. Everything the school's contracted spells would never let me pass on. I gave him the mine. From now on, this mine is entrusted to you for garrison. My teacher has had that spell for years, incidentally, and not one of his undead has ever reached gold. Zhang's an academic. Zhang hates fighting, and undead only advance by killing. Guoshanshan, on hearing I was gold, then it seems I'll have to come find you less often in the future, because when we were both silver, we were roughly matched, and now it would look like she was climbing. Suit yourself, or how about you introduce me to a few gold-tier beautiful rich women? Not taking the initiative, not taking responsibility, not refusing. This is the modern man. And Dragar, the same week. Master, I'm also going to advance to gold. There's no bottleneck for a man who has already been gold once. The only thing holding him back was that his master was below him. Then he went and came back wearing his old gear, putting it on piece by piece with enormous ceremony, and I grabbed at his sleeve. You actually have a full set of gold tier equipment? Sell all this and get me a set of mage equipment. Master, Null shaman equipment doesn't sell for many magic stones. Even if you sell all of it, you won't be able to buy many pieces. All right, keep it then. Got to find a way to make money. At the Green Vine Tribe, the goblins had carved a wooden statue of me at the gate, so that no idiot would ever block my path again. It didn't resemble me at all. It just looked like a person. I didn't care. Goblins breed back like leaks in the ground. Then I swept the tribe and stopped dead, because there were goblin wolf riders in the pens. Not a goblin riding a dire wolf. A goblin grown into one, legs fused into the wolf's back. I walked into Kiko's hut in the middle of an operation. A dire wolf spread on a stone slab. A goblin with both legs off below the knee, full of pain-killing potions so he wouldn't struggle. 2 holes dug into the wolf's back down to the bone. The goblin set into them. A green paste worked into the joint with an incantation over it, and the whole thing stitched shut with clean black thread. 30% success rate. I want you to understand why that number staggered me. I had spent 3 months in a laboratory with a gold professor, transplanting a few organs into gnolls, and every single subject died of rejection, and a half-trained goblin girl in a mud hut was fusing 2 entire creatures together with a paste and a needle and getting 1 in 3. Where did you learn this? I inherited a bit of memory from my bloodline. I don't know when it was from. A goblin shaman performed this modification. I ordered her to teach every scrap of that inherited witchcraft to Dragar, and then I paid her. I summoned her teacher and said, "Your master Gorok, I have enlightened him." Zhang now possesses wisdom again. Marlowe bowed to me, then he turned around, put a bone hand on Kiko's forehead and stroked it. "Kiko, you've done very well. Master is proud of you." It was the first time he had ever spoken to her. She came apart like a mountain flood. "Master, Kiko, don't cry. I was going to die anyway. Now Master has revived me, and I can live a second life. This is already very good." And he wiped her face with a hand that was nothing but bone. And in that moment, the memories he had spent years only able to read became memories he could feel. Understanding the feelings of the living in the body of the dead, and his spirituality bloomed inside the soul fire and opened his road to gold. I stood off to the side and thought, this Kiko is truly my lucky star. Then I went hunting for a dragon. Draugr stayed behind to teach Kiko real systematic shamanism, since he's a trained noble caster and she is entirely self-taught, and Marlowe stayed to meditate toward gold. The dragon arrived in this region 11 or 12 years ago as an adolescent and has advanced once since. Young red dragon, veteran gold. A true dragon reaches adulthood and holy domain at 100 years old. So I had a window, and the window was closing. 500 kilometers of forest and wilderness between the Green Vine Tribe and that mountain, with nothing stronger than a bear living in any of it. I made a note about that too. When I reach Holy Domain and can open interdimensional gates, that empty land is a fortune waiting for somebody to move people into it. I raised several small tribes on the way. Black iron corpses raised on the spot, silver ones bagged, magic stones collected. One tribe of wild dwarves knelt instead of fighting, driven out dwarves scraping a living in the wilderness who had almost lost their beloved forging. I asked them exactly one question: do you still have the inheritance of forging techniques? Although we are wild dwarves, we dare not forget the forging techniques inherited in our bloodline for a moment. I put a magic mark on their leader and sent the entire tribe walking to the Green Vine tribe. Don't have any other thoughts. Otherwise, no matter where you escape to, I can find you. The dragon's dependents were a kobold tribe of 10 to 20,000 on a 400-meter mountain behind a stone wall, with mine tunnels and fields, 400 or 500 black iron, 30 or 40 silver, and 5 kobold sorcerers. Dragons keep kobolds for a reason. Kobolds speak Draconic badly and carry thin dragon blood, and living beside a real dragon purifies that blood over generations and makes them stronger, and they collect their master's shed scales, cut out their own, and implant the dragons in their skin. I watched a feeding, a horn sounded, and every kobold in that tribe dropped to its knees wherever it happened to be standing. Then 11 or 12 meters of red dragon crawled out of the peak cave, flew one circle roaring about its own sovereignty, landed on the offering platform, ate, lectured them in Draconic, and went back to bed. Eat when full, sleep when rested. Dragons are actually not much different from pigs. Then I did the reconnaissance, and this is the part I am proudest of in my entire career. I raised the skeletons of mice, lizards, and small birds, deliberately not strengthened, so weak that nothing would ever look twice at them, and I buried them all over that tribe as informants. The lead unit was a family of mice I found in a wall and killed. The brothers were all made into a mouse agent team and sent to the front lines. The one who took the cave was less than a month old and smaller than a walnut. It went up alone. At the guard chamber, 20 plus kobolds, 5 of them silver. I didn't dare use spiritual power at all. So I rode the mouse's own soul fire and flattened it against the floor at every sound and shrank its fire down to a spark. Deeper in, the heat started cooking its bones. Then the passage opened out. The dragon was curled on a hill of magic stones and shiny ore, breathing sparks in its sleep, with broken bones scattered around the edges of the pile. And below that chamber, a dead end that turned out to be the dragon's latrine, mountains of it, with magic potion plants growing straight out of the heap, which is genuinely valuable because there are buyers for dragon dung year-round. Then the mouse's bones started smoking, and the dragon lifted its head and looked around suspiciously. I snuffed its soul fire out where it crouched. Draugr's plan was elegant, and it started from the one thing everybody gets wrong. You cannot poison a dragon. The nose is too good, so you don't. You feed it a tonic, something that genuinely helps it digest and absorb magic, and it will sleep like the dead while the tonic works. Zhang said that, and then something sad crossed his face for about a second and was gone. I asked about subjugation. Zhang said no, you need to be a full major realm above, and even then, dragons are all proud. Even if you kill him, he won't submit to someone of the same rank. That's really a shame. Then this dragon can only be killed and made into a bone dragon. Master, actually, you can also acquire a dragon vein through a ritual. My teacher knew it and sent me the file. You kill the dragon, you devour its heart, and you bathe in its blood. Survive both, and you strip its bloodline out of it and into you. It was invented by a battle profession whose entire family was killed by a dragon, who made legend, became a professional dragon slayer, worked this out, and eventually became a dragon himself, and went on slaying dragons anyway. Here's the catch, and it's why almost nobody survives it. The dragon god cursed the ritual. No potions may assist you. No spells may assist you. Red dragon blood is effectively magma, and it also corrodes. Quit halfway and you get the pain and the damage and nothing else. And the dragon's soul, denied its passage to the 5-colored dragon mother, comes for yours. Fail, and there are 2 outcomes. Your body dissolves, or your soul loses, and the dragon resurrects inside your corpse and eats it into a new and stronger dragon. My teacher's verdict. I'm not worried about your soul. After all, we are mages, and our souls are not weaker than dragons, perhaps stronger. My only concern is whether your body can withstand it, and I immediately thought about a spindle-shaped thing that had felt like a small warm sun. But people are different. If you have this idea, I can't keep discouraging you. But you must think it through. Don't just rush into it impulsively. Zhang watched me go and let out a very small sigh because after 3 years he already knew exactly what I was going to do. Although I was cautious, I always had an adventurous heart in me. 3 doses of tonic at over 10,000 stones a tube, spent whether the hunt worked or not. I teleported the 500 kilometers in 50-kilometer hops rather than walk it, which is the single greatest quality of life improvement in the mage profession. The delivery method was the good part. The tonic went into the bellies of 3 live silver magical beasts, 2 great blood wolves, and a steel-armored demon pig, which my terror knights spent days capturing alive without leaving obvious weapon wounds on them. Then we woke all 3 of them up on the path of a kobold hunting party, and Dragar put bloodlust on all 3, and they tore each other apart. The hunting party found the fight, 50+ kobolds, 5 silver, led by a dragonborn kobold with doubled horns, folded dragon wings on his back, and a differently colored inverse scale set into his forehead, which is the highest gift a dragon ever gives a dependent. They waited politely for a winner. Then they took all 3 bodies and packed the wounds with herbs to hide the smell, because they are professionals. Then Draugr and I escorted that hunting party home invisibly for several days to make absolutely certain nothing went wrong with our very expensive groceries. The kobolds concluded it had been the favor of the dragon god. At the offering platform, the dragon inspected the hall and was delighted. Not bad, I am very satisfied with the prey this time. From now on, all prey should meet this standard, and the elders bowed and agreed enthusiastically while privately despairing, because there are not that many silver beasts left within a week of that mountain. Then it found the magic core in the boar's skull. Lee unexpected bonus, and tucked it under a chest scale, because dragons keep their spatial equipment built into their own bodies. Then a bloody burp, a satisfied roar, and back to bed. We gave the tonic 2 extra days to peak. Gold tier stealth scrolls, greater spell armor and fiend's eye, 3rd tier recovery potions and wisdom potions. And witchcraft traps laid down the entire corridor behind us in case the tribe came up the tunnel, which they eventually did. The first guard post, Draugr flooded it with something colorless and odorless, and it worked on everyone except one kobold whose amulet happened to have a detox effect. Something's wrong. Enemies! Too late. Filth spears did the rest, and I preserved the corpses so they wouldn't start to smell. Then we spent half a day setting magic and witchcraft traps inside a sleeping dragon's own bedroom. That's how good the tonic was. 2 casters worked in his nest all day, and he did not stir until the attack was actually landing. And the piece of terrain that decided everything, the ceiling in that chamber was low. Jang could not get airborne. Final preparation was a 3rd tier silence domain scroll, which meant that even if the dragon screamed until his throat was raw, nobody would come. Plus dozens of dark warriors and 2 dark mages holding the corridor at our backs. Vorlag's eyes came open, already alert. Zhang was a dragon. Zhang knew. 3 terror knights hit him with death coil as they charged, and every trap under his wings went off at once. Shadow tentacles pinned the wings and the claws. Ice traps took his footing, and a lance charge broke his wing bones, which grounded him permanently. Dragon breath melted the surface off a terror knight's abyssal demon iron shield, and nearly cooked the armor off him. And the armor is his body. Lose it, and he's finished. And I pumped undying undead into him until it reforged. Worms, who gave you the courage to attack the great true dragon's souls? A tail whip put a terror knight through a wall. Then he roared for help, and the silence domain ate it, and he answered that too. Worms, do you think I only rely on sound for my summons? Because a dragon can call his dependents through the scales he has given them and the contracts he has sworn with them, and the entire Red Dog tribe came up that tunnel into my dark warriors. Veteran silver against a mixed mob in a corridor where numbers are worthless, with my dark mages healing the wounded back into the line as fast as they came out of it. The dragon took a long time. High magic resistance means my spells landed at a fraction, but no matter how strong the resistance, he could not withstand being constantly attacked, and Draugr's curses turned every wound green and kept it open. It cost me. All 3 terror knights wounded, one lying immobile with its nightmare crushed under it and its own armor chewed open, the other 2 showing soul fire through the gaps, and so many high-grade potions that resistance set in and they stopped restoring me properly, which is a thing I had read about and never experienced. Zhang went down, and what came out of him smoked on the stone like lava. Submit to me. Serve me as your master, and I can let you continue living. Insect. A true dragon will never be a slave. One day I will resurrect from the 5-colored dragon mother's kingdom, and then I will tear apart you, insect. Good words are not spoken twice. 2 lances. And outside, every kobold who had ever signed a contract with him started wailing at once, because they could already feel the rules coming for their souls. Master. Do you really want to perform the dragon vein plundering ritual? It has come to this point. I would be unwilling if I didn't try. I tested the blood pool by putting my whole hand into it. To me it felt like a bath at 40 degrees. That is the ancient wood heart, and that is the only reason any of what follows was survivable. The ritual needs no materials, just words. A terror knight opened the chest for me, and I climbed inside the ribcage, which was a sauna even for my body, and tore the heart out and ate it in mouthfuls. Scorching, sulfurous, and with a taste I still cannot describe to anybody. Then it came down over me and I screamed, because it isn't only heat, it corrodes. At the cave mouth, Draugr's face went tight, and he told me afterward, honestly, that what burst out in him was not loyalty. It was the realization that if I died, his contract would harvest him and he'd go with me. And then Vorlag came, because the ritual had trapped his soul in the body instead of letting it go home. Insect, I have already felt your weak soul tremble under my claws and teeth. Winner takes everything. Strip his soul and his bloodline and become a new evil dragon. Or lose, and he devours my soul, resurrects in my corpse, and walks out of that cave with a new true dragon body. And the rule that makes it fair, in soul space, nobody can cast spells. A mage's soul is not smaller than a dragon's, but a dragon's soul has several centuries of melee experience. Zhang was grinning as he came at me, and then the attribute panel appeared in the soul space and hung there in the air, and Vorlag stopped, mid-charge, pinned, unable to move a claw. What is this? I understood it in about half a second, and I'd like you to appreciate the arithmetic. If that panel is a weakened piece of abyss will, then it suppresses souls. Normally, it could never lay a finger on a dragon's soul, because dragon souls are the property of the dragon god and get retrieved the instant they come loose. But the five-colored dragon mother's own curse, the one written into this ritual to punish dragon slayers, had forced this soul to stay behind and fight. She'd handed him to me. I smiled. Then I jumped a pinned dragon and tore him apart and ate him, while keeping half my attention on my body outside, which was in a bad way. Outside, it split my skin open and burned every hair off me. Then the ritual's suction dragged in every drop that dragon had shed in the whole fight and wrapped me in a red cocoon, and then drained the corpse itself into it. Bones, hide, scales, the dragon core, all of it. And I slept. And in the sleep, I lived his entire life from the shell forward, and I learned to fly. Not the theory. The thing itself, how to steer with wings, how to hold a breath in the throat and let it out, how to fight in a body like that. Inside the cocoon, scales came up through my skin, and horns came out of my skull, and a tail and wings tore out of my back, and then all of it sank back down under the surface and waited there. And between my two hearts, a third thing settled in. A dragon core. I tore the cocoon open and stepped out with nothing on, and looked back at the dull gray husk of what had been a dragon, and felt something almost like pity and touched it. And it collapsed into sand. Everything usable was inside me. What great materials. They could have sold for hundreds of thousands. Bloodline, human race / red dragon, strength 368.3, constitution 485.5, agility 357.1, which is higher than a normal gold battle profession on a mage. Spiritual power 2,312, magic 69,363, out of a nominal 23,121. Because 3 cores means triple storage, which means that in a long fight, when everybody else is empty, I still have 2 full tanks. Pseudo spells, dragon breath, dragon might, fire abilities, half dragon form, red dragon form, and feats arriving wholesale, dark vision, spell empowerment, resistance to cold, to spells, to poison, to lightning, and advanced fire. And unlike the ancient Woodheart, which left me falling over furniture, this time I woke up in complete command of the body because I'd spent the whole sleep watching a dragon use one, like watching a very long film, 2 meters tall now, sculpted features, and not one hair, eyebrow, or eyelash anywhere on me. Draugr greeted me with genuine envy and even more genuine relief. Then I walked out of that cave growing scales and horns and a tail as I went, stood on the ledge at 2.5 meters and roared. And became 9 meters of red dragon, and picked Draugr up in one claw, and took off. It's time to go see my new servants. I played in the air like a child on the way, climbing into cloud, diving, pulling up at the last second. A professional doesn't get to fly until Holy Domain, and I had 300 years of waiting cut off my sentence in an afternoon. I landed on the sacrificial platform and dropped a white-faced gnoll on it. Most of the kobolds went down on their knees out of pure habit, but the dragonborn ones stayed standing because they could feel that I wasn't Vorlag. Kobolds, from now on I will be your new master. Now, I permit you to kneel before me. Lee Old Sorcerer asked where Lord Vorlag was. Vorlag, that weak crawler, has already been devoured by the great me. Crawler, do you have any other questions? And I want to note that I heard myself saying it. In that form, I was becoming arrogant and contemptuous of everything in front of me, and I knew exactly whose personality was bleeding through. A silver dragonborn drew on me anyway. Several more stepped out with him. For the great Vorlag. Very good. Then I will send you to meet Vorlog now. And my first ever dragon breath burned them and several bystanders into charcoal and then made me cough because I nearly choked myself doing it. And my actual emotional response, standing over it, was regret. The dragon mindset is harmful. If I just exploded their heads, they could have been made into dark warriors. Now they're all charcoal. What a pity. Roar. Now, I will be your new master. Who agrees? Who opposes? Nobody opposed. May we know your name? My name, Huo Ling. Remember this name. Your remaining lives will become glorious because of this name. And then privately, to myself, yes, this is the feeling. The old kobold nodded in satisfaction because true dragons always have this feeling. Then I tore hundreds of my own scales off, bleeding freely, which hurt considerably more than the speech implied, and welded them into the foreheads of the strongest kobolds, who kowtowed with joy right through it, and then healed myself. Then I changed down through half-dragon into human and got dressed in front of 20,000 kobolds. Because turning into a dragon shreds whatever you're wearing, and none of my old clothes fit the new body anyway, so I came out of it with nothing and had to go under a mage robe with no other arrangements. Croc, the old sorcerer, gave me the inventory, nearly 20,000 kobolds, 200 plus black iron, 22 silver warriors, 5 sorcerers, and 40 to 50,000 magic stones a year in ore, potions and hides, which Vorlog had sold once a year, personally, hundreds of miles away, so nobody could backtrack it to his lair. Vorlag, that dragon, was quite clever. The storeroom held mountains of metal and black iron and silver magic cores, 6 or 7 months worth, and worth over 200,000 in New South City, which told me his trading partners had been robbing him blind for a decade, 10 times the profit. They should be killed. And then I found the real prize, Vorlag's spatial equipment, built into a red scale on his chest, big enough to hold a small hilltop. It took days to wipe a dead dragon's imprint off it, and I could only do it at all because my soul now carried his aura. I set it under my own scales, in my own chest, where he'd kept it. 400,000 or 500,000 out of the nest and 200 out of the storeroom, and I took the dragon dung as well for fertilizer because I am not proud. Indeed, robbery is the true path to becoming rich. My parting order to Croc was to select some kobolds for me. No, strength is not important. What's important is a smart brain. I arrived at the Greenvine tribe and the goblins scattered and wet themselves before I was through my own gate. Master, Draugr whispered, restrain your dragon might. I'd absorbed that along with everything else. The kobolds were used to it. The goblins had never felt anything like it in their lives, and what they were feeling was a fraction of it leaking out while I wasn't paying attention. I tested it later in my own bedroom on Blue Star, let a thread of it out, and watched every insect in the house leave. I laughed for about a minute. Reporting into my teacher, his voice actually shook. You really went to slay a dragon. Did the ritual succeed? Dragon vein. I never thought that in my lifetime, my student would become a dragon vein mage. Then the warning. The school would come for me now, because the principal does not easily lose a talent like that. And then he told me what the cage looks like from inside. The academic factions treat ordinary professionals better than the royals or the nobles do. That's true. And also, the royal family, the nobles, and the academic factions are all part of the exploiting class. Only the methods differ, and the intensity differs. Every single one of them is a man-eating monster. I was inside that cage. High gold, a dragon in my blood, and still a slightly larger insect. And my spellbook had stopped. It had nothing left to give me. A mage's power is spells, and from here on, spells could only come from above. To obtain them, I can only sell my life. Dragon slayers eventually become evil dragons. If I ever reach a high enough position, it is extremely likely that I will simply become part of the exploiting class myself. I was still turning that over when the doorbell rang. Speaking of which, my teacher said, they're here. Qin Yi collected me. A gold warrior serving as the legendary mage's 3rd-level assistant, and there are 3 levels of those, plus 4 grand secretaries above them, which is a 7th-rank official standing at the prime minister's gate. Zhang was decent about it. When I was your age, I was still struggling in the black iron tier. Zhao Yuan's office is itself a small mage tower, woven through with rune arrays. You've actually advanced to gold before even graduating. I never expected a dragon vein mage to emerge from my school. It's a pity, I no longer take students. Otherwise, I truly would have wanted to take you as my disciple. Qin Yi, listening from beside the wall, decided on the spot to cultivate me himself, which I did not learn for a long time. Then the actual point of the meeting, phrased as a question that was not one. The school is currently in a turbulent period, and you have also advanced to gold. Are you willing to take on more responsibility? 2 postings. The third affairs department and the mobile division, army life, few holidays, sitting around waiting for a war, or the fifth affairs department and the arcane guard, intelligence, special missions, killing the other side's commanders, gold minimum, and free time between jobs. I took the arcane guard, obviously. Then the gifts, and one of them was a tube of high-tier red dragon blood out of the school's secret vault. The vault is down a teleport array into a sealed hall that suppresses spiritual power, where you are met by an armored warrior whose voice sounds like two pieces of sand being rubbed together and whose plate is pitted with old scars, and a red light comes out of the helm and scans your order, then corridors under 3 meters high, full of spell traps, several heavy doors, and a gold-tier silver-plated golem standing as the door guard, with heavier things implied behind it. Qin Yi walked us out quickly and only exhaled once we were clear. Staying in the secret vault is too oppressive. Then he told me who the guards are. They are all heroes, high-tier battle professions who made contributions to New South City, but the jar is hard to leave the well intact. And the general is bound to die in front of the formation. They were seriously injured in battle and couldn't be cured. Finally, after Lord Principal cast a spell, they are kept in this half-life, half-death state. The small box held a rune-etched test tube of adult red dragon heart blood. Li Adult Red Dragon, Holy Domain, yields about 3 tubes of it in its entire body. You can make legendary grade scroll ink with it, or if you happen to be carrying a dragon vein, you drink it to accelerate and purify the bloodline. The lifespan note took me a minute to absorb. Dragons live over 1,000 years and grow correspondingly slowly. Vorlag was 60-something and still called young. By age, he was in my grandfather's generation, and a plunder ritual holder inherits the lifespan. Li Ordinary Gold gets 150 years, Holy Domain gets 300, only a legend passes 1,000, and no legend on Blue Star has ever died of old age. Barring murder, I'll live 1,000 years. I put the tube away without drinking it. My body had been through enough that year. The big box held a full set of gold mage equipment, 10 pieces, 3 or 400,000 stones. The robe, 5 charges of greater spell armor, 25% magic recovery, permanent cleanse, temperature control, auto-adapt, and quick stowage. The staff, 3 charges of fire orb, 3 of cold orb, and permanent spell penetration, spell maximization, and spell haste. Boots with greater haste for running away. Rings that trigger defensively on their own when I don't react in time. And a necklace that defends the soul, a dozen extra spells, and 20 or 30 extra castings out of thin air, combat power up at least half, and quick stowage solved a problem that had been genuinely troubling me, which is that if I wanted to turn into a red dragon halfway through a fight, I would first have to take off my clothes. I stood in front of the mirror with the hood up and my face in shadow for a while. How could one word handsome describe it? If I weren't a baldy now, I'd probably be even more handsome. Being strong is only temporary, being handsome is for a lifetime. Then I took a dragon's hoard to market. Topaz rather than New South City, because Topaz was paying about 10% more to the Donghao Trading Company, a 10-story building in a temporary camp. Space expanded from 400 square meters to 2,000 on the inside, with a defense array at Holy Domain grade. The hostess in the Cheongsam took one look at a young man arriving empty-handed and put me in a 30-square-meter appraisal room. I asked for 200 or 300. She went to ask, and I heard the whole conversation through the wall because I am a gold caster and the wall was 6 meters away. Li, older female appraiser, who was already annoyed because her 2 male colleagues had spent the morning staring at the hostess, made it as difficult as she possibly could. If he says to expand, do we just expand? What if he's messing with you? If he refuses to compensate, you'll be the one who has to pay. And then sweetly, be careful of your tone. If you displease this gentleman and he complains about you, it has nothing to do with us. Some people are simply capable of making things as difficult as possible for others within the scope of their duties. So I told the hostess, all right, expand it. If there's a problem, it's on me. And then I let my gold pressure into the room. Don't waste my time anymore. Otherwise, you won't want to know the consequences. The woman was drenched through and shaking and very nearly went down on the carpet. Then I opened the dragon scale and the pile grew. And their mouths went wide enough to swallow an egg, and they had to call in a second appraisal team. Hour later, I had an itemized sheet 300 rows long, 800,000 magic stones. I had guessed 5. Then I spent all of it in one sitting. 10 gold magic cores, 310,000 after my brand new VIP discount. Phew, that's really expensive. Gold battle profession corpses at 58 to 110,000 each, which I refused on principle because I can manufacture a pseudo-gold corpse for 18. Capitalists, profiteers, they even sell corpses for so much. Gold spellcaster corpses. None in stock, of course. There never are. 300,000 of Abyssal Demon Iron and Terror Knight materials, enough for 10 sets. 500,000 of laboratory equipment, including an enchanted operating table, and 20 silver knoll slaves at 10 to 15,000 apiece, because if buying corpses is bad value, then manufacturing them is the answer. I walked in with a dragon's horde and left with under 100,000. When I arrived, my spatial equipment was full to the brim. When I left, you could have run a mouse through it. Compared to that building, going to a club felt like not spending any money at all. The gnolls went into a laboratory dug under my plantation by magic, where Draugr and several enlightened dark mages, who are now genuinely qualified research assistants, and whose knowledge keeps accumulating because they never forget and never sleep, ran the modification, half a year minimum per batch. Meanwhile, the 2 gold corpse kings out of my dead city became 2 more terror knights, and I gave all 5 knights their 4 attendant marks each, 20 free silver skeleton knights. With 5 terror knights in hand, my start at gold was already far better than my teacher's, and he had 30 years on me. What I didn't have was spells. Below gold, you buy them with money. From gold up, high-tier knowledge is never sold openly. You sign with the royals, the nobles, an academic faction, or a financial group. Those high and mighty monsters are all set up to harvest the lower strata. Mid and low-tier professionals are only young sprouts. Starting from gold, you're considered a mature chive, and everyone wants a cut. The only difference is that each power cuts to a different length. I accepted being harvested. If I have to sell myself, I'd rather find a good boss. Guo Shanshan turned up between missions, and by then the whole thing had settled into something domestic, which neither of us ever discussed out loud. If I don't come to find you, you won't come to find me? Downstairs there was Wu Hua, Guo Jian's little sister, back from Blue Star, and now a third-class spellcaster. Cultivate well, and you'll definitely earn more money than your brother in the future. I ruffled her hair. The house had terrible soundproofing, and I did not get around to casting a silent spell on my own bedroom until embarrassingly late. I came down the next morning and found her fixing her hair, looking very hard at the closed door and going slowly red. The Fifth Affairs Department is an obsidian obelisk on New South City's administrative street with dark glass that spiritual power can't get through, and it probably cost nearly as much as a mage tower. The first time I walked in, wearing full arcane guard black and gold at 2 meters tall, mid-tier professionals stepped out of my way and bowed. And I would be lying if I said I didn't enjoy it. Director Xu Jian explained the structure: headquarters, branches, offices, and the Arcane Guard is headquarters' own enforcement arm. 10-man squads, gold minimum, reconnaissance, clearing, and removing the other side's commanders. During the recent major battle with the Null, the Arcane Guard carried out the most difficult missions. We also sacrificed many personnel. Pay: 10,000 magic stones a month plus 2,000 points, interchangeable with academic credits. And a gold spell costs 2,000 to 3,000 points. Which means 1 month of that work buys exactly 1 spell. That's the whole deal, stated plainly, and I took it with my eyes open. Posting: 8th team. Intern team leader, promoted after probation. The department is short-handed right now, and tasks are severely piling up. Reorganize the morale of the 8th team members, help them recover their combat power, and shoulder the responsibility. The 8th team's room had the curtains drawn and people lying on the sofas in the dark. The assistant clapped her hands. Gather, welcome your new team leader. They looked up, they read the written order, they got up slowly, and did not form a line. One of the women put a hand on the assistant's shoulder. Little White, are you done reading? You can go. The second she was out the door, everybody lay back down. The wrinkled old man drinking tea squinted at me. Young man, our 8th team isn't somewhere you can just come and be the team leader because Xu Jian arranged it. Is the director's order useless? This order can be useful, but also not very useful. The Arcane Guard is not a place for geniuses to come. Be careful not to know how you died. Then the woman on the sofa sat up, wiped the drool off her lip, and explained it properly. Useful means you can indeed be our official deputy team leader, but we won't listen to your orders, so then it becomes useless. Everyone here has climbed up step by step from the bottom, completed hundreds of missions, and each person has taken several gold tier lives. In the war against the Gnolls, our team alone killed no less than 10 gold tier. You tell me, is this a team you can be in charge of? And then the old man gave me the actual threat over his tea in a completely pleasant tone. We can let you be the team leader, but when the Arcane Guard does missions, there are casualty quotas. When you encounter enemies, if we don't care about you, what good is it for you to be the team leader? So go back where you came from. Since you have connections, why risk your life for just these few magic stones and points? And I want to be honest, they were completely right, and I liked them immediately. What you said makes sense, I told them. For such a dangerous team, if a young, inexperienced leader suddenly parachutes in, I'd also be unhappy if I were in your shoes. How about this then? Just treat me as an ordinary team member. We can cooperate and get along as equals. That's no problem, as long as you don't give blind orders. They use code names on missions. Chen Fan, the wrinkled one. Shu Tao. Mei Shu and Su Wei, the two women, who were evidently a couple and made no secret of it, and Lei Gang, the muscle-bound one meditating in the corner. I picked Bone. Bone? That's a unique code name. When Chen Fan poured me tea, I cast detect poison on it in front of him before drinking. His eyes flashed with what I can only describe as approval. They refused to tell me their professions until my probation ended. 6 people, not 10. A full team has 10 people. The Arcane Guard has been around for so many years, and not a single team has ever been full. Besides, many people died in the previous wars. Su Wei, lying on the sofa with her feet up in the air. Idle? You're just lucky. It won't be this idle in a few days. West of us is the Tree Sea, and the Elf Royal Court was sending an envoy to meet the legendary mage. Elves come in several kinds: sun, moon, high, dark, 700 or 800 years of life, and nearly every one of them capable of becoming a professional. Why nobody bothers them? In New South City's early days, some people went into the Tree Sea and captured elves to sell as slaves on Blue Star, and the Elf King came out with his people and nearly destroyed the city. The legendary mage had to humble himself, hand over every single man involved, and execute them before the royal court would withdraw. Nobody has tried since, and in every war with the Gnolls since, the elves have never helped anybody, at most sending a small group to stand at a distance and watch. Our job was several hundred kilometers of route to be scouted and cleared of every beast and tribe before the envoy came through, because if something clashed with them on the road and made the legendary mage lose face, we'd be the ones who lost face for him. Chen Fan, kindly, Bone, we're not like you. You have people above you. We all have to rely on ourselves. Then you've misunderstood me. I'm not from some prominent family. I also have to rely on myself. And I meant it. With real connections, I'd have been sitting on Blue Star buying spells and drinking potions to Holy Domain, instead of standing in a dark room being frozen out by 6 professionals with a casualty quota. Lei Gang wouldn't go pick the mission. Didn't a deputy team leader come to the team? You go with Bone. So Chen Fan took me and told me on the way that since the last captain died, it had been him and Lei Gang, and that Lei Gang had always had some ideas about the leader's post. Heh. Of course, I don't know what ideas he has now that you've come. None of the people in this 8th team were good people, and this old man was the same. The map covers everything from New South City and Topaz out to the Jackal Empire and the Tree Sea, and it's covered in red dots, thin near the city, dense near the Tree Sea. Each of those red dots is a branch of the 5th Affairs Department, or something scouted by people under them, and they couldn't solve it. As for us, we just choose an area and clear out all the red dots. It's that simple? Simple? Every red dot is a problem that requires at least 1 gold tier to solve. And the most crucial thing is that because these dangers were scouted by low to mid-tier battle professions, the specific situation might differ from the intelligence. Their only tactic is multi-pronged advance. Each person takes a slice, clears it, and everyone regroups for whatever is too big. Mei Shu flatly when Chen Fan announced he'd picked an easy area. Really? You say that every time, but I've never seen it actually be easy. And then the 2 speeches that are the entire character of that team. Chen Fan. Although you joined halfway, you get along with my temper. If we can save you, we definitely will. And Su Wei, patting my shoulder in an entirely maternal way. Little Bone, you're so handsome. Be careful. Don't let us find you with only your bones left. Of course, if you encounter something truly dangerous, something we can tell we can't beat, remember not to send a signal. We'll definitely run faster than you then. I worked out their professions by watching. Shu Tao is a Gold War Knight. Chen Fan, the one who squints, is a gold precision hunter, and I did spend some time wondering whether he could still see. Su Wei is a devil sorcerer who smells faintly of hellfire, which means an ancestor at Holy Domain or above, because a devil bloodline requires either a legendary mage's modification or somebody who mated with a devil. Mei Shu is an assassin with so little presence that I occasionally forgot she was in the room with me, and Lei Gang, who gave me the strongest threat sense of all of them and whom I had assumed was a warrior because of the shoulders, turned out to be an evocation mage of earth and fire. Nobody in that team was newly gold. Mei Shu was maybe 30 and the youngest. Su Wei looked young and might have been 50. Chen Fan and Shu Tao were in their 70s or 80s. In roadless country, only Shu Tao had a mount, so I raised skeleton beasts for everyone. Mei Shu examining the skeletal giant wolf under her. No wonder you're called Bone. So you're a necromancer. We're all riding skeletons. What about you? Me? I'll naturally ride something good. And I summoned a nightmare warhorse with 1 horn and black fire on its hooves. Zhu Tao is a gold knight whose own mount is a flesh-modified magic steed that cost 20,000 stones and lives 5 years. Zhang got itchy immediately. Let me ride it and feel it, so we swapped, and when his steed tried to buck me, I let a thread of dragon might out, and it nearly wet itself and behaved beautifully. Then the old knight opened my nightmare up on the flat and started making noises. Oh, oh, oh. If that nightmare was a sports car, his magic steed was an old man's mobility scooter. Su Wei, from her skeleton. Bai Mao, you old pervert. Can you make some normal sounds? Everybody fell off laughing. Zhang gave it back extremely reluctantly. I explained I couldn't let him contract it. Mine is a magic construct built off a rune template, not a real one. The ones Terror Knights ride are summoned bodily out of hell, and the reason a Terror Knight can contract one so easily is that both of them feed on fear. Nightmares eat the fear of the living. Terror Knights eat the fear of the dying. Nothing is wasted in that arrangement, which is why it holds. Splitting up, Lei Gang, who says almost nothing to anybody, said one sentence to me. If you encounter something you can't resist, you can run in my direction. The map legend. Deep red means at least one gold tier creature. Light red means 10 or more silvers. My patch had 10 dots and only 3 deep red, and it took me 2 days to work out that the veterans had quietly handed the newcomer the easy sector. The reason that region is thick with monsters is geography. The gnolls to the north are aggressive, and the wood elves to the west never leave the tree sea. So every other race in between has spent years drifting toward the trees. 2,000 kilometers of route had to be cleared because nobody knew which path the elves would take. My first target was a gold corrosive poison-horned lizard, 10 meters, gray-green under a coat of mucus, with a hunting method I still think about. It defecates in a water source, not enough to kill, just enough that animals keep drinking. Then it buries itself nearby with only the mouth above ground and breathes out a second toxin, and the two poisons together give the prey hallucinations that walk it directly into its mouth. I stacked Quench Cold Hell and an Orb of Cold until it was a block of ice with its eyes rolling inside, then took half its head off with a death ray. It answered with a poison cloud that killed every insect in the grass. You could hear it, like sand being poured, and dissolved the bushes into gray-green slime. Then it doubled that with Fatal Toxin, which against a battle profession is unsurvivable even with every antidote in the bag. But I'm a necromancer, so I sent in the Terror Knights. These knights who had already died, were already dead. So were they afraid of poison? A poison cyst grew inside one knight's armor, and his own soul fire burned it out before it could rupture. Then 4 of them trampled the lizard flat, horn, poison sac, and a poison-type magic stone worth 60 or 70,000, which is double the usual, because poison cores are rare, and the corpse itself was too poisoned to raise. So I put corpse preservation on it anyway, because with the right spells, a thing like that becomes an abomination. I finished a 2-month mission in 20 days. Then I teleported to the rendezvous and waited a week, and Chen Fan arrived second and found me lying on a bluestone slab that my Terror Knights had carried into the shade and cut flat for me, while a silver dark mage turned gold tier beast ribs over a fire, scoring them with a knife and shaking spices onto them. Bone, you really know how to enjoy life. It's still good to be you necromancers, using a silver tier dark mage to barbecue. This is the first time I've seen it. Alas, you see when the necromancer enjoys himself, but you don't see when we suffer. Then he ate 2 ribs and was full, and I ate 7 or 8 and cleaned them so thoroughly that ants could have slipped and done the splits on them. How did your stomach grow? You ate more than me. With no witness, I'd have chewed and swallowed the bones as well. A dragon's stomach absorbs those. Shu Tao arrived, threw half a gold beast carcass onto the fire, and then quietly started selling me corpses, a gold troll warrior for 50,000, which I declined because I can manufacture a pseudo gold for 18. And his price was actually generous since a guild would have paid him 60 or 70. You're still short on money? With someone above you, can you still lack money? That's all a misunderstanding. I come from a poor background and have no one above me. Chen Fan chuckled into his tea, plainly not believing a word of it. Then Shu Tao produced 2 Silver Tiger Man shaman corpses, one with its head flattened and one with half a head. And I bought both for 10,000 without haggling, because spellcaster corpses are the one thing I always want. With necromantic enlightenment, even a silver one has a road to gold. Next time I have gold ones, I'll give them to you too, but you have to help me with something. What do you need his help with? Said Chen Fan. You ask everything. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Do you think I wouldn't know if you didn't tell me? You just want to get a nightmare warhorse. I know whether you want to fart or poop just by looking at your old man's butt. Go, go, go. Go look at your own poop. Then a magic flare went up and every receiver in the camp rang at once. Chen Fan read it in half a second. It's Fei Niao's signal. And Su Wei was supposed to be with Mei Shu, which meant 2 of them together had been forced to send a distress signal. Both old men bolted for their mounts. I called after them, and Chen Fan turned around, and his face went absolutely cold because he thought I was refusing. If you don't want to go, we won't stop you. Let's teleport. I have coordinates recorded in that direction. Good. Good kid. I didn't hold it against him. Zhang'd been frightened for his own. What we teleported into was two women surrounded by centaur deer, human torsos on giant deer bodies. They can't run distance, but they are devastating over a short sprint through forest, and they're natural archers and forest knights. Roughly 300 black iron, 50 plus silver, and 5 golds. Mei Shu had already killed a silver knight so cleanly that his lower body was still running when the upper half came apart. Then she was blasted out of the shadow plane by a thrown battle key spear. Then a gold forest ranger put a double shot into her. One big loud arrow, which she cut in half, and one small silent one hiding directly behind it, which she saw at her own face. It broke her shoulder blade and stayed in, and it worked as a tracker, which meant she couldn't hide in the shadow plane anymore either. Sue is a half-succubus sorcerer with black wings that only glide, and both wings were full of arrows. She had a gold flesh golem out and a dozen little devils in the air, and the reason neither of them could win or run was one creature standing well back from everything, a gold centaur deer druid who healed everything they hurt, buffed everything they didn't, and kept throwing entangles at their feet. Every time they opened a gold, the wound closed in front of their eyes. No! And from Chen Fan's face, it was not the first time she'd shouted it. Then the druid's tree folk guard brought an ancient tree to life, and it flattened her flesh golem. And her devils, incidentally, were summoned on a hell contract with the soul power fee due after the battle, failed to pay, and the devils cheerfully collect her instead. That's the profession. That's what she does for a living. My spiritual power found them from a long way out, and the druids found me back. Be careful, enemy reinforcements are here. 3 gold tiers. Chen Fan went into the trees and disappeared. His opening shot is the best single thing I have ever watched a person do. Zhang went branch to branch, gaining speed, knocked a black enchanted arrow carrying 3rd tier sharpness and stealth and wind control, and burned battle key through charge shot, armor piercing, precise shot, and multiple phantom arrows. The druid saw 2 arrows coming. Zhang grew a net of iron-hard branches to eat the first. Zhang deflected the second with a spell. And then he smiled, because he'd also spotted the hidden 3rd one, and then the real arrow came in on a curve from the side. The other 2 were battle kai illusions built specifically to make him relax. It blew his nature shield apart, and only his amulet's automatic defenses stopped it from ending him. That single arrow cost several thousand magic stones and can only be used once. Meanwhile, Shu Tao asked permission to charge. No, I said. Get closer to me before you start charging. And Chen Fan, mid-volley, looked over and nearly came out of his tree. Because the thin old knight was riding at the point of a wedge, and behind him rode 5 terror knights in abyssal demon iron with green soul fire coming out of every joint, 4 to 5 meters tall on nightmare war horses, and behind them 20 skeleton knight attendants. Charge with me! Kill! The living! Kneel before death! They hit the tree folk guard like a dump truck going into a half-finished building and sheared its legs off. And then I emptied my graveyard. 200 dark warriors and 700 or 800 skeletons, in formation, opening with hundreds of soulfire javelins that went up like hundreds of candles lighting in the sky at once. Here's the number that makes that possible, and it's the whole reason I chose that secret art at Black Iron. Creating an undead from a template costs 100 magic. Summoning one you've banished to the undead plane costs 15. Summoning one out of my graveyard costs about 1. Anybody else putting that many undead on a field in that little time would have completely emptied himself doing it. I put 1,000 soldiers on the ground, and it cost me roughly the same as walking up a flight of stairs. The gold centaur knight rallied dozens for a second charge at Su Wei, and I flashed to the front of my own line and charged a full gold negative energy shockwave straight into the teeth of it. The charge of those half-deer knights was like a minivan driving into a flash flood. The gold was pushed backwards like a man rowing upstream. The silvers came out with broken bones, and the black irons were torn apart by the spell energy in midair before they hit the ground. Then I sent 2 terror knights straight at the druid, and I want to be honest about the reason. It was not tactics. The moment I saw that half-deer druid, my heart started pounding, because that is excellent material for a corpse lich. I was going to have that druid. Nobody was going to stop me. Su Wei, safe inside the dark warrior wall, drank a bloodline potion and emptied her soul crystal to summon a gold Ryman demon, hovering, spiral horns curling down past its jaw, hooks and barbs, and chains driven through its own body. Thanks to hell, noble lady. I shall appear to fulfill your contract. What a joyous slaughter. It's a commander rather than a brawler, which disappointed her enormously, but it gave her scattered imps a general, and its cunning aura turned the weak-willed centaur deer against each other. I watched one silver open his own comrade up while the man stared at him in disbelief. Then it summoned 20 blood-armored devils, the standard line infantry of the 9 hells, spiked, carrying hellfire crossbows. The druid's end took all of us at once. One terror knight got strangled half to death by vines, and I burned him out with a flame orb and then poured undying undead into him until the demon iron reforged itself. The gold hunter was too busy being chased to keep tracking Mei Shu, and Mei Shu, who had been trying to reach that druid the entire battle, came out of the shadow plane behind him with a paper-thin scimitar carrying third-tier armor penetration, magic penetration, sturdiness, and sharpness in the same instant as Chen Fan's second charged arrow and my death ray. His shields popped one after another. Her blade went through his heart from behind and twisted, and the death ray took off half his face. And then, dying, he spent his last breath on nature's revenge, and it landed on Mei Shu, who hadn't gotten back into the shadow yet. Zhang planted a seed in her wound. Vines came out of it. Roots drove down through the muscle and into the organs, and the leaves ran dark red because they were feeding on her. She burned battle key to slow it and went down. Su Wei abandoned cover and ran to her and tore everything she owned out of her ring and cast treat moderate injuries and then treat serious injuries. And the vines exploded in growth, because healing magic is food. I arrived by flash, after positioning a squad of dark warriors around them, because I am who I am, and the two of them looked like they'd come out of a slaughterhouse and I did not have a mark on me. And I snatched the next healing scroll out of her hand. "What are you doing? If you want her to die, go ahead and use it." Then I turned on the dragon's eye, 2 inches of red light with a vertical pupil, and looked at the thing properly. "First, cut off these vines. Cutting them off won't affect Mei Shu, right?" I didn't answer, and she gritted her teeth and cut them herself. "Protect me well. If I'm attacked and my spellcasting is affected, whether Mei Shu lives or not will be hard to say." Then I cast Death Ray, and I didn't fire it. I held a ball of death energy in my palm and pressed it into her wound. Because the natural enemy of natural energy is death energy, and nobody had ever told me a spell has to be used the way the template says. That was the first time I ever experimented like that. As the lucky one, Mei Shu had the fortune to participate in the experiment. As for whether it would save her, that depended on her luck. The roots fought back by draining her, and her face went white and the edges of her wounds went gray, and I started sweating. I hadn't sweated once during the battle. I was sweating trying to save somebody. Killing hair-fine roots inside a living person's organs without killing the person is a very different job from killing things. It worked. It also half-killed her. You can use the healing scroll now. It's gone. I already used a bunch during the battle. Alright, I guess I have to do it in the end. And then I hit the wall the whole scene had been walking toward. Healing magic, all of it except a druid's, works by overdrawing your life force, and she had none left. Her injuries might close, and she might die of the healing. The result might be a corpse with no injuries on it. Su Wei ran to both old men begging for anything that restores vitality and came back with nothing. So I squatted down, cut my own wrist open, and dripped light golden dragon blood into her mouth. And here is my exact accounting of that, because I've never pretended otherwise. I had a tube of the real thing in my ring that would have fixed her in about 4 seconds, but I didn't have a very deep relationship with this woman, so how could I bear to? Cutting my own wrist to feed her some of my blood was already a great kindness. She swallowed like somebody who'd been 3 days without water and never noticed it was scalding her throat on the way down, and Su Wei, who was half a devil, licked her lips watching it and had to visibly suppress the urge to grab my arm and take a mouthful herself. "Team leader, I didn't expect you to be a dragonkin." And she did not notice then or later that it was the first time any of them had called me that. My skeletons stacked 300 or 400 black iron corpses and 50+ silver into a small mountain. Chen Fan casually, "Let the team leader take all the corpses. We'll divide the rest." I looked at him with half a smile because I knew exactly what that was, and I insisted the corpses be valued and counted into the split. After all, we took them down together. Mei Shu, on her feet and gray in the face, holding up a Su Wei whose legs weren't working. "Su Wei and I won't take a share. We haven't even thanked you for coming to save us. We're all in the same team. Talking about thanks makes it distant." And then Shu Tao, halfway through stripping a corpse's armor without looking up. "Oh right, team leader. Could you heal my magic steed again?" And that was it. That was the whole promotion. Lei Gang arrived last, having run 100 kilometers on foot because he had no coordinates to teleport to. "I'm late." Then he gave Mei Shu a fireheart fruit for her life force without being asked and waived off payment. "It's good that your body is recovering. Money isn't important." Then he said, "Let's withdraw." And everybody turned and waited for me to say it. "Yes, team leader." "Okay, team leader." And Lei Gong, who had been the obvious heir to that post and had lost it to a boy who parachuted in from the director's office, looked at me and smiled very slightly. "Okay, team leader." Zhang wasn't angry. Zhang never wanted the job. Zhang wanted the team to come home. About 100,000 stones, 6,000 points, 2 months of captain's pay. and a gold-tier spellcaster's corpse, which is always priceless and never findable, and not something you can buy just by paying. High-tier knowledge can only be exchanged back on Blue Star. That's deliberate. If New South City ever falls, the inheritance survives on the other side of the gate. The vault has golems inside and outside. The room itself is under 10 square meters, with runes crawling on the walls, and the catalog of gold spells is a book in its own right. You pick from the catalog, and golems bring the books and the rune scrolls, because writing out one high-tier spell's runes might take a whole room of volumes. I spent everything I had on 5. Phylactery Creation, Lich Essence, Lich Revival, Vampire's Touch, Withering Ray. A lich's life is in its phylactery. As long as that survives, it comes back, no matter what happens to the body. There is no report anywhere of a lich dying of old age, and immortality has a bill attached. As time passes, some liches gradually go insane. It's irreversible. Some of them, on realizing what's happening, choose to go into slumber before it finishes. I made mine anyway. 100,000 stones of materials for a phylactery the size of a plain urn, plus a gold caster corpse at 200,000 or 300,000, if anyone in the world would even sell one. 2 months later, the half-deer lich stood up. 4 meters tall, the body shriveled down to a husk, green soul fire behind the eyes. In time, the flesh will burn off entirely, and the fire will simply take its place. My lord! Its problem was that it had been a druid, and nature magic will never obey a stiff corpse, so everything it knew was useless, and it had to be taught from nothing, which is fine, because a lich learns on its own, forever, and never forgets. I poured everything teachable into it and left it at my plantation with Draugr, to learn spells, learn flesh modification, and eventually build terror knights for me while I'm not there. Then the elves started moving, and we got the briefing. Elves corrupted by the abyss. Lee unknown toxin driving the forest's plants mad, and some elves who wanted outside help. Chen-fan. Will this group of arrogant elves actually lower their heads and seek help? Su-wei's assessment of our role was accurate and unflattering. They're definitely much stronger than us. We're just there as a facade, to stop some ignorant lowlife from bumping into them. And then, from the sofa with her head in Mei Shu's lap, she said the thing she'd clearly been chewing on for weeks. Oh right, Captain. You really aren't connected, are you? She'd had my background properly investigated by then, and found nothing. Didn't I always say I was an ordinary person with no backing? Huh. If you weren't connected, you wouldn't have become captain as soon as you walked in. That makes no sense at all. Mei Shu, who had swallowed my blood, said nothing, and had her own idea. Then Shu Tao collected on his fee, which had cost him nearly his entire share of that battle. The trick works like this. I summon a real nightmare out of hell with sacrificed soul fire. Zhang rides it and feeds it more soul fire like an infatuated idiot. And then I cancel my own temporary contract, leaving one heartbeat in which the knight has to conquer it and bind it before it gets dragged back. First attempt. The nightmare did not even look at him. It neighed once and left. Everybody fell over. It took 16 tries. And then that old man rode his own nightmare in circles in a basement with tears running down his face, exactly like a young punk who has just been handed a sports car. The Wood Elf Royal Court is a city built into a mountain of ancient trees and vines under a world tree whose canopy blocks the sky. Their houses are grown out of living trunks because they will not cut them. Velvet lawns, fountains, sculpture, dancing and music from a people who have centuries to spare and nothing they are obliged to do with them. And every year their druids walk the tree sea, waking ancient trees into treefolk, who come out at gold as standard, and the very oldest become holy domain treefolk elders, which is exactly what my knoll killed, and whose heart I ate. Here is what the outside world did not know. Fallen elves were holding a ritual to open a layer of the abyss inside the tree sea. And if that gate opened, what comes through is not projections. It's demons' real bodies, which pollute the land even where they die. The elves had searched and found nothing. Their only legend mage, the Elf King himself, had gone looking and been ambushed and severely wounded and had to retreat to the court. And since whatever did that could evidently hurt a legend, one of the remaining 3 had to stay home guarding the court, which crippled the search. So the mission to us was the third princess's idea, which had been proposed to her by a human friend. Her father listened to the proposal, sat in silence for a long time, and let them go. 300 young elves who were done waiting for their own bureaucracy, watched out through the gates by older elves who considered asking another race for help beneath them. Led by Princess Lyra, under 150 years old, which among elves is a girl, a veteran Goldwood elf druid riding a white unicorn, her guard captain and teacher, Alara, a holy domain druid, and riding beside her, comforting her about her father, on a white heaven realm horse, a human. It was Shu Kai. The random teleport scroll he tore on that battlefield had been interfered with by the gold assassin's attack, and it threw both of them into spatial turbulence, and he survived it. That gold-tier professional wasn't so lucky. Zhang was torn to shreds by the violent spatial turbulence right in front of him. Zhang fell into the tree sea unconscious, and Lyra found him while she was out playing. Since then, healed, advanced from silver to gold, and contracted a gold celestial warhorse. And his read on our legendary mage, delivered to a holy domain druid who had no reason to disbelieve him. This legendary mage lord is a money grubber. To earn magic stones, he has gone to great lengths, even selling shares of New South City to build his mage tower, including the previous war with the gnolls. The fundamental reason was that this lord wanted to earn more magic stones and force the gnolls to initiate it. Alara's face changed while he said it. The elves had sent observers to that war. It had never once occurred to any of them that a war on that scale was, fundamentally, a business decision. There were also the duels. Hundreds of young male elves were in love with Lyra and furious about him, and elves are far too proud to use rank on a lesser. So they challenged him one at a time at his own tier. And an elf with 2 centuries of practice is exquisite. Zhang refused to let her stop it, and he took every single challenge, and he was like a sponge. Zhang went from losing to beating everyone at his tier, and then started actively challenging elite and veteran golds. The time he spent in that court was the fastest he ever improved in his life. And his weapon. A 4.5-meter double-edged cross-halberd, whose shaft is a branch of the world tree, out of the tomb of an ancient legend wood elf knight who walked out of the court in old age to bury himself in the forest. Shukai found the grave and took the inheritance. The halberd is sealed, it unlocks as he grows, and it trembles on its own when he wants a fight. On the road, the Arcane Guard's 1st, 2nd, and 3rd teams and 200 Silver Plume cavalry met them under a Holy Domain knight. Lyra moved into an enchanted carriage she had pointedly refused to use inside the tree sea because she wouldn't show off to her own people and had to be the court's face outside. And then Alara felt something and swept and said, "These humans. To welcome us, they must have killed who knows how many living beings. I just sensed the aura of slaughter nearby and investigated, and discovered many corpses. Presumably, all creatures along this path have been killed and cleared out." Lyra's hand shook on the rail, and Alara, of all people, was the one who told her not to overthink it. That night, Shukai came to say goodbye because he had a high-ranking enemy in New South City and would not risk soiling her negotiation. Her face fell. Zhang promised to come back afterward. She went red and said, "I don't need you to come back and see me. Go wherever you want." And then Alara coughed from outside the tent. Afterward, the old druid sat down beside her student and said the true thing, the way teachers do. "You are an elf. Zhang is a human. Love isn't just about mutual affection. There's a huge gap in your lifespans. If you were together, and when his lifespan ended and he died of old age, you would still be the same. How painful would that be then?" And Lyra put her face into her teacher's stomach and said, barely audibly and perfectly clearly, "I will wait for him. Wait for him to advance to Holy Domain. Legend." The only answer she got was a long sigh. On his way out, an elf warrior leaning against a tent post threw him a jug of fruit wine without a word and walked off. "Don't die. We still have a battle to fight between us." One of the friends he'd made by being beaten by them. Then he went past every human and elf sentry with a concealment technique out of a legend's inheritance and headed for the city. "Chen Guo, I'm back. This time I won't lose you so easily." And in a guard tent behind him, a young silverwood elf woke up screaming. His name was Phelan. Zhang told his friend it was a nightmare. And then he lay there in the dark with his fingernails driven into his own palms until they bled, because he had not been dreaming. Zhang had been fighting at Vieber Fortress 10 years from now, in a fortress whose defense shield the undead had already broken, in street-to-street fighting in the alleys. And he had stepped in front of a young druid to save her from a terror knight in black armor wrapped in green soulfire. And the druid was beheaded anyway, and a lance went through his chest. And then he opened his eyes. Here, 10 years earlier, on the road to New South City, Zhang had been reborn, and what he knew that nobody else alive knew was this: the elf king Elendor, Lyra's father, the court's only legend mage, the one everybody believed had been ambushed while hunting the altar, is the mastermind. Zhang wounded the legend guarding him. Zhang sacrificed the elves of an entire district, and he opened the abyss gate inside the royal court. And he did it yesterday, while that embassy was on the road. Then he stood guard at the gate himself, driving the slaughter, feeding the dead back into it to widen it, and beating back every elf champion who came at him. They remember it as the day of the bloody royal court. A third of the court's citizens died, and when the other legends finally got home and attacked together, the gate had stabilized paralyzed and Elendor had a demon lord's projection standing beside him. And then, going all the way mad, he felled and sacrificed the world tree itself to strengthen it, a day that countless wood elves wept over, after which holy domain demons could come and go as they pleased. And Phelan could tell nobody because he was a nobody and would be called a lunatic. And it was already too late anyway because the gate had opened the day before, and it would be half a month before it occurred to anyone at home to send word to the princess. His plan was simple, and it was all he had. Rise fast, get to the resources he remembered, and warn the right commanders before the battles whose outcomes he already knew. And the detail that made me believe every word of it when I finally learned it years later was much smaller than any of that. The reason he'd been drunk enough to confess to Lyra's maid Arian the night before and be brutally rejected was that in his first life that rejection had broken him. Zhang brooded over it for a year before he enlisted, and now he could barely remember what she looked like, because after Arian rejected him, until his death at Vieber Fortress, there were 10 full years of blood war. That memory was enough to wash away any love for Arian. Time truly is the greatest weapon in this world. Arian saw him smiling confidently in the carriage the next morning and assumed he was plotting some humiliation for her, until he turned his head and looked at her with an old soldier's eyes. And she saw a mountain of corpses in them. And then he smiled at her simply, the way he always had, and she decided she'd imagined it. How could Phelan, this simpleton, have such terrifying, murderous intent in his eyes? They pulled the arcane guard off escort duty and made us an honor guard, which was truly a reversal of the natural order, having a group of professional killers serve as an honor guard. It was genuinely unclear whether we'd welcome the envoys or intimidate them. We bathed. We were put into hastily made ceremonial gear worth tens of thousands of stones, with enchantments on it that did absolutely nothing except look expensive. And we stood in front of the golem legions while the entire city came out to gawk at elves. I really want to date an elf girlfriend. And the elf druids, who have spiritual sight, looked back at the honor guard and saw what was actually standing there. Hands that had done a great deal of killing, the fear of countless living beings before death, wrapped around some people like a coat, and on some people, close to condensing into a fear aura. Then a young elf in the guard column scanned the line and stopped dead. In his first life, he'd been so sunk in his own heartbreak that he never looked at anything in New South City, so he had never known that he once stood 20 meters away from him. Here is the future he remembered. Elves and humans fought side by side for 6 years to destroy that abyss gate, drive the demon lord back, and clear the Tree Sea. And then, 2 years after that, a human led his undead army back into the Tree Sea, and the humans and elves who had once fought side by side now faced each other in battle. The elves, already gutted by the demon war, were beaten far worse the second time. The wood elves of the Tree Sea were almost annihilated, and Phelan died in that last battle and woke up on the road to New South City. The name he had for the man in the ceremonial armor was not Chen Wei, Shadow Lord, legend necromancer. It was he who led the undead army to destroy the remaining elf cities and massacred countless wood elf tribesmen, and the way those tribesmen died was etched into Phelan's mind like carving. His eyes went bloodshot and his nails went back through his palms, and I felt somebody staring at me. I was bored and uncomfortable in fancy clothes with nothing to do, and I looked straight down the line at him, and I raised an eyebrow, and I smiled, with my teeth in the sun. Zhang told me, much later, that his soul froze, and he could not breathe until I looked away. What he didn't know, at that point, was why his ally had become his executioner. His resolution was reasonable, and I'd have made the same one. Get the resources first, and if an opportunity came, change the situation in which the Shadow Lord was an enemy of the elves, and if there was no opportunity, kill the Shadow Lord in advance. The other two names in his memory. Lyra becomes the Silver Crescent Queen, and Shu Kai becomes the Starlight Paladin, her husband. All three of them were only gold before that war. All three reached legend through it. And whenever he thought about Shu Kai, his head ached, as if something had been buried under a great many other memories, and he could never get at it. The princess was kept waiting, incidentally. Zhao Yuan was busy. A Holy Domain student received her instead and told her to come back in 3 days and see the sights. Phelan already knew how that ended. Half a month later, the news reaches her, and she composes herself out of her grief with terrifying speed and changes the ask from find an altar to send an army, and is refused because New South City has just fought a war and is building a city, and then she keeps raising the price until a legendary mage cannot refuse. Phelan had been too low ranking in that life to ever find out what she finally offered. I was off duty with nowhere to be. So I went to Guo Shan Shan at the Starfire House. Same alley, same door I'd knocked on as an interviewee years earlier, opened by the same archer, lying on the sofa with her feet on my stomach. I heard the arcane guard went to welcome the elf princess. Is the elf princess beautiful? I was busy for half a day and didn't even see a single hair of the elf princess. I only saw a carriage. You even want to see the elf princess's hair. You're incredibly bold. Then we stopped talking, and she lay on my chest and listened to my 2 hearts beating, which was also thanks to her. And then my spiritual power tripped over something. A gold signature had come home into a room I couldn't see into. Every house in New South City has a white nether stone in its walls to block casual scanning, otherwise a mage sweeping the street would see everybody asleep in their beds, and white nether stone is the ore out of my mine. I had personally paid to make that wall opaque. That should be Xiaoshu returning. Xiaoshu? Shukai? I'd guessed the boy wouldn't die easily. I had not guessed he'd come back gold. The situation of the protagonist in novels and storybooks is indeed terrifying. Later that night, Guo Shanshan ran a fingertip down my cheek and said, I'm pregnant. And then my face caught up with my mouth. I'm pregnant. Mine. She grabbed me furious. Are you trying to back out? Give birth, give birth, give birth, give birth. And then she was the one who hesitated. Really give birth? Give birth. I will be responsible. I kissed her without waking her the next morning and left in uniform thinking, it's over. I'm tied down by this woman. Originally, I could have made money leisurely. Now this woman says she's pregnant, and the financial pressure has suddenly surged. My pockets at that point were empty enough to run mice through. At the 8th team's office, very good, not a single person has returned. And in the mission book there was a private bounty posted by a holy domain inside the city. A gold battle profession had attacked one of his clansmen the previous day and taken spatial equipment holding over 1 million magic stones of supplies. Dead or alive, keep whatever you recover, plus 200,000. Posted by the patriarch of the Fang family of Tianan, the same holy domain whose descendant Shu Kai killed on a dueling platform. Yesterday I found out Shu Kai was back. Today I'm looking at a warrant for him. If somebody told me he didn't do this, I wouldn't believe it for a second. They hadn't named him, because as far as that family knew, he was a silver knight who'd vanished months ago. I passed on the job. If you don't kill a snake, it's easy to get bitten back, and his realm was improving fast. And then I hit the actual problem. Zhang was going to drag Starfire down with him. And the only reason the Fang family hadn't already hit Starfire was that they believed he died in the turbulence. Before, I didn't care about Starfire's fate, even with Guo Shanshan in it. Now it was different. Guo Shanshan was carrying my offspring. I sat and watched her cultivate, and reached out with spiritual power and touched what was in there. It hadn't taken shape yet, and I could already feel the blood connection off it. I'll find you something to replenish your vitality. I have a dragon vein now, and my offspring will definitely inherit it. The pregnancy will drain a lot out of you. Don't go out on missions. If I don't go on missions, will you support me? No problem. I'll support you. I'm an independent woman. I don't need you to support me. Whether you need support or not isn't important. I just don't want my offspring to starve. Oh, I knew you weren't that kind-hearted. Then, disband Starfire. She refused. Starfire is her life's work. She offered to publicly expel Shu Kai instead. No, you must sever ties with Shu Kai and Chen Guo. This isn't something you can fix by issuing an announcement. Higher-ups like Holy Domain won't care about your announcement. Her face went dark and she didn't refuse because she knew I was right. Meanwhile, through the wall, Chen Guo was telling Shu Kai her version of the last 2 years, Little Black dying, and how, after being rescued by Chen Wei, the ancient Woodheart was cunningly taken by him. It's okay. If you lost it, you lost it. Just consider it feeding the dogs. I'll find a chance to teach him a lesson later and make him spit something out. And Chen Guo, of all people, the one with the most reason to want it, was the one saying, let it go, because she didn't want to hurt Sister Guo. Then I knocked. You robbed the Fang family's things yesterday? Phrased as a question, delivered as a fact, to a man half a head shorter than me. I don't know what you're talking about. Inside, he was reeling, because he had hidden it perfectly and could not work out how I knew. The answer is that I didn't. I guessed, and his face confirmed it in about 1/3 of a second. You know it yourself. There's no point hiding it from me. The Fang family has issued a wanted order. Your name isn't on it, but as long as you're still in New South City, they'll eventually find you. Your life or death isn't important. Think about your woman. I advise you to leave New South City quickly. Then I pursed my lips at Chen Guo peeking around the doorframe and swaggered off down the corridor. Is what he said true? Of course it's fake. I don't know what he meant. That's good. And she was too worried about him to notice how badly he was lying. I'd said it once, and good words are hard to persuade a damned ghost. If he carried on, I'd pull Guo Shanshan out of Starfire and then report him to the Fang family myself. So I headed for Topaz to harvest the modified gnolls, because my lich had learned the Terror Knight spell and not mastered it. And I was not going to let a half-trained apprentice waste that kind of money. And Shu Kai invented an excuse and followed me. Zhang was confident, and he had cause to be. That concealment technique out of a legend's inheritance had walked him past a Holy Domain escort and the entire Arcane Guard perimeter. It failed on me for exactly one reason. My spiritual power found nothing at all. And the dragon noticed something behind us. Only after the dragon pointed did my spiritual power manage to scrape him out of the air. This guy isn't thinking of coming to kill me to silence me, is he? There's a path to heaven realm, but you don't take it. There's no door to hell, but you come here yourself. So I did not teleport away. I rode out of the city on my nightmare, picked a quiet piece of ground, and stopped, and waited. And he saw me stop, and smiled too. I didn't expect to be discovered. But it's fine, even if I am. Little Shu, if you get any closer, don't blame me for being impolite. Impolite? Just with you? A mere gold-tier necromancer? I haven't not defeated gold-tier mages before. Which was true. Zhang spent months beating elf mages, druids, and high elf priests. You and I have no grudges. Why are you chasing me? I'm not your woman, am I? Or do you want to kill me to silence me? You bullied the Sisters of Starfire. How dare you steal Chen Guo's ancient wood heart? Is that what your woman told you? Didn't she say this was the reward for me saving them? Even if you saved them, you shouldn't make such an unrealistic demand. I'll teach you a lesson for Chen Guo. Don't worry, for Sister Guo's sake, I'll spare your life. And then, cast your spell. I'll let you make the first move. Don't say I'm bullying you. Ha 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 ha, you said that. Giving a gold spellcaster the first move. This guy's brain must be rusty. A mage's combat is simple and unadorned. First use everything that can be enhanced. Then use a spell to blast the opponent into dust. And he cut my withering ray out of the air with a legend halberd. Feeble! Feeble! Is that all you've got? His gear's magic resistance and his celestial warhorse's light element burned the negative spells off him about as fast as I could land them. 5 terror knights put death coil on the horse and stopped it dead, and the horse answered with purification of light and bought him 1 instant, and in that instant he used boundary-breaking slash. The halberd tore the space of the material realm open, and he charged into the void and came out of a rift a kilometer away, behind all of us. Eat my dust. And that is when I stopped playing. The space in the material realm is stable. It cannot be easily broken open. That was not an ability a gold-tier battle profession can possess, which was the whole reason I hadn't wanted to provoke him. People like that are never short on treasures. It was entirely possible that just when I was about to kill him, he'd pull out a divine artifact, escape, disappear for a while, and come back stronger. So when the halberd finally reached me, I simply flashed 3,000 meters. One flash was enough to make that poor knight run hard for a while, and my knight split to converge on him from 5 directions. The halberd was a genuine problem. It notched a terror knight's lance in a single block and nearly ended another one. Outright, and I had to desummon that one mid-fight to save him. Chen Guo had followed him because she'd left a druid's mark on him. Guo Shanshan had followed her. From the outside it looked like he was losing, so Chen Guo started healing him at range, and druid healing, uniquely, costs the target nothing. Xiao Yi, hurry and leave. It's dangerous here. She shook her head through the tears. Her man was fighting. I saw her and did not attack her because I had just seen something considerably more interesting. Guo Shanshan had arrived. I maximized a death ray, Zhang cut it, and the remainder went down into the celestial warhorse, which had been fighting wounded the whole time with nobody healing it. In the final moments of its life, it was still thinking of its master, struggling not to fall, but to kneel steadily instead. Ah, I will kill you today. And then he played his trump card. War Shackles, a device that locks 2 people together and shuts down spatial magic entirely. I tried to flash and the golden shackle pulsed and ate it. That thing controlled the use of spatial magic. I want to be clear about how large a wave that caused in my chest, because spatial magic is my exit. And my exit had just been taken away by a man who wanted to grind my bones to dust. Guo Shanshan shouted, "Xiaolin, stop!" and was ignored. Chen Guo grabbed her arm. "Sister Guo, don't go over. You'll get caught in the crossfire." Shukai said he just wants to teach him a lesson. He won't kill him. And at that exact second, Shukai roared, "I'm going to kill you and grind your bones to dust." Guo Shanshan tore free, and Chen Guo entangled her in vines to stop her. "You actually attacked me for him?" She burned them off and drew her sword. "Sister Guo, I just didn't want you to go over. It's dangerous there." And halfway through that sentence, Shukai took another hit, and she had to break off explaining to keep healing him. Guo Shanshan closed her eyes, and when they opened, there was no hesitation left in them at all. We are no longer sisters. Fortunately, my woman wasn't someone whose brain was full of bubbles. Pinned by the shackles with a knight inside my guard, I started laughing. Not bad, but it's still unknown who will win. Little Shu, you're still too young. And I transformed. The scales came up under my skin with the runes lit in them. The horns curved back off my skull. I came up to 2 meters 80, and the arcane guard gear stowed itself because I did not need armor at that moment. The red dragon's scales are my best defense. "Kneel, you crawling insect." A dragon roar and full dragon might at melee range hit his soul and froze him for one beat, and one punch caved his breastplate in and threw him dozens of meters. Zhang got up. The halberd made him immune to dragon might after the first time, which I had to learn by doing, and I did not want to find out whether my scales stop a legend halberd. So I went into the air instead and chanted in Draconic and rained fire on him. Then I folded my wings and came down on him from behind like red lightning and put a palm on the back of his head and plowed him face first through the ground for dozens of meters. It left a trench a meter deep. Then I lifted him by the throat and called the halberd into my hand with spiritual power, and it fought me. It vibrated so hard I could barely close my fingers on it. Good treasure. It should fall into my hands. If you have the guts, kill me. Zhang was still prying at my claw with the last dregs of his battle key while he said it. Good, good, good. I respect you for being a man. I will fulfill your wish. One thin line of dragon breath through his forehead. A point of light came out of the body and the panel took it. Trash, crawling insect. There was somebody on a mound half a kilometer away watching all of it through eagle eye, and he was in the process of losing his mind. Phelan had slipped out of the elf compound that night disguised as a human, a trick from a future where elves did that routinely to go drinking in New South City. Alara noticed and let him go. A human holy domain noticed and quietly assigned a gold to shadow him, and Phelan, a silver body with a 10-year veteran driving it, lost the tail in the alleys and then got lost himself, and walked straight into Shukai, tailing me, and a wall of buried memory broke over him, and he had to hold his head while his nose bled. What surfaced was a rumor from a tavern where elf and human troops drank together, that the Starlight Paladin and Chen Wei had fought once, that the Starlight Paladin lost and escaped severely wounded, and that Starlight Paladin Shu Kai killed Chen Wei's eldest son, and that this was why the Shadow Lord eventually turned on the elves and led the undead into the Tree Sea, so he followed us to watch. Zhang had no intention of intervening because he knew Shu Kai survives this fight and becomes a legend, and a silver joining in would only waste a little of my magic. Zhang recognized the halberd on sight, the sky-piercing halberd, which in his future killed countless demons in the Starlight Paladin's hands. Zhang asked himself whether his own body from 10 years ahead, a veteran gold sun, could beat the man he was watching, and answered bitterly, no more than 30%. Then I transformed, and his certainty started coming apart. Because in the 10 years of the future he had lived through, nobody ever knew the Shadow Lord had a dragon vein. In fact, the widely circulated intelligence was the exact opposite, that the Shadow Lord's body had been corrupted by magic power from his long years in the laboratory, and that his physical body was his greatest weakness. Zhang survived several near-fatal assassinations in that future and never once used this. And then the dragon breath went through Shukai's forehead. This is impossible. This is impossible. Because if Shukai was killed by Chen Wei now, then who was the Starlight Paladin in his memories? And it couldn't be an imposter, because the sky-piercing halberd was now in my hand, and the Starlight Paladin never lost it. Why did the Shadow Lord have a dragon vein? Why was the Starlight Paladin killed by the Shadow Lord when he was young? Is it because of my appearance? Or are my memories of the previous life false? It had only been a few days, and he had already discovered flaws in those memories. So, was he truly reborn? And then the thought that turned him completely around. The stated cause of the war of extermination was Shu Kai killing Chen Wei's eldest son, and now Chen Wei has no offspring and Shu Kai has already been killed by him. Does that mean the Shadow Lord will not become an enemy of the Wood Elves? And a joy rose in him that he did not even notice, because the Shadow Lord left the elves nothing but slaughter and fear, and here was a door out of it. Compared to becoming an enemy of the Shadow Lord, becoming his ally is more valuable. Zhang also stopped feeling guilty about looting the treasure caches he remembered from Shukai's future adventures. Shukai was dead anyway. I want you to hold two facts next to each other for a moment. That elf sat on a hill and built his entire new hope on the observation that Chen Wei has no offspring, and Guo Shanshan was, at that moment, 6 weeks pregnant. The eldest son already existed, and the man who was supposed to kill him had just been killed by the boy's father, 10 years early. I flew over to the women still holding the body by the neck. Chen Guo's legs went out from under her. She knelt in the grass and cried until her tears ran out, and then she cried blood. Akai, Guo Shanshan, who had just broken her shield, stopped. I will definitely kill you, and I put dragon might on her until it pressed her down like a mountain. Can you spare Chen Guo? Guo Shanshan, softly. And I knew exactly what she was asking me. Years of standing back to back, closer than sisters, until about 4 minutes ago. I hovered with the moon behind me and my shadow lying all the way across the ground and answered her anyway. If you don't cut the roots, the spring breeze will make them grow again. Think about the child in your belly. She must die. If you can't bring yourself to do it, I will. Guo Shanshan took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and turned her head away. One thread of dragon breath. Chen Guo passed away smoothly, without even letting out a cry. Then Guo Shenshan opened her eyes and looked at the corpse's wide-open ones, and sighed, and crouched down, and closed them. I told you long ago, men are no good. I never thought this would be the end result between us. And she wiped her friend's face. I heard it from the air and did not react. Then she stood up, walked over, and patted my foot. So I came down, and shed the dragon, and let the robes dress me again. And she put her face into my chest and held on as if she wanted to melt herself into me. You said men are no good. Does that include me? She bit me, and said into my chest, especially you. You're the worst. I pocketed Shukai's corpse and reached for Chen Guo's, and she bit her lip and stopped my hand. Don't disrespect Chen Guo's body. Let's bury her. I shrugged, because it was only a silver caster corpse and I have hundreds. I stripped the gear off it and burned it with dragon language flame. And Guo Shanshan squatted down in ashes that were still hot and gathered them together with her hands and dug a hole and scattered them in and planted a sapling out of her own spatial ring on top. Let's go. Then I went straight back to the Fifth Affairs Department, accepted the Fang family's bounty, and in the same breath said, I have already completed this task. How do I submit it? And dumped the body on the floor of the verification room in front of a clerk who went white and took a step backward. The patriarch came personally. Fang Lei, Holy Domain, chief assistant of the Second Affairs Department, with his son. That's right. It's this villain. And then he bowed to me, deeply, with red eyes. Thank you, Team Leader Chen, for avenging me. Then, alone, he asked for the body. I refused on business grounds because a Gold Knight's corpse makes a Terror Knight, so his son told me the story instead, and it is the other side of that dueling platform. The Fang and Su families have intermarried for generations. His son was betrothed in childhood to Wang Ting of the declining Su family. The Fangs even supplied the foundation-laying materials her own family couldn't afford, worth over 500,000 magic stones. At 18, they both went to Tiannan University, and she met Shu Kai, and she broke the engagement. His son let her go on one condition, return the value of the materials. The pair refused and called it a gift, and Shu Kai provoked him into a duel and killed him. My honest read, the Fangs were certainly hiding pieces of it. But the Wang Ting part was probably true, and from the Fang family's perspective, Shu Kai was indeed a scoundrel. However, if viewed from Wang Ting's perspective, or Shu Kai's, the situation might be different, but such is life. One man's hero is another's enemy. The father's actual ask, sobbing, I want that scoundrel's corpse simply to bring him before my son's grave and scatter his ashes. I swore before my son's grave. 150,000 for the body. I agreed, on one condition, that I witness it personally, because resurrection exists in the spirit realm. And although I had eaten Shu Kai's spirituality, so anything they resurrected would be a soulless thing carrying his memories, what I had to do was prevent it before it happened. At the Fang family cemetery on Blue Star, at night, in front of a headstone with a young man's photograph on it, that father poured an extraordinary oil over the body and burned it down to a heap of ash. In this state, even if the gods came, they wouldn't be able to resurrect him. And I stood there looking at the pile and had the one genuinely frightened moment of my whole career. If I died one day, would I also be burned to ashes, or perhaps made into an abomination, or a lich? I shivered in a graveyard in my own country and privately swore to live well and never die. Then the father handed me a bracelet with too much in it. The 1,000,000 magic stones of stolen supplies in the bounty had been a lie, and the extra 500,000 was compensation for the loot I therefore hadn't recovered. 850,000 stones out of that whole affair, plus the gear, plus the halberd, half-meter blade, 4.5 meters overall, with an inscription in Elvish down the shaft. Sealed and unlockable only by finding the key or grinding the seal down over years, and even sealed it carries 3rd-tier solid, sharpness, armor-piercing, magic-breaking, and sky-piercing. It stopped fighting me the moment its master died. I also took a full set of gold elf knight armor, hollow patterned, greenish, thin, and light, where human armor has to be 2 or 3 centimeters thick. A Terror Knight's breastplate is over 3, which means the elves' materials are 2 or 3 times more expensive to achieve the same defense. It must be said that elves are truly wealthy. I didn't wear it. I sold it. Its rarity was the profit. The princess got her audience eventually, and I heard about it much later. There are murals in that hall telling how Zhao Yuan opened New South City and who he beat doing it, and Lyra caught sight of elves in them from a campaign where her own father once marched on this city. Zhang sat on his throne looking like a giant with his face lost in mist and 2 beams of light where the eyes should be, and Lyra, who has true sight, looked at him with it and saw a whirling magic vortex inside his body throwing off lightning and flame, and it burned her eyes until she cried. Zhang healed them with a spell and said gently, "Remember, little one, even with true sight, you can't see everything." Her case was that an abyss gate is a catastrophe for every race. His private calculation was a historical precedent. Great Shia's third spirit realm base, where one of 4 rival empires suffered a demonic outbreak, and the other 3 refused to help because a weakened rival suited all of them. The gate opened. The demons came out past every attempt to close it. Legend tier demon lords, and finally one comparable to a god. Great Xia abandoned the base and withdrew everybody. The other 2 empires fell. And the whole region fell out of the material world into the abyss and became a new layer of it. So his actual fear was losing his own foundation and his mage tower, which can move, but not between realms. Then she handed up a scroll written on a world tree leaf, and his breathing slowed because the materials listed on it were worth at least 1 billion magic stones. And here is the accounting behind that pause, which I did not learn for a long time and which explains the entire war I fought in. Zhang has spent years scraping for stones for that tower. Zhang has sold shares of his own city to build it, and New South City's net annual return to him is 300 or 400 million. Saving that amount for 10 years is not enough to cover the cost of adding 1 more floor to his mage tower. Then she played her real card, trade rights. New South City's caravans admitted into the elven cities, where elven crafts and potions would sell on Blue Star at 10 or 15 times the price. Let me consider it. And that night the message from the Tree Sea landed in Alara's hand, and she read it and could not stand up. She took it to Lyra alone. The Abyss Gate has been summoned in the royal court. How could it be in the royal court? What about my father? The message said that His Majesty fell into the abyss, sacrificed a large number of people, and summoned the Abyss Gate. Then she sent the recorded vision, the Emerald Court burning, black smoke, demons laughing and eating in the middle distance, elf warriors dying in doorways to buy the citizens time to run with their bundles, and then the view rose and Lyra stopped breathing because she recognized him instantly even though he was no longer an elf. 10 meters tall, black armor, a single hideous horn, dark red bat wings, and a great sword made out of some giant beast's bone. And in the vision he pumped himself full of magic and swung that sword and cut down the world tree, the tree that gave birth to the first elves, which has enormous life energy and no ability whatsoever to defend itself, so at that moment it could only endure the blows. It fell like a mountain to the sound of an entire people weeping, and the last thing she understood, sitting on a bed in a foreign city, was this. No wonder the fallen elves were never found, and no wonder someone as powerful as her father was heavily injured in the Tree Sea after being attacked. It turned out that the final mastermind hiding behind everything was her own father. Phelan knew why and could tell nobody. Elves live 700 or 800 years. Elendor, a legend, was over 6,000 and not yet at the end of it. But centuries ago, Hell's front line was strained and sent out a call for help to the spirit realm's powers. And this is the strangest fact in this entire story. As lawful evil devils holding the line against the chaotic evil abyss, they were answered by many races, including divine races and holy light arbitrators from the heaven realm. Elendor's branch of wood elves sent troops. In decades of that war they lost 3 elf legends and most of their high-tier strength. And Elendor himself was gravely wounded by a demon lord who left rules inside his body. That wound ate his lifespan, slowly, for centuries. And as it finally ran out, the same demon lord who wounded him made him an offer. Falling cured the wound and gave him a demon's body and centuries more, and it handed his true name to a demon lord, which is what forced him to sacrifice his own citizens, and his people's tree, and everything else. In Phelan's future, the gate was eventually destroyed and the demons cleared, but Elendor himself escaped back into the abyss, a source of painful regret for all elves. Some of them swore an oath to enter the abyss in this life and slay him. Lyra cried in her teacher's arms and then walked out to face her people. Some of them wept. Some of them looked at her with hatred. Everyone, I'm sorry. And she bowed deeply. How can we rescue them if it weren't for your father? From a girl who had just lost nearly every relative she had. Did you know something beforehand? She bowed again, with the tears running, and said hoarsely that going home now helped nobody. Stay, force the humans to send an army, and split a second delegation off to the Jackal Empire to get Knoll troops, or at absolute minimum stop them stabbing the humans in the back. And while she was speaking, her emerald hair was turning gray. Silence. Then Phelan went upstairs, came back down in armor carrying his sword, walked through the crowd, and knelt. Your Highness, I believe what you say. I swear here with my life to dedicate everything to you. Before I fall, I will use my life to forever protect you. My soul after death will also transform into the wind of nature, guarding your territory. My loyalty is my armor, and my blood will be shed on the battlefield with honor. My sword is here. The world tree will bless it to be forever sharp. Unless its master bows his head, it will never break. This oath, until the demons are driven back to the abyss, until the fire of my life and soul is extinguished, until the end of the world. And he held the sword up level above his own bowed head. Here is why he did it, which nobody in that crowd knew. In his first life, the delegation splintered into factions and vented on her, and it took her a long time to reunite them, and the humans marched late because of it. Zhang had been genuinely lost about whether to interfere at all, but when he saw Lyra's hair turn gray in an instant, he made his choice. Even if it only helped her by one day, it was worth it. Lyra, who did not know who he was, took the sword and laid the flat of the blade on his shoulder. Knight, I accept your loyalty. I believe your courage and honor will be our example. Your sharp sword will slay all enemies for me, and your loyalty will become armor to protect me. And Arion, the maid who had rejected him 3 days earlier, watched with her hand over her mouth and the tears still on her face, unable to believe it was the same elf. Then a second elf knelt, and a third. In his first life, she won them over eventually anyway. This time, Phelan merely played a leading role and accelerated the process. 2 days instead of weeks. The second delegation rode for the Jackal Empire under Alara and got nothing because the Jackal Empire had fallen into civil war. The southern great nobles who backed the Emperor were gutted at New South City. And the northern nobles the Emperor had spent his life suppressing had started moving. From our side, that was a blessing in disguise. I spent that period underground. My operation at the plantation runs on 4 levels: warehouse at grade, flesh modification lab on basement 1, materials and finished corpses on basement 2, and on basement 3, the spellwork floor, dark and thick with death magic, its floor covered in casting circles and lined with unopened dark warrior coffins. The last of a batch of 10 gnolls was floating, anesthetized in a transparent pod on nutrient solution, while Dragar and the Lich and several dark mages took readings with crystal balls and quills. Life signs are stable. Body strength has reached the experimental standard. I think we can start removing the magic core. And at that point, nobody cared about the mess anymore. The modification was complete, and there was only one fate waiting for it, and that was death. The Lich laid a dry hand on its forehead and ended it, and I ate the spirituality on arrival. Dragar's result, delivered with visible pride, 9 out of 10, a 90% success rate. Every survivor carrying the physique of a gold battle profession. Because he had taken the data I copied off my teacher and improved it, with shamanic arts and cheaper materials. 30 years of a gold professor's research, beaten by a disgraced Gnoll noble and a goblin girl's inherited memory in under 2 years. On basement 3, 500 skeletons and 50 dark warriors knelt as I walked past. My lord. And my army had shapes now, because the corpses came from different races. Ogre dark warriors, oversized, carrying door-sized tower shields and barbed maces. 300 half-deer skeletons who were all cavalry now, with long spears. Silver half-deer in fitted cold iron as dark cavalry. 9 Gnoll corpses went into 9 sarcophagi to become 9 terror knights in a month. I did not keep the 4 gold half-deer corpses. A 4-legged knight can't ride a nightmare, and half a terror knight's power is the horse. I gave them to Shu Tao to sell, and I bought 30 more silver Gnoll slaves to feed the pipeline. Then I went home to the kobolds. I flew in as a red dragon and roared, and 20,000 kobolds dropped where they stood. They hadn't seen me in months and had started to fear I'd abandoned them, and feeling dragon might, again they wept and wanted to gnaw on my toes, which is apparently affection. I could not tell my sorcerers apart. Croc, my lord, this old servant is here, in tears. I emptied the warehouse again and patted the old kobold's head. Croc, you've done well. And he puffed his chest out, because praise from a true dragon can literally purify a kobold's blood. Then I peeled off another 100+ scales and welded them into 100 more warriors' foreheads. We will die for my lord. And then the real business. 300 young kobolds, selected on the criterion I'd insisted on. My lord, these are the more intelligent members of the tribe. Do I really not need to call some black iron tier warriors? This time, I only want the smart ones. Strength isn't important. Draugr would teach them industrial potion cultivation. Marlowe would stay and learn it too, and eventually run the place. I had started, without ever deciding to, building an economy instead of an army. Then, a magic message crossed the world, went through a warehouse floor and 3 basements, and landed in the hand of a man in a black and gold mage robe. The war had begun again. War is always ominous. Every outbreak of war means rivers of blood, mountains of corpses, and the success of one general at the cost of 10,000 bones. I crushed the light and looked up at the abyssal demon iron coffins in front of me, whose lids were already shaking. Bone Graveyard, 2,345. Dark Knights, Tomb, 339. Terror Knight, Training Camp, 14. 14 gold Terror Knights, about 100 silver cavalry, 300 veteran black iron half-deer skeleton cavalry, 300 dark warriors, 2,000 plus veteran black iron skeleton infantry, 1 gold lich, and 12 silver dark mages as a spell support company. With that strength, it wouldn't be a big problem for me to single-handedly take on a Type B combat regiment. I bought spells specifically against demons. Li Anti-Chaos Array. Change the runes and it cages whichever alignment you like. Chaotic, evil demons today. Some people of good alignment tomorrow. 3rd tier Dispel Magic. Power of Death, which buffs me and my undead together. And Weakening Spell. Minus 20% to everything an enemy has, and it stacks. Lyra's final price, from her 5th audience, was the Life Tree Fruit. It grows from a world tree seed, 1 fruit per century, per tree. It contains enough natural energy and rule fragments to give an ordinary person 100 extra years with no diminishing return at high tier, although only your first fruit ever counts, and for a legend, a chance to analyze and master new natural rules. She opened at 3. Zhang haggled her to 5, 2 paid in advance. Walking out for the 5th time, she gritted her teeth. These humans are truly bloodsuckers. Your Highness, be careful, we are still below the Mage Tower. It's fine, this lord doesn't care about these things. Zhang even admitted he's a bloodsucker himself. Then she wiped her face, stepped out onto the carriage in front of her people, raised her scepter, and gave them the only good news they'd had in a month. Elves will be victorious. Humans will be victorious. We shall drive the demons back to the abyss. And the mobilization started. Teleport gates running around the clock. Gold squads and holy domains stepping through. Hundreds of silver and above private soldiers belonging to Tianan's nobles and companies arriving because of money. The city lord is throwing money around generously throughout Tianan province. With money, are you still afraid of not having soldiers? 17 of the 22 Arcane Guard teams marched, and Su Wei, promoted on the spot to Team Intelligence Officer. Intelligence Officer, does it pay more? Yes, I'll definitely give you a raise, gave the briefing and the warning. Mission rewards were double what the Null War paid. And with such high mission rewards, the danger level is definitely also very high. 4 Type A regiments in the first batch alone. A Type A regiment is about 1,500 men where every soldier is silver and every officer is gold. 4 Type A regiments, and it's the first batch? 6 more coming behind them. 4 to 500 gold professionals and over 20 holy domains in the vanguard before the main body. 2,000 kilometers to the Tree Sea, and the Arcane Guard folded into the military command structure, which means no more choosing your own jobs. Not going is against military discipline, and you get assigned to the Dare to Die squad. The Tree Sea has no roads because wood elves revere nature and have never built any, so the army had to cut its own, and each of those trunks takes a silver professional a full day's work for under 100 of them, which is where the Alliance got its first crack. Lyra, in light armor now instead of a robe, threw open the command tent flap like an angry little lion and pointed outside at several hundred bare-chested human soldiers swinging axes and chanting, "General Zhou, why are you cutting down so many trees? Your Highness Princess, we must cut down these trees. Otherwise, how can the army advance? How can the military supplies from the rear be delivered?" She had already paid 2 life tree fruits and we were covering under 50 kilometers a day. How much longer until we reach the front lines? About a month and a half. She put a hand over her face, and then the staff officer bowed and made it worse. Your Highness, participation in the battle will be at least 2 months from now. Because you do not march exhausted men straight onto a battlefield, that is equivalent to sending them to their deaths. What she was not told was that General Liu Yuxin, High Saint Realm Knight, former commander of the Mobile Division, one step from legend and stuck there for decades, was slowing the march deliberately to keep the men fresh, to let Zhao Yuan finish reorganizing the rest, and to secure the supply road. 6,000 men alone would win and still bleed. Viabear was a town of under 5,000 and had become a fortress holding tens of thousands. Refugees from the burned royal court were sorted there, fighters stayed, the elderly and the women and the children went deeper into the Tree Sea, and I watched them build a wall, which is the single most beautiful piece of engineering I have ever seen. Battle professions quarry giant stones out of distant mountains. Tree folk carry them. Druids plant magical vine seeds that grow in seconds into steel-tough woven frames. The stones go into the frames. Mages turn packed mud into stone to weld the gaps. And then mages standing on the vines carve runes into it and inject magic solution. Viewed with true sight, the magical aura on that fortress was so strong it was dazzling. And out in the forest, druids who used to wake ancient trees into tree folk only during their travels when they felt like it were now working shifts. I watched one do it. A gold druid poured a torrent of nature into a tree several hundred years old, and it went in like a stone dropped into a calm lake. The trunk shrank and condensed, which gives it a defense no worse than refined iron. The roots braided themselves into legs, branches became arms, and a face opened on the trunk, eyes, then a nose, then a mouth, then an entire aged human face. Elf, thank you for waking me. I shall abide by nature's covenant. The druid put a hand on him and pushed his own memories of the demons across, and the old face went angry. The will of the forest has told me of the wicked deeds of these enemies of nature. I shall fight for nature. Newly woken tree folk cannot control their volume. Every sentence is a roar, and it hurts elven ears, and nobody has ever found a way to fix it, which is how my team got insulted by a tree. We were out recording intelligence, and the new tree folk smelled us coming and pointed, and the druid checked with the forest will and reported that it wasn't demons, it was humans. Then we walked out with a life tree leaf as credential, and the tree folk turned around and deliberately lowered his voice to warn the druid, which took him from a roar down to merely loud, so every single one of us heard it perfectly. Be careful of them. I smell immense fear of living beings from that person. Is he really not a demon? We started laughing. Sue leaned into me. Team leader, that tree folk suspects you're a demon, but he didn't suspect me. She is a succubus sorcerer who smells of hellfire. Normally, that tree folk should suspect me. Who knows? Maybe the death aura on me is too strong. 10 minutes of verification later, the druid smiled and welcomed us to the tree sea, and I delivered the actual errand, which was to warn the elves that several thousand humans would shortly be cutting down their forest while unarmed and shirtless. Don't let them get attacked by the elves before they've even seen a demon. That wouldn't be pleasant. The elves ground their teeth on their own walls and watched anyway. Some druids couldn't stand it and ran out onto the road to temporarily animate the trees and walk them out of the way, which damages them, but not as much as an axe. And in the command tent, watching that through a mage's vision, focusing on minor courtesy while losing sight of the greater principle. Once the war starts, how many trees nearby will be left? Liu Guang's private assessment of our allies was that elf combat power is built on equipment worth at least double a human's at the same rank, and that if you deducted the equipment, many of them wouldn't match a human of the same tier. Giving them that equipment is a real waste. Then, quietly, all right, tell the 3rd Regiment to stop cutting wood. Lyra couldn't make herself walk out of her own tent to face her people. The timidity of approaching home, the catastrophe had been single-handedly caused by her father, and she did not know how to stand in front of the survivors. She went anyway. The work stopped. Some faces mocked. Some whispered. Elendor had 4 sons and 3 daughters across 1,000 years. 3 sons and 2 daughters died centuries ago in the war to reinforce hell. Only Lyra and a younger brother were left, and she carried all of it alone. She bowed deeply in front of the whole fortress and sobbed, I will atone for the sins committed by my royal father. Nobody came forward to forgive her. Then a voice from the great hall told her to come in, and she lifted her wet face and shouted to her people anyway, I will fight alongside everyone and expel the demons as soon as possible. Inside waited Alaric, the legend elf knight, in ruined armor with a magic core set in the breastplate whose runes seemed to breathe. Zhang accepted her bow because he's a legend and he is owed it. Every other high-ranking elf in the room stepped aside to avoid receiving it. Elendor's betrayal had cost them everything at the top. There had been a second legend at the court, the Elf Guardian, who never imagined the mastermind was his own king, and was stabbed in the back and escaped dragging his body. Alaric and the legendary hunter had tried to kill the gate early, and Elendor answered by summoning a demon lord's projection. And both elf legends came out badly wounded, and only the crippled guardian's arrival saved one of them. Hunter and Guardian, 6 months to 2 years. Alaric was the only legend standing, and he was the least injured of 3. Alaric scried our camp and noted that human gold squads carry a killing intent much thicker than an elf's. Then the scrying reached Liu Guang's tent, and Liu looked up, stared directly at a point of empty air, and fired battle key along his own line of sight, and the elf mage holding the vision cried out, went white, and the whole scene shattered. Alaric was delighted. It seems we were discovered. This person's strength is quite good. It seems he's about to advance to legend. Humans. The talent of these short-lived races is truly enviable. 6,000 in the vanguard with 17 holy domains. 15,000 more coming, all to the same standard. What terrifying war potential. And the comparison that actually stung them. Vieber held over 20,000 silver elves too, except some of those elves were hundreds of years old. Every human silver was under 50. The last elf to reach legend was Alaric, 200 years ago. Liu Guang did not rush to the front line where 20,000 elves were dying to buy him time. Zhang took the high ground above them and built his own castle out of modular wall sections pre-enchanted back in New South City and shipped out on trucks. Flat pack fortification. The 2 fortresses made a pincer with the humans sitting higher and shooting down into anything that attacked the elves. Alaric couldn't lead from the front because the Demon Lord's rules damage was still in his wound like maggots on bone. Every day he sat in that hall while a high elf priest and a circle of druids poured power into him, and 4 forces fought inside a single injury, his own rules battle key holding as the shield, nature magic and holy power attacking outward, abyss magic holding the ground. The intensity of the battle in that hall was no less than a real battlefield. Meanwhile, where the royal court used to be, there were demons sleeping in the ruins of elven houses. Where birds sang and the architecture was art, there were deep pits and unextinguished fire and rolling black smoke. A gold berserker demon woke up in what had been an ornamental pond and was now a foul mud pit which suited him. Zhang was still savoring the elves he'd eaten. Then he got hungry, spotted a work party of imps digging, and went over, and the stench off him alone dropped the weakest of them unconscious. Zhang ate 3. Then he stomped the rest flat like a man stepping on watermelons and hopped home to nap, and landed in a web. A demon hunting spider, several tons, gold tier, feeds exclusively on other demons, doesn't speak, understands abyssal, talks by telepathy, had covered that whole mud patch. The more he tore, the tighter it got, and he couldn't teleport with silk on him. Damn it! Let me go! Don't struggle! Let me eat you! Venom, Silk, and it dragged the parcel home, because that was not a good place to eat. On the mountain above all of that, the world tree's stump remained, resembling a mountain. The trunk itself had already been sacrificed, and Elendor sat underneath it, worse than anything Lyra had seen, skin gone pitch black, the single horn curling back into his skull, scales pushing up through the skin as natural armor, bone spurs on the spine and the joints, a tail, wings folded, and close to 15 meters tall. Zhang wasn't merely healed, Zhang was stronger, and the reason was obvious, because he was sitting on it. The Abyss Will is never stingy with its rewards. At the gate, his master was trying to come through, a legend demon lord forcing colossal arms into the world, straining to tear space open, and the spirit realm itself fought back. A storm gathered, and the lightning came down on those arms, each bolt at holy domain grade. And as the head forced through, 2 curved horns, scaled scalp, black hair that looked as though it had been soaked in something dark. The bolts escalated to legendary power, and the head came out ruined. Roar! Damn it! Zhang withdrew, and from behind the gate in a voice like thunder, Elendor, you should depart. Seek out the flesh and souls of living beings for me, and sacrifice them to the Abyss Gate. I need to enter the material realm as soon as possible. Go. And Elendor drew his bone sword and lowered his proud head. As you command, my lord. Then, walking down the mountain, he saw the demon-hunting spider dragging its cocooned prize home and thought, what difference is there between me and that berserker demon? And killed the spider with 1 slash of sword energy, prey and all, out of pure displeasure. Babbitt, assemble my army. Azazel is a Baler flame demon, over 4 meters, dark red, curved horns beside the ears, bat wings, a great sword for beheading in one hand and a flaming whip in the other, in simple, abyssal demon iron. Every Baler flame demon is promoted through the blood war. All of them are at least holy domain, many are high saint, and on a great many layers of the abyss, the demon lord's post is held by one. Zhang walked out of a nest kept as warm as magma and blew a war horn, and the demons came in, the mid and high tiers to his feet, and the low tiers kneeling obediently at a distance, imps and original demons at black iron, ape demons and babu demons and quivering demons and mezzo bug demons at silver, fire demons and 6-armed snake demons and berserker demons and horned demons and succubi and vrox at gold, and the Balers and soul fiends above all of them. And one rule that made all of it survivable for us. Obedience, in the demon dictionary, is a false proposition. They trip each other mid-charge for entertainment. Often the damage caused to demons by their enemies is not as much as the damage caused by their own infighting. Nobody even knows how many kinds there are. Within a single race, growing a few extra legs, a few extra horns, or an extra head is not considered strange. Then every mage in our fortress spent a week building something in the central square, and none of us were told what it was. A 3-story altar on a foundation of magic materials with magic stones piled beside it like a small mountain for fuel. They lit it. The stones went visibly. A pillar of light several men thick punched into the sky, and a matching array opened above New South City 2,000 kilometers away, and Zhao Yuan's mage tower has 11 floors. The top 8 detached from the ground and flew. Every floor holds a magic pool. Some of them plumb directly into the fire and wind elemental planes, some into the outer void, drinking violent outside magic and condensing it into liquid, with palm-sized crystals at the bottom, worth no less than 100,000 magic stones each. Zhang steered it through the outer void, dodging void storms where he could and shielding through them where he couldn't. Each of those passages is roughly equivalent to several legendary mages attacking his tower continuously. Alaric came out to look at the beacon. What are they doing? And his holy domain mage, uncertain. This is a spatial beacon, but why is this beacon so huge? Then the rift tore, and through it everybody on that mountain saw the void storm itself, with lightning hammering down on a shield. This is that Lord's mage tower. And then a bucket-thick purple bolt hit the shield, and a splinter came off it about as thick as my arm and landed on a half-built tower on our own wall. A dozen silver soldiers were electrocuted into dust. It passed directly over my head. My 2 hearts and my dragon core all stopped at once, and my bladder went hot, and I very nearly urinated in front of the entire garrison. Then I frantically stacked shields on myself, knowing perfectly well they would do nothing against that, on the theory that at least leaving a complete corpse was not bad. Zhao Yuan came out of the tower pale, more than half his magic gone. If that storm had been slightly bigger, he might not have made it at all. How is the enemy's situation? Elendor has already led the demons away from the royal court and will reach the front line soon. Zhang smiled. It seems I've arrived just in time. Then, set up the teleportation gate. 200 or 300 mages poured out of the tower to help, which was the first break my hands had had in a week. 50 meters wide, fed by a crate of high-grade dimensional stones, its surface rippling like water standing on end, and before anybody used it, a silver steel golem walked in and came back a few minutes later. Because an untested gate might merely dump you somewhere random, and that is the lucky outcome. The other one is that it hits a spatial rift and the traveler is torn into pieces. Then troops came through by the company from dawn until late at night, staggering out dizzy and being herded aside immediately because more were coming. Lord, how many people are there? 12 Type A combat regiments, a total of 18,000 men, and 4 more regiments still reorganizing at home, who would escort logistics. With so many people, these elves are blessed. Then, looking down the mountain at the elven fortress flatly, call that elf legend to see me. The elf front line was 20,000 elite wood elves on a hasty position, half of them hunters with elven longbows. Their threat grading was already professional. 2,000 or 3,000 demons of the cheap kind is a level 1 alert. Wake a couple of thousand, let the rest sleep. Demon pseudo-spells arrive like weather, stinking clouds so thick nobody can breathe. Fear that sends elves running in every direction, abyss fire, explosive flame. Their casters burn everything they have dispelling, and the anti-chaos arrays at the keynodes gut the rest. And in the middle of all that, a gold berserker demon started laughing at the arrow rain and picking up smaller demons and throwing them at the wall as projectiles. One thrown ape demon got about a second and a half of confusion before the elves stabbed it to death where it landed. Zhang ran out of ammunition, spotted a squad of mezzo bug demons, sprinted over so fast he flattened one by accident, dug it out of the mud and threw it. It hit an elf archer and crippled him, and then the dead bug's squad mates turned their tridents on the berserker, and a full demon-on-demon brawl broke out in front of the elven line while the elves stood and watched. Then a horned demon teleported directly into the trench, which is the standard high-tier tactic, skip the wall, bloom in the middle, and put several archers and a shield-bearing warrior into the ditch, and a high elf priest answered him. Heavy armor, his divine staff released to float behind him, Lee iron cross in both hands. And a stack of vitality, strength enhancement, holy warrior descent, enemy of evil and holy armor going on until his loose armor pulled taut over the swelling. Demon heretic, face divine punishment. The demon was half a head taller and slower. The priest sidestepped the axe and put the cross into its shoulder blade, and holy power on demon flesh works like concentrated acid. The wound smoked and blistered. The axe came back into elven parade armor, which is beautiful and full of decorative hollows that reduce its actual defense, and something inside him gave, because force is mutual. Holy power doubles on demons, and demon power doubles on divine officials. Zhang healed himself mid-fight and finished it. Then he pulled off his dented helmet, shook out his light green hair, looked at a field of running demons, and raised the cross. Elves will win. And the fleeing demons came back past him, running faster, considerably more frightened than before. There was dust in the distance, tall shapes moving in it, something being lifted. Zhang widened his eyes to see what it was, and a green ray crossed the field, and his luxurious armor was paper. One short scream, green flame, his body twisting inside it, and in the light of it, a shape wailing, which was his soul. When the last of it burned out, the armor fell over and there was a small pile of ash inside it. Elendor had arrived. The elf line collapsed at the first touch. A mechanical voice went out across our fortress. Attention all units. The elf defense line has collapsed. Prepare to defend against the demons. Men poured up onto the walls. Even gold professionals out of the arcane guard were downgraded to reserve plugs at key nodes. 20 or 30 towers, each with its own always-on array. archers below, mages above. Wall tops wide enough for cavalry, a full fortress legendary shield too expensive to run except in extremity, which its own engineers called a gold-swallowing behemoth. Lee anti-air array that grounds anything holy domain or below, and built specifically because the enemy was demons, a space lock. Without a space lock, high-tier demons would simply teleport inside and bloom in the center. My spell slot sat inside a gold shield with millions of shield strength. Under my feet were stacked spell destruction, maximization, range, and penetration arrays that nearly doubled my output, and the room ran a third-tier magic spring. And it still might not be enough, because I looked out of that window, and there were demons covering the mountains and the plains as far as I could see in every direction. I did not dare push my spiritual power outward, in case something high-tier followed it home. My method was simple. Weakening spell. Weakening spell. They stack, and 2 of them take magic resistance to nothing and make natural armor brittle. Then a death ray as thick as a goose egg through the chest of a gold babu demon, leaving a large gray void in the cavity. Satisfying. The merit medal on my chest flickered because the fortress-wide array scores everybody automatically. And a gold demon is worth at least 500 merit. In this kind of siege, the scoring is inflated, which suited me perfectly. And then, watching the points come in, I finally understood what my panel actually was. Demon spirituality is mostly reclaimed by the Abyss will. My panel only skims what it can. The attribute panel felt to me like a thief, quietly stealing the demon's spirituality while the demon's true master, the Abyss will, was not paying attention. But the death toll out there was so vast that a skim off millions climbs fast. And if I hadn't been stuck in a tower a long way from most of the fighting, I estimate I could have accumulated enough to advance to Holy Domain in that one siege. I had applied to the wall commander for my own section because my melee undead were useless while I cast from a tower. 50 meters, packed with veteran black iron skeletons, dark warriors behind them as strong points, 4 terror knights held back as the reaction force. A silver mezzo bug demon picked that stretch deliberately after scouting because every other section had arrows and thrown spears coming off it and mine had no ranged attacks at all, and the smell above it was enormous, truly an excellent attack location. It climbed and leapt onto the parapet and roared, "Die, mortals!" and found no living thing at all. Silent ranks of undead and demon corpses. No wonder the bloody smell was so strong. It was all demon blood. It turned to run. A thrown spear pinned it, 2 skeleton spears caged it, and a dark warrior's axe drove its head into its own chest. Then a skeleton picked the body up and carried it to the back and handed it to a dark mage with a spatial bag. My skeletons can throw spears at range. I had ordered them not to, because I wanted the demons to come up, so they could be killed in reach, so the bodies would be on my side of the wall. I had renovated my own officer's barracks and then borrowed Suwei's. She slept with Meishu every night and the room was empty either way, knocked the wall through and built a 100 square meter processing room. A dark mage shuttled full bags off the wall and empty ones back. Inside, skin and scales and claws and fangs and heart cores stripped and bagged for sale. And everything left over spelled straight back up as skeleton warriors, with a bonus. Demon corpses produce an intelligent skeleton about 1 time in 50, and every intelligent one got fed soul essence on the wall and promoted to skeleton lieutenant. 8 days of unbroken assault, and at the Abyss Gate they were running a fishing operation, a blood pit with elf and beast and demon bodies floating in it, and a 5-tiered altar crewed by black-robed dark servants pushing the smell of material plain meat and souls back through the gate as bait. Fishing for low and mid-tier demons out of countless layers of the abyss. Thousands per pulse, arriving like small fry that swam at a lure. And what greeted each new batch was a 6-armed snake demon warlord, 7 or 8 meters standing not counting the tail, holding a halberd, a great axe, a great shield, and a longbow simultaneously, at least High Saint realm. Zhang dropped his fear aura until the weak ones collapsed, then swung the halberd once and killed 100 of his own side to get everybody's attention. Fragile worms, do you desire blood? Do you desire souls? Or do you desire slaughter? Now the Great Lord has given you the opportunity to satisfy all of this. Follow this path and kill your way through. And a succubus did the pleasant version of the same pitch, walking among them. Ahead are countless beings of the material plane waiting for you. They are as fragile as abyss worms. You cannot even imagine how sweet their flesh is, and those sweet, sweet souls. Meanwhile, on our side, the corpses piled so high under the wall that demons stopped needing ladders and simply walked up their own dead. So our holy domain mages periodically co-cast and burned the entire slope, which halted the assault and cleared the ramp and made my teeth ache with heartache because those were such excellent materials, so valuable. Even the heart cores went. The hardest thing a demon grows, burned to ash, along with everything else on that slope. I watched a fortune go up every second day and had to stand there and be grateful for it. Along the rest of that wall, men were being ground down, not just battle key and magic, but bodies and minds, and 2 or 3,000 were dead with no end in sight. And my section was doing the opposite of degrading, because my casualties were being rebuilt out of the enemy every night. A holy domain general commanding that stretch did the obvious arithmetic and handed my undead another 100 meters, which freed 300 or 400 living soldiers for rotation, and paid for it by allotting me a piece of ground inside the city to do whatever I liked with. I built houses, then I dug a basement under them, then I pulled my lich out of the tower to run production down there. Gold demon corpses, already skinned and declawed, are excellent Terror Knight stock, and they come with their own demon heart core, which saves the magic core purchase, while the battlefield's abyssal demon iron weapons save the armor. That battlefield was truly my path to wealth. I should say, for the record, that most necromancers are nothing like this. The school splits into summoning, plague, and curse. Most of them can't get high-tier corpses at all. And creation-type necromancers are incredibly strong when powerful and only slightly stronger than the tier below when weak, which makes them easy to control. I was not powerful because necromancers are powerful. I was powerful because I had spent 4 years turning every corpse I ever met into capital. There was a man on the far wall living a completely different dream. Zhang summoned heavenly creatures by divine covenant, holy light messengers, mastiff-headed messengers, trumpeter messengers, peng feather angels, which normally requires good alignment, light attribute materials, and an acceptance that heavy losses make the next summoning harder, except against demons. Against demons, the Yakan divine races turn up enthusiastic, bring friends, occasionally bring their own supplies, and disregard life and death entirely, with no reputation cost if they die. Zhang was the happiest man in that fortress. Where was it ever this good before? Summoning these Yakan divine races was like begging your grandparents. You had to coax them before the battle, and you still had to coax them after. For days, the gate fed the grinder while Zhao Yuan did nothing at all. His tower stayed hidden and powered the defense nodes and never once fired. Then Elendor, who had been waiting with a reserve of high-tier demons who were all obedient partly out of fear of him and partly because nobody wants to be early cannon fodder, pulled his bone sword out of the ground. Now, you worms, begin the attack. By that point, their high-tier demons alone outnumbered our high-tier professionals several times over. A holy domain Baylor led it, burning as he ran. His footprints stayed branded in the ground behind him, still on fire. Then he opened with a full pseudo-spell rotation. 3 gold snake demon projections summoned. A firestorm onto a tower. Evil aura, which is a domain that guts everything standing in it. Blasphemous utterance, which lays paralysis and dizziness and blindness and poison and fatigue on you continuously, and kills if nobody interrupts it. And dominate monster, which turned our own druid's beasts around on us, and then he had to climb a ladder like everybody else. Because normally, a Baylor opens with pseudo-spells, teleports to your side, binds you with a flaming whip, and finishes with the greatsword. Our space lock and anti-air array meant even a Baylor flame demon could only start climbing the walls honestly. Elendor hesitated between the 2 fortresses, chose ours, and opened with Yang Flame Burst. A tower's fully expanded shield shattered like a tower made of paper. Everyone inside died instantly. The tower came apart. Both armies paused for a beat. Then, a legendary earthquake spell, sword driven into the earth, and men shaken off the wall died under the swarm below without even getting a scream out. Until we fired the legend shield. A dome that sealed the inside from the outside cut the earthquake off at the wall. Outside, the ground rolled like water. Inside, nothing moved, and stranded every demon already on our wall with no way out. We swarmed them. A Baylor up there stunned a gold shield warrior's soul so he could only watch, whipped him in, dragged him over like grabbing a chick, took his head, and then pulled his soul out and ate it, and was immediately jumped by 3 holy domains stacking Dispel Magic and Smite Evil, and Greater Weakening and Break Natural Armor. Roar, worms! Who dares to face me directly? The answer was a Holy Domain War Knight stacking Greater Armor Break, Greater Penetration, Greater Tear, War Charge, and Irresistible Force. And every soldier on that line, ours and theirs, threw themselves clear of the lane. Because even if there are comrades blocking the way ahead, a charging knight crushes them without batting an eye. In the face of war, there is no room for sentimentality. The Baylor tried an implosion, and a Holy Domain mage dispelled it in flight. The charge landed and nearly finished him. A shattered army warrior piled in, and the dying Baylor laughed, ha 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 ha, and detonated Incinerating Burst, a suicide blast at legendary power that threw both holy domains into the air along with 2 towers and a section of wall. Outside, Elendor looked at the legendary dome with open contempt and cast Abyss Eye. Runes swarmed, a shadow congealed in the air, and a single eyeball, almost as large as he was, opened inside it, rotated its vertical pupil and locked on. A black ray wide enough that 3 people couldn't have encircled it hit the shield with a noise that nearly deafened the mountain. 3 rays, 3 seconds apart. Then the eye closed, but the shadow stayed, with red rune chains turning inside it, and it started eating the battlefield, the abyss aura of the dead first. Then, as the suction grew, live demons pulled screaming into the sky and stripped of magic and flesh and soul to reload the eye. Then it fired again. Then he let his sword float free, spread wings that seemed to cover the sky, and cast a legendary abyss spell, Summon Demon Lord, the projection of the very lord who had tempted him, 60 or 70% of a legend demon lord's power, which is a functioning legend. Everybody could feel it building. Our holy domain stopped hiding and emptied their best spells at him, and he roared. And the black ripples off the roar dissolved several of them in flight, and he cut more apart with the bone sword and simply ate one on his wings. It left a few large holes and caused no structural damage. Lee arm came out of the array, then a slap on the ground, then a head forced through, 2 backward spiraling horns, a red face, 4 eyes, old scars, and black hair that looked freshly soaked and was still dripping. The grin split open. Material realm. I have returned. And that is when the man who had sat still for 2 weeks stood up. Zhao Yuan had been on a cold throne inside a hidden tower for the entire siege. 3,000 silver soldiers had died, many golds had died, 1 holy domain had died. It would be a lie to say he didn't feel the pain of losses like that, but for the perfection of his plan, he had remained hidden. Now it was finally time. Zhang flashed to the top of the tower and it showed its teeth. 8 magic pools surged at once, and he stacked the entire feat list: spell maximization, spell destruction, spell penetration, spell quickening, silent spell, delayed spell, which meant a legendary spell finished casting on every floor and was held unreleased and hidden so completely that Elendor, a legendary mage standing in the open a kilometer away, detected nothing at all. This is why a mage tower costs what it costs. Inside his own tower, a mage is almost invincible. There are legendary mages who could not be breached in their towers even by an avatar sent down by a god. Prismatic Orb, Imprisonment, Ultimate Destruction Orb, Word of Death, Sky-Shattering Fury Fist, Blazing Meteor, Ultimate Disintegrate. Summon Elemental Lord. The elemental array formed first, and the Demon Lord's projection, still only half out of the ground, sneered at it. Let me see, there's actually a legendary mage hidden here. Elendor recognized the summoning scale instantly, landed, and started casting defenses. But it was too late. Imprisonment pinned him in place to watch the rest arrive. Ultimate Disintegrate stripped his magic equipment off him piece by piece into powder, and then Word of Death, which is an instant kill on a failed check even for a legend, shone on him, and his eyes were about to split and his heart filled with fear, and he survived it, heavily wounded, which made him ecstatic. Then, instead of blocking the prismatic orb already falling on him, he dispelled his own imprisonment and teleported out. He deliberately stayed outside the space lock's edge the entire time, and teleported again the instant he landed. So Zhao Yuan redirected 4 legendary spells onto the Demon Lord, who still had 1 leg stuck in the array. Damn it! Roar! Prismatic Orb and Destruction Orb shattered his natural armor. The sky-shattering Fury Fist came down like a burning giant's hand and pulped him flat with every bone broken. And the Blazing Meteor, slowest of all because it falls from the outer void, arrived last and burned him to ash, leaving a mass of dissipating magic and a crater of soil turned to lava. Every surviving high-tier demon stopped attacking on the spot. 1 boss fled and 1 boss died inside about 40 seconds, and they sprinted for the edge of the space lock to teleport out. And then the Wind Elemental Lord arrived in a hurricane full of blades, and then Zhao Yuan looked at a demon army covering the mountains and calculated what killing all of them was worth, and gritted his teeth and took out a crate of elemental crystals with a football-sized wind crystal on top, his own prize out of the outer void, worth a legendary magic core. Zhang took one last reluctant look at it and chanted. A rift opened onto churning elements, and a voice like thunder came out of it. Human, why do you summon me? Great elemental commander. I am willing to offer this item to summon your great army. Li's eye opened in the rift and scanned the crystal. Human, you will get what you need. The crystals flew in. The rift closed, and a second array opened directly across the demon's retreat road and disgorged tens of thousands of armored wind elemental warriors and knights and assaults and warlords, from black iron up to high saint equivalent, not the whirlwinds every other summoner gets, a professional army on loan. The demons were caught between a wall of elementals in front and the elemental lord's hurricane behind, truly finished, caught between a wolf and a tiger, the ones killed by the wind. Elemental warriors were relatively lucky and generally kept the rough shape of a corpse. The ones swept into the hurricane came out as loose bone. Half a month of assault, hundreds of thousands of demons dead at the feet of 2 fortresses, and the sting in it, which I only understood later. For the abyss, 100,000 or 200,000 dead is merely a drop in the ocean. Nobody knows how many layers the abyss has. Every moment, somewhere, a world or a kingdom is being eroded and falling into it. Elendor teleported home in rags. His bat wings looked like a few pieces of cloth hanging on skeletal frames. His armor and scales were gone, and rule magic was burning in the wounds where his own power couldn't reach it. On the way, he met demons still heading toward the front and killed every mid and high tier one of them, tore out their heart cores, and ate them in gulps for the magic. Then he crashed into the blood lake at the gate and it boiled. Kill all the summoned demons, throw them into the blood pool. I need to recover from my injuries. And when the gate spat out its next 1,000 cheering arrivals, what greeted them was a massacre by their own side, and their bodies slid into the pool. The six-armed snake demon warlord, who'd been sulking about missing the battle, laughed at a returning Baylor's state and enjoyed himself thoroughly. The Baylor charged him, they wrestled, and Elendor, eyes shut at the bottom of that lake, roared, "Enough! If you keep fighting, both of you will go into the blood pool." Both of them stopped instantly. Elf losses were worse than ours, partly because their fortress sat on flat ground and drew more demons. Partly because, compared to human meat, elven meat is more delicious, which is not a joke, it's targeting, but mostly because their entire combat experience was duels, stopping before causing serious injury. Very few of them had ever killed anything. We won on organization. Wounded evacuated fast, and everybody not hospitalized or on a wall driven out of the fortress to strip the battlefield before the elves got to it. I didn't go. I'm a noble spellcaster, and I don't need to do such laborious work. And more relevantly, the corpses out there belonged to the legendary mage, and the finder's fee was insulting. I'd already collected during the fighting, including 7 or 8 golds killed by my own spells. In the infirmary, 2,000 or 3,000 serious cases waited in rune-carved chairs that accelerate casting, powered off the tower, and Zhao Yuan worked that floor personally, area healing that treated dozens at a time, and regrowing severed limbs, which a holy domain can do and a legend does easily. In classical warfare, a man with his arm off is finished. Now is an extraordinary era. And the honest note underneath it, he came down in person because he was going to need those warriors to fight bravely in the future. Otherwise, he might not have bothered. Alaric rode up to the human fortress the moment the field cleared. "Lord,